everybody here sit down because we want to get started as soon as possible so that we're not here till tomorrow morning. So again, speakers, please respect the timelines. Like I said, what you have to say is very important, but what everybody has to say is very important. So please respect the timelines. This is going to be a great day. And enjoy yourselves. If you have any questions, Rob's here, I'm here, and we're going to get started. So thank you so much for being here again, and enjoy it. Exit left.
I started the Zelenko Freedom Foundation because I'm dying, it seems. I've been here before, so I can't say for sure. God has played ping pong with my soul, but at this point, My health situation has seriously changed. Basically need a wheelchair to move around and need help taking a shower, preparing food, going to the bathroom. So as I look at this stage of my life, and my body is failing me, legacy becomes essential. I think life is much bigger than any one individual. And if we could set up systems in place that can propagate principles of truth, of love, of courage, to do what's right, not what's easy. I think that's a worthy use of someone's last energies. I want the epitome of truthful messaging, journalism, through various platforms, whether it's social media, regular media, print media, irrelevant, word of mouth. In houses of worship, I want the truth like a mantra.
Thank you. And thank you so much for giving me the great honor to open the ICS-5 here in Washington, D.C. But before I go into my speech, I have to praise some people without whose help and strong dedication, this event would have not been possible. And one of these people is Dr. Malone, Lily, and many members, either of the Romanian Parliament, European Parliament, US Congress, and many parliaments across the globe who during the pandemic were not afraid to speak out the truth. And I think they deserve a round of applause. I think this event is proving that if we stay united, if we fight together, we will be able to bring the truth to light. I'm coming from a former communist country. I was 11 years old when communism collapsed in Romania. I know how it is to be born and raised in a totalitarian regime where your fundamental rights were not acknowledged, respected by the government. Stalin had a word, and I quote, "One death is a tragedy, 1,000 deaths is statistics." Now let me quote something from EMA, which stands for European Medical Agency, from Europe, the equivalent of FDA here in the US. And I quote, "Around 12,000 spontaneous reports of fatal outcome in the EU happen after they receive the COVID-19 vaccines." Around 12,000 fatal and spontaneous deaths. I'm not talking about deaths that occurred days or weeks after they received the so-called vaccine. I'm talking about spontaneous deaths. They received the vaccine, they got out, maybe in a few hours or minutes, they died. This, unfortunately, this report, it's updated every month. So the question that arose in the European Parliament is, who are we exactly, as elected officials, to play with people's lives, to gamble with people's lives in such a way? See, when they present these statistics, and I re-quote it, see how they phrase it. They say, around 12,000 spontaneous reports of fatal outcomes. These are not fatal outcomes. These are almost 12,000 people who died. That means 12,000 families lost a loved one. And this is happening up to December 2023. Where are we as a world now when exactly the foundation of this modern world is challenged right now? After the Second World War, with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, the world acknowledged that we are all created equal, equal in dignity, equal in rights. But we saw what happened during the pandemic, that we were not all equal. Because people who were in power and who received that power from us as people used that power against us to ban us and to condition the exercise of our basic fundamental rights based on what they called science. Well, was that science? In 2021, we were asked in the European Parliament to vote for the digital green pass. When I read the drafted legislation, I started asking questions because I realized that the basic fundamental rights of the Europeans, at least, will be conditioned, among other things, by being injected with a medical product that we don't know much about. So I sent a letter to EMA, European Medical Agency, and among many questions that I've asked them is the following. After they invented these vaccines and they started the tests, the subjects that were injected with these vaccines, were they purposely exposed to the virus or not? Because you remember what happened in all world in the month of March, April, and May 2020. Everybody was in lockdown. So this is what they replied back to me, and I quote, "The clinical trials were carried out under the usual social restrictive norms applicable in the countries around the world where the clinical trial subjects lived at a time when the trials were being carried out." In other words, people that were in lockdown were injected with these medical products, but they were never being exposed to the virus, or they did not have to be exposed to did not have the chance to be exposed to the virus because they were in a lockdown. So based on these flawed clinical trials, we were asked to vote in the European Parliament a piece of legislation that is forcing people and conditioning people to exercise their basic fundamental rights by being injected with a medical product that, at least at that time, we did not know for a fact and for sure what kind of side effects and adverse effects it's causing. I was one of the very few people in the European Parliament who refused to comply with that. We did everything in our power to stop it, and we did everything in our power to raise concerns about the fact that legally, I'm not talking about medically, that was not our expertise, legally, it's not okay to pass such a piece of legislation. And we tried to raise that concern in the plenary of the European Parliament, and we were banned. In October of 2021, we decided to go to the public. And we had the first press conference in Strasbourg. Out of 705 members of the European Parliament, it was only 4 who had the first press conference. And we went to the public, and we exposed exactly what I'm telling you right now, that it is not okay to pass such a piece of legislation that is violating the rights of all the Europeans. And I see Christine Anderson, she was one of the members, part of this group from the beginning. When we placed that press conference, because we were, some of them in Canada, some of them in the US, some of us in Europe, and because of this situation, we realized that we are fighting for the same cause in order to defend freedom, liberty, and democracy. And this is what we learned during this time. It's important, especially nowadays, to look back at history just a little bit. During the Second World War, we fought against an evil person, Hitler. During the Cold War, as Ronald Reagan used to say, we fought against an evil empire. But nowadays, We are fighting against an evil ideology, an ideology that is disrespecting humans as being created by God in His image, an ideology that is disregarding the fundamental rights of all the people, an ideology that believes, promotes, votes, that if you are in power, you have the power over people. That is not true. It is important during these times to not be afraid and to speak out the truth, because only the truth will set us free. While we were talking in the European Parliament about these restrictive measures, we found out about the contracts that were signed on behalf of all the member states of the European Union by Ursula von der Leyen with different pharmaceutical companies, one of them Pfizer. We found out from the media that while in the parliament they were pressuring us to vote in favor of the digital green certificate, she was negotiating privately with Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla. There's right now a trial in EU started by New York Times, by some journalists from New York Times, because they asked to see all the text messages between Ursula von der Leyen and Albert Bourla, and the European Commission refused to disclose those messages. So out of the blue, we just realized that we are under the contract now, not only all the Europeans, but all the member states are under the contract with some clauses that we don't know. So we ask for those contracts to be released to the public. Let me show you some of those pages. What do you think? Right? This is public. You go on the, you see? So this is how the audacity, they had the audacity to call these, disclosure of a contract. It's absurd. Based on these contracts, different member states in Europe right now are forced to buy vaccines that they don't need. There's a trial right now opened by Pfizer against my country, Romania, because this government refused to buy any more of these so-called vaccines because they're not working. So what we saw during the pandemic is not only a clear violation of basic fundamental rights of all the people from across the globe, because interestingly enough, regardless if we had governments so-called leaning towards right or left, they were all using the same messages, same narrative, same words. And out of the blue, when for months they claimed that these injections, these jabs, were providing immunity, out of the blue, in 24 hours they changed the narrative and they said they provide protection. How is that possible? How come out of the blue everybody just kind of complied with the secret order? What we learned during the pandemic, at least in the European Union and in the European Parliament, is to not be afraid. Regardless if at the beginning you might think they are alone, the most important thing is not to be afraid and to speak out the truth. Imagine what would have happened if the four of us would have not had the first press conference in the European Parliament in October 2021. What would have happened if we didn't have the chance to meet these great people from ICS and organize ICS 3 in the European Parliament? I see Dr. David here. He had a wonderful presentation. I think he was seen by hundreds of millions, if not billions, of people across the globe. The fourth edition was done in the Romanian Parliament. So the most important thing to fight this battle is to not be afraid, speak out the truth, and stay united. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank again everybody who during the pandemic was not afraid to speak out the truth, who had the courage to come out and unite, I would say, with other people, and nevertheless to fight together. What we have ahead of us, it's a challenge that will change the course of history. As Ronald Reagan used to say, freedom is just one generation away from extinction. So it's the job of our generation to fight for the freedom of the next generation. Thank you, and God bless you.
I don't know if I should thank you or curse you, ICS. Somewhere along the line, that little event that was just referenced in Brussels certainly has been the shot heard around the world. And I'm joking, it's a blessing. The number of places I've gone since that presentation, where I'll be wandering through a city street or be in an airport and have people come up and tell me that that video is the reason why a family member did not get the shot, did not die, did not something else, is one of those rare moments in human history where you find out that your life matters. Your life matters. And I really deeply thank the ICS for having that event. Who would have known that video would be the one that actually literally was heard around the world? 4 billion people. 4 billion people, half the world's population, has downloaded and watched that. And I am so humbled to stand here today and offer to each one of you another contribution. And I don't know how that one will go. You know, it may be this room, it may be 100 people beyond this room. And here's the thing, it doesn't matter. I got off the stage, and this is an anecdote you need to know. I got off the stage in Brussels, and I called my wife, who was generous enough to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning in Charlottesville, Virginia, to watch my speech. And she goes, "How do you think it went?" I said, "It was terrible." She goes, "Terrible?" She goes, "Why?" I said, "Well, I had a half hour of content, and I only had 15 minutes to deliver it." She said, "I just want you to watch. Just watch." She goes, "It was long enough to deliver your message and short enough to be watched. Just watch." And when it tipped past 1 billion, I had to eat a lot of crow at home. Because it turns out that it was the 15 minutes that the world needed at that moment. Which brings me to today's presentation. And before I leave this slide, I want us to take a look at the image on the left. The image on the left was the service badge that was given to the investigators and the prosecutors at Nuremberg. The reason why you don't know that badge is because it's been buried. And I think we need to bring it back. I think we need to bring back the badge of honor that we all wear that says we were there standing in the gap for humanity when nobody else was able to do that. And I think that service badge is something I want to bring back, so I figured somebody who knows somebody on Etsy can probably get one of those made. Now, before you get lost in the eye chart of this graph, I want to point out the fact I was asked to make a very different presentation, and this will be a very different presentation. If you need to have my Peter Daszak, quote from 2015, look at all the other content. Today, it's going to be about the legislative erasure of human and civil rights. And we have to start in 1904 with Oliver Wendell Holmes, who was at the time a justice in the Supreme Court, and famously in 1905 was associated with the most horrific piece of jurisprudence in this country, certainly in the history of the United States, and that was the Jacobson case. Because Jacobson is actually the root of this tree, the root of the tree that bore the fruit of COVID. Because Jacobson was the first time that the Supreme Court ruled that individual liberties had to be sacrificed for what was called the public health common good. And I want to submit to you today, we're at CPAC, and we should have a room full of politicians, and unfortunately, they're not here. But they need to hear this message. Until we have legislative reform that actually repeals Jacobson, we will have more of these moments. But it's not just Jacobson we have to go after, because it's not just the ruling that was the Supreme Court case in Massachusetts. The ruling that actually put in place this idea that mandatory injections are part of a public health policy was actually solidified by, are you ready for this? The Rockefeller Foundation and the Wellcome Trust. And yes, I'm naming names. And by the way, if you think I'm just throwing those names out willy-nilly, I'm not. They are who is in fact running the World Health Organization's current antitrust and corruption campaign, which is about to go to a vote for the treaty. This is about an illegal racketeering conglomerate who wants to actually have a uniform, liability-free permit to kill humanity at will. And it is the Rockefeller Foundation and it is the Wellcome Trust who I'm calling out directly. Now, a lot of you like to pick on the Gates Foundation, and I do too. But let's go to the pros. These are the people who, are you ready for this? And if we look at this graph, I mean, start with the Helsinki Accords, right? Where you sit back and say, well, hold on a second. Once upon a time, didn't we say we weren't going to do human experimentation without informed consent? Didn't we agree that that was something that we thought was probably a good idea? Well, here's a tiny little problem. The tiny little problem is we actually said that we were going to actually, in 1948, prohibit experimentation on humans at all costs. But at exactly the same time, 45 U.S. Code Section 46-C created an exemption. And the exemption said that if you were a prisoner, if you were an orphan, if you were in the military service or in any part of the federal service, you actually did not have to receive informed consent. Isn't it fascinating that on the heels of Nuremberg, we decided to take the public who serve our country and say they can be exterminated for the benefit of the Rockefeller Foundation and the Wellcome Trust, and they wrote into the law an absolute exemption from immunity or from any prosecution, total immunity from any prosecution for any crime ever, including murder. You think we have a problem in COVID? We have a problem because we decided that we would make an exemption at the exact same time we said the Nuremberg Convention actually had merit. We made an exception that said the people who serve our country can be slaughtered. That's not an America that's the land of the free and the home of the brave. That's genocidal, homicidal maniacs. That's what that is. When you actually move forward to the 1962 Kefauver-Harris Amendment, the Drug Efficacy Amendment, we actually gave drug companies a pass on killing people in clinical trials. Most of us don't even know about that amendment. When the government unilaterally decided in its own expediency to exempt people from the need for informed consent, that act went into place so that we could exempt ourselves from the murder of over 20,000 orphans who were subject to clinical trials. Isn't that cool? We murdered orphans. Sound familiar? Anybody? Does it sound familiar? It's what we're doing right now, by the way. The National Research Act of 1974. People, these are important pieces of legislation we have to get repealed. The National Research Act of 1974, after the Belmont Report, very clearly stated that it was in the national interest of public health to actually exempt organizations from having any liability for accidental deaths and accidental adverse events from clinical trials. Does that sound like something we should probably actually go back and re-examine if we had anybody on the legislative side of this particular organization or any other organization that actually cared about humanity? Shouldn't we be having this conversation? Or am I the only one that thinks we should do something? And how about the absolute waiver of informed consent in the 21st Century CARES Act signed in 2016? An absolute waiver of informed consent. This from the country that said that we were going to investigate the crimes of Nazi Germany. Who did that? The Rockefeller Foundation and the Wellcome Trust. That's who did it. And let's stop hiding behind the fact that the reason why this event is not on the main stage is because those donors who actually include donors to this organization are unwilling to have this conversation. And I might not get invited back to a place like this, but I don't care. Because the fact of the matter is, we have to have people who have the courage to call out genocidal crimes when they're happening and while they're happening. And they are happening here at the Gaylord right now. Now, somewhere I'm going to advance this slide. Oh, there you go. I do want to remind people, and I really do want to remind people, that this criminal conspiracy is actually not a theory. We have, right now, in the United States, an ongoing and active bioweapons program where we have now 68 pathogens under development and in various phases of distribution for the next pandemic. People talk about disease X. I want you to put a scientific notation next to X. It's X to the 68th power. It's not disease X, it's diseases X. We don't know how many genetic modifications have been made, but I do know that there are over 9,000 patents already filed on the genetic modification of 68 pathogens that the Department of Defense in the United States is currently having bioweapons investigations on right now. So X to the 68th power, people. Feel good about this. And remember, COVID was just one of them. In 2005, Ralph Baric, Peter Daszak, Anthony Fauci agreed that COVID was going to be the biohacking bioweapon of choice. Never forget that. That's 2005. It was their language. That's who said it, not me. And this, my friends, is the piece that I said if I ever made it to CPAC, I'd put in a CPAC audience. This is the letter that every investigation in Congress still can't find. Rand Paul still cannot find this when he's got Anthony Fauci across the table from him. This is the letter sent from Anthony Fauci's NIAID in October of 2014. This is the letter that specifically went to UNC Chapel Hill, specifically talking about the Wuhan Institute of Virology Virus 1 program. Anybody guessing where that happened? 2014, Wuhan Institute of Virology Virus program. That's the letter that said not only is the University of North Carolina authorized to continue its gain-of-function research, and by the way, they use the term gain-of-function research, but it goes one step further. The middle line that I have highlighted changed the protocol to say it was authorized to go in vivo. That means put it in living systems. That was not part of the original grant. So they didn't just do gain-of-function research, they put it into living systems in 2014, which gave rise to the 2016 publication in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science that said, and I quote, "The Wuhan Institute of Virology Virus 1 is poised for human emergence." Poised for human emergence. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are serious about ending this tyranny, we have to go back to the roots of the tree in 1904. We have to go back to the 1926 FDA Act. We need to go back to the 1960s Research Acts, the 70s Research Acts, the 21st Century CARES Act. We have to go back there and make it abundantly clear that the United States government and all civilized governments on Earth must stop gain-of-function research if they expect any compliance on anything ever again. Ever. I'm only putting this slide up for you so that you can take a picture of it, because every statement I make is backed up by the references. So I'm going to give you 5 seconds to snap a photo before you lose this shot. But remember that this started in 1913 officially. By 1924 and 1925, it was Hitler that highlighted how much he appreciated the Carnegie, Rockefeller, eugenics research that the United States government was paying for. Did you hear what I just said? In the 1920s, Hitler celebrated the U.S. eugenics office because it was giving him good ideas. Isn't it interesting? We love to throw rocks through the glass houses that we live in, But somehow or another we forget that we gave Hitler the idea. And that was Carnegie and Rockefeller. And he made reference to it. And they made reference to their collaboration with him. Where was that trial in Nuremberg? Oh, that's right, it wasn't. We wanted to hang the people who had the evidence of this crime. That's what we wanted to do. And that's exactly what we did. Nuremberg was gutted. Read this. No one shall be subject without his free consent either to medical or scientific experimentation or to physical mutilation, except in his own interest or in the case of emergency. Could you help me understand? What is your own interest when it's not your interest? Do you read that? Somebody's going to just decide what's in your interest. Isn't that great? And it's not going to be you. And that, by the way, is actually the letter that supported what became that 1964 Act. And how about this one? In the 21st Century CARES Act, when we've decided that in the interest of public health, informed consent isn't important if the government determines that it's not important. Signed into law in 2016. This is not the fox guarding the hen house. This is actually the axe-murdering fox in the hen house actually murdering the chickens. And we let the fox in the hen house to murder the chickens. This is not an allegation, this is an accusation. And until we're serious about legislative reform, we're going to have more of these. Which brings me back to this. I had the dubious distinction, and I'm 1 minute away from finishing, I know that, but I had the dubious distinction in 2001 to point out that the Bayer purchase of 300 million doses of ciprofloxacin in May of 2001, and those of you good with math will realize May came before September that year. Anybody have a problem with that? The 300 million doses of ciprofloxacin, the drug that's used to treat anthrax poisoning, because obviously we all remember that great summer of 2001 when we were all tanning hides, because that's how you catch anthrax. You remember the great buffalo hunt of 2001 when all of America went out and shot a buffalo and learned how to tan a hide that year? Remember that one? We bought 300 million doses of ciprofloxacin in May before the September anthrax attacks. We did that because we needed to pass the PrEP Act. The PrEP Act extended immunity shields for vaccine manufacturers to adult injections as long as they were called medical countermeasures. And this was important because we were killing our servicemen and women with the anthrax injections, and we called it Gulf War Syndrome. Yes, I said it, and I know I'm not supposed to because I'm at CPAC, but I don't care, I just said it. But the fact of the matter is we were killing people, and we needed to get exemption from immunity of prosecution. We needed to make sure that we actually got that to the adults, not just to the kids, and so we got that immunity passed in 2005 with the PrEP Act. And yes, that was George Bush that signed that one into law and advocated for it, so let's get really clear on who did it. And we had COVID so that we could get to the Global Health Treaty. There was no, this whole pandemic nonsense, the compulsory injections, all these other things, had nothing to do with any infectious disease. It had everything to do with the objective that is coming up this spring. If we, the people, want liberty, we have to go back and water the tree of liberty. And we need to put an axe to this tree. Thank you very much.
Sorry, that was that, right? Okay. All right. Hi, I'm Diane Cutler. It's really great to see you all here. I am newly emerged onto the public scene after spending 20 years in the federal government as sworn law enforcement and also as an investigator on the Hill. both in the Senate and the House. So I have been investigating the COVID origins. And I usually don't say that because it really sparks a lot of conversations that can go in many different ways. But it's important for you to know that I've come about this differently than anyone else. As a criminal investigator, we keep hearing cries for accountability with COVID. I can help you with some of that. Okay, so I'm gonna actually fast forward a lot of what I was gonna talk about because there are so many threads to the COVID origins investigation. I just want to get to the part to pick up on where Dr. Martin left off, and we have definitely been in the same space. Where I've got some warnings and some things that I want you all to know that are going on right now that could potentially lead to disease acts. And just to give you some cautions here. So I'm literally going to fast forward through this. Just very quickly, I have a note here, because having been in the government, I'm used to making these caveats that nothing I'm going to discuss here today is classified or sensitive. Okay, so it's all open source, so we're good with that. So I want to go through and examine. I want to talk about someone that you probably haven't heard a whole lot about. We're going to talk about someone who has access to the most powerful, direct access to the most powerful organizations in the world. These are just some of them. You see the White House, you see the National Academies, you see the Pentagon, you see Big Pharma up there. You see the big foundations, the private foundations. And then you see several that this individual has created. And he has reached into academia, into foreign governments. And it's not Anthony Fauci. This individual runs a nonprofit organization that you have heard about, EcoHealth Alliance. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how he got, I haven't given his name, but how EcoHealth got started back and then grew exponentially. Because what I was expecting to find when I started looking into the origins through following the money and following the grants, I was expecting to be able to have access to witnesses, to records. But instead, I uncovered an entire ecosystem of potential fraud, of networks that are highly, highly coordinated. And if you feel like there has been a puppet master that has been pulling the strings, this group is part of it. So let's go back to 1971. I'm not going back to 1913, but I'll go back to 1971, because that is when the World Economic Forum was formed. That's also when USAID and the University of North Carolina were both given $100 million grants to conduct population studies. That gets USAID into the global health space, which started really growing once they got into that. And also that's the year that EcoHealth was formed. So banner year. It was a different name at that time. I'm going to jump forward to the 2000s. What you haven't seen EcoHealth do is you haven't seen where they've been playing on the big stage this whole time. So they have been involved. I mean, they've been involved in the UN and UN projects the entire time. Diversitas, I've got a list here. Diversitas, Convention on biodiversity. Have you ever heard of that? If you haven't, look that up. That is like a smaller version of the UN, and everyone who has signed on to that has agreed to share their data, share their information. So we have individual grantees and governments and just all signing on to that. It's supposed to be treaty-based, but take a look at that. They've been involved with Future Earth, International EcoHealth, One Health, EcoHealth Net, Conservation Works, Coalition on Conservation Medicine. The reason I'm listing all of these is because if you don't know that EcoHealth has been branching off and operating those entities out of the UN, it gives you a different lens to look at the US grants, because all of these projects that they've been supporting and flying around the world, we've traced some of the money from the US grants that pay for the travel. And it looks as though that this organization has been perpetuating the UN agenda and not the US agenda. And they've been doing it with US money and US grants. It's a very different look when you start evaluating it that way. And then when you go to 2008, that's when Google.org created the idea of virus hunting and collecting all these dangerous pathogens. And they called it Prevent and Predict. The next year, 2009, USAID picked that up and sponsored EcoHealth to go collect these dangerous pathogens all over the world. And they had some other partners in that as well. And then we jump forward to 2014. And this is probably the part where you've seen a lot more about, where EcoHealth has, they were on the second part of the 5-year USAID award. This was specifically for China. They were working in China, and then they also got an NIH award to work in China. The grants were so similar, the NIH asked them, what, you need to describe the differences. They said, oh, don't worry, that one's ending at the end of September. They didn't let NIH know that a second 5-year term was being picked up in October, the next day. So again, they're just, let me get over here. When I fast forwarded a little too much. The important thing to know about the USAID award, too, is that it was a cooperative agreement, which means you cannot use other federal funding to supplement it. So when we're seeing this dually funded project, there are a lot of questions there. That's actually a referral that I did make to the appropriate investigative authorities, so I'm not going to talk any more about that, but I will point you to US Right to Know. That's a nonprofit organization that files FOIA requests and gets records. They put together a summary of the expenses, the travel expenses, and you'll see what I'm talking about, where basically they were going around and they were just the top 2 managers in EcoHealth spent over $100,000 in 3 years on their travel because they were traveling in luxury. They were traveling in business class the whole time. And that they were doing that on taxpayer money, with taxpayer money. So let's see here. And in, yes, okay, so here's where I'm gonna get to the warning part. This is where it gets really, really interesting. In 2016, so the EcoHealth grant was gonna expire in 2019. In 2016, they decided, we wanna keep this going. This is a good deal. We want to keep going with collecting viruses and getting somebody to pay for it. So they decided to form a private company to do that, the Global Virome Project. And they used their grant money from the US to travel around to solicit sponsorships for that. I've tracked $4 million so far that they used to do that. So they had a meeting at the Rockefeller Center and invited China CDC and Bill Gates and the usual suspects that you've seen, and they agreed to form this Global Environment Project. And then the next year after that, the World Economic Forum announced, and here's something that you might not have heard of, the Earth Biogenome Project. That's where I need you to pay attention to that one, because that is partnered with BGI, that's Beijing Genomics Institute, and there's so much. So the Earth Biogenome Project has, and if you look it up, you can see all of the partners. It is basically taking all of these, it's a moonshot where it's collecting viruses, not only viruses, but it's glomming onto different countries. There are projects where they're going around and collecting, like they're basically sampling water, plants, animals, everything. They're going to create a book of life. But the problem is where the data is being held, and it's being held in China. It's going on right now. Check your agencies, go back, check your countries and see if they're part of this, because information is power. We know that China has declared, that the Chinese communists have declared that biology is a domain of warfare. And I'm sure you've heard the cautions about don't let them have your DNA or anything. They're sequencing the earth. And what that does, if you have a crop that has, that's been genetically modified, it's being grown, and that's easier to kill because it doesn't have the diversity to withstand a bacteria that has been, has been modified. So, and then of course the dual use research with, bioethnic targeting and everything. So just beware, because if you're looking for disease X, I mean, they're gonna have the playbook. They're literally gonna have all of the information if this continues. And it's being funded by governments across the world right now. This is that ecosystem I mentioned that I've uncovered. It was surprising to me. Normally investigators will look at one grant or one group or one criminal organization, but that's really big. So then let's see. One more note here. Military-civilian fusion policy in China. You need to know about this too, because that was in 2017 when China said that they really started getting more and more aggressive towards wanting to dominate us and take over. So this is where you've got to be really cautious of your science and your emerging technologies, your research there, because China can, if it happens in China or with partners that are at the table that can take your emerging technologies, it will be used to benefit the Chinese military. That's what's happened. So yeah, as far as disease X, it gets worse because when EcoHealth was going around and collecting all those viruses and everything, and then we were shut down with the pandemic, I've traced over 600,000 specimens that they've left scattered throughout refrigerators in the world, and freezers rather, that they were planning to go back and get after the pandemic, and they've announced that that's exactly what they're doing. So, and also, it's a Bill Gates World Economic Forum group, CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, just announced that they have given a huge award to UC Davis to apply artificial intelligence to those samples that were collected. So we're getting into some danger zone there. I just want to caution you all to, do what you can to talk to representatives, go back and just guard your research. It's so important to guard your research so that we don't have a disease X. Let me just put this up. Oh, I don't see it. Okay. There are some statutes I was going to give that, based on the diversion of funds and all of that. Oh, keep going past that one. I didn't get to that story at all. There we are. I'll do the same thing that Dr. Martin did. If you want to take a picture of that, you can. But those are based on what we've seen with the conduct of the groups that I was just talking about. Those are some potential statutes. And if you could do one more. Thanks. And then these are some questions. These are some action items here that you can take back with you to consider. We really need to know where the money's going. We need to know who we're funding. And, I just can't stress it enough. I mean, we really are, to use one of the terms that you've heard before, it really is a clear and present danger. We have to guard this. It's very real. It's here. It's not in the distant future at all. So, but with that, God bless you all. And, I look forward to getting back to, the freedom that we're used to, that we want again, not having the shock of realizing that we lost all the time with loved ones, that we were wearing cloth masks, and just getting back to getting our liberties restored, the rule of law, and our Christian values. Thank you.
Good morning, y'all. Brief isn't my brand, so I'm going to try to be brief, which means I'm going to cut out the pleasantries and the jokes. I want to quote, we've already had Stalin quoted, so just to put the context of what's going on, I'm going to quote a lesser-known quote from another tyrannical dictator, and that's Mao Zedong. In 1957, he not so famously said, "Not to have correct political opinions is like not having a soul." And I think that is kind of a banner for the lives that we've been living for the last few years. And that's very unfortunate, but it's also very telling. My talk is titled, which I found out this morning, "The Target is You." What I want to talk to you about is actually the politics of compliance is the name I've given this. And it's actually derived from a strategy that Mao Zedong used. But to make the politics of compliance work, the target is actually you. And I don't just mean you with wrong political opinions who don't have souls. I mean everybody. There are generally 3 categories of people where it comes to the politics of compliance. There are the people who are complying, there are the people who are refusing, and the people who aren't sure. And all 3 are targeted by the politics of compliance roughly the same way, actually, with the same dynamic. The goal is, of course, to get the compliant to feel better than everybody else, but also frustrated with everybody else. It is to convince those who are not sure to join the program and to begin to comply, and it is to use the people who refuse to comply as the wedge around which the entire thing turns. In fact, it's to dehumanize them and motivate the other 2 groups to try to destroy them. So Mao Zedong very simply took over China with a very small number of conceptual concepts that I'm lumping together in what I'm calling a politics of compliance. He separated the population into 2 broad categories. I just mentioned 3, well, he cut it into 2. So there's an oversimplification, and those 2 categories are the people and the enemies of the people. Not to put too fine a point on it, that's what he called them. The people and the enemies of the people. And what he said is, who are the people? Well, he gives this kind of historical record in 1957 of who counted as the people when. And there's a consistent running theme through his eight or nine maybe examples of different historical periods of the Chinese story, whether it's the Japanese War, the Sino-Japanese War, the second one, whether it's the period of building socialism after he took power in 1949, whether it's during his first, second, or third five-year plan. And the examples all have the single theme that the people are the people who agree with Mao, and the enemies of the people are the people who don't agree with Mao. And it turns out to be really that simple. The people at the period of building socialism are those who support the building of socialism, and the enemies of the people are those who resist the building of socialism. He says it explicitly that clearly. And this sets up a dynamic that I think the best name for is hatecraft. And here's how it works. The goal of this split is to say that there is a correct perspective on all things, a sacred science as Robert Lifton described it. And that's called the people's perspective, at least it was in China. We could call it whatever, the critical race perspective on race. We could call it the queer perspective on sexual politics, and we can all imagine a bunch of examples under COVID. The public health perspective, I guess, would be the right name for it. We certainly aren't, I see red hats in the crowd. You're not allowed to have those. That's the deplorable side of a different perspective. But this is the general idea. There are the people who do the right thing, there are people who do the wrong thing, and the goal is to bring people into the people's perspective, which is also called agreeing with the tyranny. And what you do in order to achieve this idea is that you separate the population into two broad categories, the people and the enemies of the people, and then you say, well, what we want is unity. We want unity, but there are certain elements in the population who are preventing us from unity and moving into the future that we could be having. And it's their fault. The people want to move forward, and the enemies of the people are stopping them. The people want to open their businesses and go back about their lives, but the people who won't wear masks or take a shot or socially distance or close down their lives or whatever else in the COVID department are stopping them. We want to open the country back up, but we can't because there's anti-vaxxers. They are the problem, and that is hatecraft. That is teaching the compliant to hate the people who are holding them back. We did what we were supposed to do. We complied. We did not get our freedom back. We took risks with our lives. We did not get our freedom back, and it's their fault. That's the essence of the politics of compliance. Mao called this formula unity, criticism, unity. He said, we'll start with a desire for unity, and just parenthetically, I'll mention the best way to create a desire for unity is to create a contentious, fractious, polarized situation where there's tremendous disunity. You start with a desire for unity. He says we then criticize and struggle, referring to his torture sessions that are called struggle sessions. We criticize and struggle those elements of the population who have incorrect opinions so that we can arrive at a new unity on a new basis. That's direct quote. New unity on a new basis. He called it socialist discipline. We call it sustainable and inclusive future. It's the same thing. We also call it new world order. In other words, we can have unity, which everybody now wants, if and only if we all start to agree on how we're all going to live, which just so happen to be dictated by the tyrants. And everybody who isn't going along is holding us back. The larger the proportion of people that you can get to comply, the more powerful the hatecraft. Because they, like I said, put their lives on the line, they did things they probably didn't want to do, they sacrificed, they willingly gave away, I should say, their freedoms. Willingly gave away their freedoms, and other people didn't, and those people are selfish. Those people are bourgeois. Those people are racists as opposed to anti-racists. We could do this in every domain because this same exact dynamic is playing out in every domain. COVID, environmentalism, politics with your deplorable hat. Every single identity politics dimension you can imagine, from race to sex to gender to sexuality to ability status to fat status to national origin. Get ready for critical immigration theory this year. If you thought 2020's CRT was bad, you've got CIT coming this year, and its target is you because its actual target is national sovereignty and national citizenship, to be compared against global citizenship. People with a global perspective are seeking global unity, a system of interdependence from nation to nation. And these stupid, backwards, national-loving people who want to keep their national identities, their national citizenship, they care about being, say, American citizens rather than undocumented Americans or new Americans. Those are the words that are being used. They care more about their own citizenship and its benefits than they do about human rights. The child on the other side of the razor wire is your neighbor too, and you have to love your neighbor as yourself. And they twist every virtue and every value into a weapon of enmity and hate. That's the politics of compliance. That's how it works. And Mao Zedong was the world leader, the most expert practitioner of it up until the present day, which I think he may have been succeeded at this point because it's happening on the global scale in 10 dimensions at once. And the target is you. So, how do you deal with the politics of compliance? How do you get people to stop hating their neighbors, to stop snitching on their neighbors, to stop pressuring their neighbors? How do you get people to stop blaming their neighbors? It turns out, and I hesitate in this room to call it a vaccine, but it turns out there is something that we could liken to a vaccine in its platonic ideal form. And that is that it turns out that when you expose this dynamic, it inoculates people against falling for this dynamic. When people realize that this is a manipulative play, and it can be described, and I just did it in 6 minutes, so I know it can be done. When you can describe how this play works and give them concrete examples of how it's been applied to them in the recent past so that they can see it for themselves, they are far less likely to fall for the next one. And if they do fall for the next one, they fall for it for a much shorter duration. In other words, the vaccine here is a lack of trust in these authorities. So here's kind of the societal situation, and then I'll give you something that I think maybe you already know, but I want to clarify for you and close. The situation that we're in, my Instagram algorithm is probably powered by AI, and it badly knows me, but somehow it figured out, since I spend a lot of time on airplanes, that I might like airplanes, and it's been propagandizing me with pilot videos, which are very fascinating, and I watch all of them, feeding the algorithm further. And recently it showed me a video of a horrible situation where a commercial flight took off, and within minutes, the entire instrumentation of the cockpit went down. No altimeter, no nav computer, nothing, not even a radio. The entire instrument apparatus in the aircraft died. So normally in society, our trusted and venerable institutions are our instrument panel, if we think of this society as a plane flying through the air. And what you have to be able to do is fly the plane, get where you're going, or get somewhere, and land the plane on a runway. That's the basic principle of flight, period, if you want it to be a safe flight. When you have your instruments, they really help. When you don't have your instruments, you're in another situation. So obviously this plane turned around, found the runway, landed safely, even without a radio to contact the traffic control tower. They somehow figured out how to signal and were able to get runway clearance and land the plane. So it's possible. The point is, when I bring this up, we as a society have our instrument panel, which is our institutions, fully captured by this ideology. We just listened to a litany of things that we think we should be able to trust that we can't trust. CDC is a bad word now in our society. I see more people who think that whatever the CDC or FDA says, you should do the opposite, than I meet people who think you should believe those things now. So what do you do to land the plane? You have to use your common sense and your senses and your expertise to do what you have to do. The pilots have to visually, trusting their eyes and their ears, their very senses, figure out where the runway is, figure out how high up they are, figure out how fast they're going, and land the plane. And it can be done. So the vaccine, and I hesitate on that word, that you need is to expose the dynamic of the politics of compliance to as many people as you can so they don't fall for it. In the meantime, as many people like yourselves who are awake need to start using your senses, determining reality, follow the facts. We're hearing different phrases for this, and do everything in your power to fly without the instruments, these corrupt institutions, until that trust bottoms out and we can start to rebuild them into something or replace them with something that's worthy of our trust and our respect, which will take decades. In the meantime, this is the perfect audience I know to tell this to. We hear a lot about speaking the truth. We opened about speaking the truth. I want to tell you something just to change your perspective on this in a tiny way that means everything. It is not enough to tell the truth. I'm going to wax biblical on you. You have to love the truth. You have to love the truth with all of your heart and all of your mind and all of your soul and all of your strength. And then you must love your neighbor as yourself by telling him the truth as well. Why this is important is because if you tell the truth and the pressure of hatecraft or the politics of compliance comes to you hard enough, you will buckle. But if you love the truth, you will not. You will stand for the truth. You will seek the truth. You will defend the truth when it's under attack. You will defend other people who are standing for seeking and speaking the truth, because it's the truth that you love, and you love it more than anything. And when you love the truth, speaking the truth becomes easy. You don't have to worry. You're like David Martin. You don't care if you get kicked out of CPAC. I've never been allowed to speak at CPAC, so I don't care. Take that, Matt Schlapp. I'm just kidding. I know, Matt, it's okay. I'm just joking. So I want to just thank you for letting me come and tell you the politics of compliance. The Maoist dynamic is what they've used through COVID. It's what they will use for disease X or whatever. It is what they've used for the deplorable MAGAs. It is what they used in all of the identity politics. It's what they're using in environmentalism. It's the same play over and over and over and over again. And the target is you, to destroy you if you disagree, to bring you in under coercion if you're in doubt, and to turn you into a weapon of the state if you've already given in and complied. Learning and understanding this dynamic is crucial. Loving the truth and telling it is the truth, or is the cure. So thank you for letting me come say that to you tonight.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you today in Washington. My name is Nadine Wilson. I'm a wife, a mother, a sister, a grandmother of 10. I'm also an elected official and a fighter of freedom. Prime Minister Diefenbaker, who came from my home province of Saskatchewan in Canada, champion of freedom, a man who understood the importance of safeguarding the rights and the liberties of every Canadian citizen. His commitment to upholding the principles of democracy and human rights set him apart as a leader who truly believed in the power of freedom to share a nation's destiny. Under his leadership, Canada witnessed significant victories in the fight for freedom. Diefenbaker's government passed the Canadian Bill of Rights in 1960, a landmark piece of legislation that enshrined the fundamental rights and freedoms of all Canadians. This historic document laid the foundation for the protection of civil liberties in our country of Canada and set a standard for future generations to uphold. In Diefenbaker's words, I am Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind," unquote. It can still be found on that document. These words embodied the essence of conservative values, the belief in individual liberty, the protection of fundamental rights, and the preservation of democracy. Diefenbaker understood that true liberty and freedom is not granted by the state, but is inherent in the dignity and autonomy of each individual. However, as we all know, and as we acknowledge the freedoms won during Diefenbaker's tenure, we must also confront the realities of freedom lost. Diefenbaker himself warned, "Freedom is the right to be wrong, not the right to do wrong." Freedom is not merely a word. It is a fundamental principle that lies at the core of our existence as individuals and as a society. It is a value that has inspired revolutions, shaped nations, defined the course of history. Freedom is the cornerstone of democracy, the bedrock of progress, and the essence of human dignity. It is the right to express ourselves, to pursue our dreams, and to live our lives according to our own rights and our beliefs and our values. Today I stand before you with a heavy heart, as I'm reminded how we all witnessed the erosion of our cherished rights and freedoms during the COVID-19 pandemic. The measures put in place brought a concerning trend of government overreach and the curtailing of our fundamental liberties. I was there, I lived it. In the name of public health and safety, we saw unprecedented restrictions imposed on our daily lives, whether you were an infant or a senior in a home. Our freedom of movement was severely restricted, with lockdowns and stay-at-home orders becoming the norm. Our right to educate was compromised, with schools closing and children being deprived of in-person learning. Our right to assemble and protest was stifled, with gatherings limited and dissenting voices silenced. This was Canada, ladies and gentlemen. Canada. Well, that's exactly what they tried to do to me. In 2021, I left my political party of 14 years over their attempts to silence and oppress, opposition to their mandated restrictions. I was Deputy Speaker of the Saskatchewan Legislative Assembly. Up until then, the party had been my political home. These people were my friends, who I thought were. We had strong relationships and bonds. I went to their weddings, their funerals. We celebrated things together. And all that changed when I decided to leave my party over vaccination mandates. I saw lifelong friends and even family members turn their backs on one another. The government's policies had created an overwhelming sense of loneliness and despair, and I saw it crush families and communities. People were so desperate for guidance and leadership from their representatives, and yet they received none from their leadership. Thousands from across our province ended up reaching out to me, as their own elected officials would not communicate with them. They had closed their offices. They ignored the tsunami of phone calls and emails from their constituents. And I'll never forget the shock and bewilderment people felt, wondering how a government could do this to its people. We watched as Canadian churches were forcibly closed. We watched walls and barricades be erected around the church after it was seized by the state. We watched as protesters were in the street. We watched as pastors were jailed for following their faith and convictions. We saw religious freedoms in Canada evaporate in an instant. And this was all done under the emergency powers and evacuation orders. These were executive orders. It allowed for the concentration into the hands of a few, including unelected officials. The very essence of democracy was thrown away as decisions were made behind closed doors with little or no transparency. Moreover, the enforcement of these measures were often heavy-handed and arbitrary, leading to instances of police brutality. Pardon me, I get emotional about it. They targeted marginalized communities, the unvaccinated, and the protesters who attended or trying to stand for freedom. We saw this play out for the world to see during the Canadian trucker convoy. The convoy represented a powerful display of unity, resilience, and fundamental right to peaceful protest. It was a symbol of the people's voice, a voice that demanded to be heard, a voice that called for accountability, transparency, and justice. The men and women who took to the streets in their trucks were not merely drivers, they were hard-working Canadians who were standing up for their beliefs, standing up for their values. They expressed their concerns about issues that affected them and their families, including vaccine mandates, government overreach, and restrictions that impacted their livelihoods. Many of them went bankrupt, lost their businesses. We must recognize and respect the courage and conviction of all these individuals who exercised their democratic right to peacefully protest, which inspired the world to do the same. As the world watched this peaceful protest, the Canadian government enlisted the Emergency Act to crush these very freedoms that they were elected to uphold. Day by day, there was name-calling and threats continued to mount from Justin Trudeau and his government. We all watched in disbelief as organizers were hunted down and arrested in the streets, and innocent citizens had their personal bank accounts frozen, all for exercising their rights. I'm talking about Canada. The impact of loss in rights during the crisis extended far beyond immediate consequences. It set a dangerous precedent for the future, where emergency measures could be used to justify further encroachments on all our liberties. We must not allow temporary measures to become permanent fixtures of our society, eroding the very foundations of our freedom. The restrictions on freedom of movement, assembly, and expression have had profound social and economic implications that are still affecting all of us today. The lack of transparency and accountability in decision-making processes has only served to deepen that divide between the government and the governed, the people. The erosion of trust in our institutions threatens to undermine the very essence of our democracy, leaving us vulnerable to more abuses of power and violations of all our rights. We must not forget the principles upon which our society is built: freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. We must demand the respect of our rights and freedoms, even in times of crisis. We must fiercely defend these rights against any encroachment, no matter the circumstances. It's essential we do not allow the erosion of our rights and freedoms to become the new norm. Freedom is not given. The right for freedom is not easy. There's many obstacles and challenges along the way. It's earned through struggle, sacrifice, and unwavering determination. Brave men and women have fought for freedom, freedom from tyranny, freedom from injustice, freedom from ignorance. They have faced adversity, persecution, but their courage and resilience have inspired generations to stand up for what they believe in. In the face of adversity, we must stand united in our defense of rights and freedoms. We must amplify our voices, hold our leaders accountable, and demand the restore of democratic values. Let us not to succumb to fear or complacency, but instead let us rise to the occasion and reclaim our liberties with courage and conviction. As we look to the future, let us remember the words of Eleanor Roosevelt. Freedom makes a huge requirement of every human being. With freedom comes responsibility. With the privilege of freedom comes the obligation to use it wisely, to protect it fiercely, and to ensure that it is accessible to all, regardless of background or choice of vaccine. Thank you, and may we always strive to uphold the sacred principles of freedom with unwavering dedication and unwavering resolve. Thank you.
I thank God for this opportunity to be here. Since I speak 4 different languages, I will read my statement just in case I forget and I go into Spanish and you wouldn't understand what I'm saying, or some of you wouldn't. My father passed away peacefully on March 14th, 2020 in Mexico, surrounded by his family at the age of 89. 3 days later, I was flying home to Toronto on one of the last flights into Canada, into a nation that would be turned on its head. 15 days to flatten the curve. We all remember those infamous words. As a church community, we were willing and quick to cooperate with this mandate, despite some misgivings about the lack of consultation from any authorities when decisions and orders that affected us came fast and furious. We discussed how to best assist the health officials, especially in our small town of Elmer, Ontario, in dealing with the massive number of deaths that were apparently imminent. We suspended all church services and church activities as we were directed to do, refrained from visiting each other and reducing exposure in person wherever we could. We had solid support from the congregants to do our best to stop the spread. Everyone was on board to make themselves available to assist wherever possible during this sudden disease that had descended upon us. 15 days passed, and we were very relieved that the plague had spared our town. To God be the glory. We were anxiously waiting for the news to come out that we had been spared the worst and there would be a path back to normal. As we were awaiting the breaking news, we were surprised by the flippant response of the authorities. Instead of a report of good news, they ignored the reality and promises of the past 2 weeks and instead came up with the grim requirement that they needed more time to flatten the curve, this time with no end in sight. This seemed quite puzzling to us. How is it that the grocery store parking lot next to our church is crowded as usual, the liquor store parking lot is buzzing, abortion clinics are open, but the church parking lot must be vacant by order of the health unit? Finally, they told us flat out, church is not essential, you see. This struck a nerve and quickly brought scripture to mind. Not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together. In other words, the church must gather. How could this be? 2 weeks to flatten the curve? Yes, we can do that. We can do 2 weeks without physically praying together, singing together, without corporate worship. Even counseling can wait a bit, or can be done over the phone for 2 weeks, and visiting the elderly and the hurting can be postponed by a bit, as they too understand the gravity of this situation. Deeming church not essential while keeping the liquor, marijuana, and coffee shops open was a step too far. Our close-knit, biblically grounded community could not accept that lie. Then when there is trouble and upheaval in the world, a faithful church community has always played an important role, regardless of the risks, to love our neighbor as ourselves, namely, comforting the afflicted, speaking hope to the fearful, offering prayer for the hurting, and a shoulder to lean on for the mourning. We proved the fear narrative surrounding COVID to be a lie in the middle of 2020 when we introduced the drive-in services. These services were held in our parking lot. People did not exit their cars and tuned into the outdoor stage via FM radio, and the police tried to shut it down after receiving a few Facebook complaints. The police pulled up, interrupted the services, which is against the law in Canada, walking around and scanning the license plates of each car, preparing to ticket the people for sitting in the car with their windows rolled up, their Bibles on their lap. By God's grace, we never had one single case of COVID traced back to our community during the entire pandemic. The Lord knows they tried their best to implicate us, branded us plague rats, and lined the road in front of our church every Sunday with some of the most hateful protesters any of us have ever seen. In fact, we didn't have a single funeral between 2019 and 2023. We're not ashamed that our county had the lowest vaccination rate. We literally saved lives. Scriptures of our treasured book called the Bible flashed before us. We must obey God rather than man. We will not bow down to this image. Our God whom we serve is able. I'm not mad, I'm just passionate. Our refusal to bow to the lies dealt by our governments and media culminated in months of weekly tickets from the police, surveillance of my family and church services by a domestic terrorism unit, the Superior Court ordering a seizure of our church property and locking the doors by force for months on end, and me personally facing over $50 million in fines and 15 years in prison for simply keeping our church doors open to those who wanted to be there. This period of turmoil showcased a tremendous failure in public policy in the U.S. and Canada. Laws and mandates were rammed through parliaments and legislatures with little consideration for cherished constitutional principles and civil liberties. Politicians, doctors, and nurses who spoke out were canceled, shamed, and made out to be villains by the press and online mobs. Thank you for each one of you that stood up. I thank God for you. It is our duty to speak up and speak out boldly, to remind our lawmakers and governments to never repeat these mistakes again. Public policy must reflect truth and respect fundamental freedoms given to us by our Creator. If you have influence in your community or serve in any elected office, whether municipal, state, province, or federal in the U.S. and Canada, I implore you to take active steps now to prevent this from ever happening again. We need massive reforms to remove the power of public health units, medical officers of health, and the alphabet soup of agencies in government to unilaterally infringe on the freedoms of citizens to make their own choices when it comes to their bodies, their families, and their faith. I am reminded of the words of my dear friend and brother, Stephen Hargrave, in his book, Hustling Backward. Civil governments have often withheld rights from their citizens, which nature and humanity demand. Civil governments have often extended rights to their citizens, which nature and humanity do not. Civil governments grant rights which transgress humanity while removing human rights in the name of civility. I end with the words spoken by German reformer Martin Luther in 1521. Here I stand, I can do no other, so help me God. Thank you.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see everybody here. My name is Warrant Officer Eddie Cornell, retired. And I really thank you for the opportunity that you gave me to speak here today. I was one of the two plaintiffs that had a successful federal lawsuit win against the Canadian government for the, It was spectacular, and actually the attorney that kicked the door in for us here today, Blair Ector, he's right over here. He did a great job. Just kind of reflect a bit backwards. The peaceful convoy in 2022, it was witnessed around the world. We all saw that, and it's still carrying on today. People from all walks of life stood on bridges, along roadsides, waving flags in support of the truckers coming to Ottawa. And it was the first glimpse of hope that we actually had in our country, hope that we'd get our lives back. And here we are 2 years later, and although things have improved, we still have a long way to go. So they made their voices heard. We all saw what happened in Ottawa. And the aim of the protest really was to remove the requirement for vaccine mandates and lockdowns. And it ended with brutal force. Brutal. During the time, you've probably seen it on TV, Justin Trudeau called everyday Canadians making their way to Ottawa the small fringe minority, much like what Hillary did here when she called them deplorables here in the United States. I served my country for 22 years as a gunner in the Canadian Army, and I defend democracy with my life. I'm not wearing my uniform anymore, but I'm still defending my country along with everyone else that's standing up, and I'll never quit, never. Because when I saw the people making their way to Ottawa, I thought, I need to be a part of this. So I didn't know what was going to happen. I jumped in my car and off I went to Ottawa, not knowing what to expect, but I knew I had to be there to support the truckers in any way that I could. And it was very unique. I was spotted in the crowd. I was put up on the stage. I'd never spoken to anybody in that regard before. And luckily for me, they thought maybe I had some talent, and they pulled me into the inner circle, working behind the scenes to help them logistically to get things organized and to support their effort. And, I brought some things to the table. I worked logistically in the military. We have to make things happen in certain ways and certain times and get things done in, a very organized fashion. So it was quite the task, assisting them. We knew what they wanted to do, and we did everything we could to support that. Now, at the start of the protest, this is the best part, Trudeau was taken away to a secret location, our prime minister. And it was allegedly for his own protection. So these people were parents, grandparents, children, armed with barbecues, snow shovels, and bouncy castles. So he managed to catch COVID simultaneously. I don't know, I'm not a doctor, but Canadians refer to him as the coward of the cottage, and he disappeared. As a matter of interest, Trudeau and his government, they fund all the legacy media in Canada. Every reporter gets an annual salary directly from the government of $27,000. It's kind of an interesting fact. So I would think the message that you're going to get is the message that they want you to hear. We call it the Ministry of Truth on the street. I'm sure you know where that came from. So Trudeau's bought and paid for propagandists were incessantly calling the occupation an insurrection, a Russian psyop, all kinds of other false charges, misogynists, terrorists, and any other form of hate speech that they could think of. And after the 3 weeks of protesting, inspiring people all over the world, it all ended when Trudeau and his Liberals invoked the Emergency Act. They sent in police with an overwhelming show of force that trampled people with horses, gassing and beating. And during that time, veterans like myself stood between the people and the police as a shield. We had our medals on, just like I'm wearing today, minus 25 in February, and they thought it would be a great idea not only to beat the citizens, but beat veterans, take them away in vans to a processing center outside of town and drop them off like garbage in the middle of nowhere. And after the convoy, just to elaborate a little bit, we wondered, what could we do? Well, we founded an organization called Veterans for Freedom, and the national president is Andrew McGilfrey. He's here today, and it's a veterans group that's about 3,500 right across the country. So we thank Trudeau for inspiring us to do that. Now, in addition to what happened in Ottawa, and we all know the story, they used martial law, which is the Emergency Act, and they froze the bank accounts of approximately 280 Canadians, and I was one of them. It brings me to why I'm here today. In January, a federal judge, as you know, deemed the Emergency Act by the Prime Minister unreasonable, unconstitutional, and ultra vires, which is to say that the Prime Minister was acting beyond his legal authority. Just to give you an example of leadership, during the presidency of Donald Trump here in the United States, he showed tremendous leadership by inviting non-commissioned officers, I'm a non-commissioned officer, former, into the White House for discussions. And he was looking for an assessment of what was actually going down on the ground. And why not get it from the people that were most qualified, who were there to give them an accurate assessment? I mean, he had lots of situation reports from generals and so on, but he felt that he would probably get a more realistic picture by talking to people who were actually on the ground. Much like a factory where a plant manager, if he's being, asked to say how our plant is doing and the president of the corporation comes, he's going to obviously say everything's great. Go to the shop floor and they'll tell you the truth. It's kind of the same principle. When everybody showed up in Ottawa, all they wanted was a conversation with the government. It didn't happen. So you can see by that last thing that I mentioned about Trump, it showed great leadership. Trudeau, on the other hand, didn't engage or strike a conversation. He ran away. Didn't send a representative. Didn't engage in any way. Why am I here today? Well, I'm here because of an historical accident. And with that win in federal court, we've decided to go further. We're going to hold that government accountable for freezing all of our bank accounts. And we've launched that lawsuit. And there's a laundry list from the Prime Minister all the way down, including some yet to be named. So, in Canada, crime is increasing exponentially due to a catch and release policy. Canada's medical system is failing. We have more than 17,000 people that have died between 22 and 23 while on waiting lists for medical treatments. Access to emergency rooms is limited due to lack of staff, and a lot of emergency rooms are closed on weekends. For example, the province of British Columbia is restricting the sale of flavored nicotine packages because their concerns are for children. It might be harmful, but they're also in favor of distributing fentanyl to drug-addicted children, regardless of their age. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service, CSIS, has openly reported that China has infiltrated at least 2 federal elections in our country, as well as other provincial and municipal elections. Canada is heavily influenced by China. But another more important factor is that now our federal government has now implemented a policy in all Canadian Forces Base and all federal buildings that tampons will be available in all men's washrooms. That's true. The Canadian Forces, which I was a part of, their attrition rate is 19%, 3 times the standard rate of the normal attrition. So we're suffering from a managed decline. A private member's bill in Canada is now being considered. It'll make it a jailable offense to speak positively about fossil fuels. So if I say oil burns cleaner than gas or vice versa, I could go to jail for 10 years. Canada is rapidly imposing some of the most draconian laws that you could ever imagine. We have a suicide program called MAID. Has anybody heard of it? I think you have. It's medical assistance in dying. Okay. And that's a euthanasia program that we're implementing in Canada for basically anything that you want, right down to including children who are depressed. Europe started that way as well. The Hadamar was a hospital that killed over 17,000 prior to putting their sights on Jews. And they did PTSD soldiers, which were shell-shocked in those days, children with injuries, old folks, the list was long. So hopefully Canada isn't going down that road, but it seems to be. And in Canada, 96 churches were burned. No one's been charged. And Trudeau came out in the media and said that it's wrong, but it's understandable. That was his response. So I guess it brings me to my final point. Canada basically has become a compromised nation. We're on the northern border of here in the U.S. And what I'm asking the U.S. to do is look north. I know you have your problems on the southern border. You have a bigger problem on your northern border. Our migrant situation per capita is higher than here in the States. And if we don't get help from the United States soon, you're looking at Venezuela on your northern border. And that's a pretty scary thing for the United States. We will be your biggest security risk. So I thank you for letting me appear before you today, and I appreciate everybody here that stood up and is lending their voice to get back to where we need to be and never give up. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hello, all. Thank you so much for coming on behalf of the organizers and the whole ICS initiative, which continues to grow. And thank you for your courage and commitment in all that you've done by just being here. It's clear that you're one of those that are committed to freedom and personal autonomy and sovereignty. I'd like to tell you about the thing that bothers me the most right now. And the truth is, it's not medical freedom. It's not even the problem of the lies that we've been told about the COVID crisis or the gross mismanagement of the COVID crisis. It's the willingness of governments to deploy modern cognitive and psychological warfare tools and technologies against their own citizenry, in combination in particular with the power of modern big tech. We're all perplexed by what has happened over the last 4 years. And I think we've all had this gradual series of small awakenings. We have the privilege, as a friend of mine put it to me the other day, of being able right now to go down these various rabbit holes, these various journeys in fact discovery, and discuss them among ourselves, and we all find these little tiny factoids of truth in a sea of lies, and we carefully gather those little bits of truth and share them with each other and talk about their deep inner meaning and the implications. And we don't think that in 5 years we may not even be able to do that. We may look back and say, good heavens, we were so free back then in 2024. Just like we look back from today at 2020 and say, oh, we were so naive. I know I feel that way. I'm now to the point where I look back at my whole life and all the things that I believed. I love America. I love the land, I love the people, I love the diversity of cultures, I love the commitment to freedom and personal success and the ability of individuals to pursue life, liberty, and happiness and property. But I have had this growing concern in the back of my mind, particularly over the last 6 to 9 months, that maybe we're not the good guys. Maybe some of the things that the government has been doing has been what has led us to this point. Maybe what we're seeing is the maturation of a series of decisions and activities and policies and practices and infrastructure that have been built over my entire lifespan. As I look back and read about Operation Mockingbird, the birth of the CIA, information warfare, psychological warfare, what I see is that even since the Second World War, really since the founding of the CIA from OSS, there's been a long-standing policy of the United States government acting in ways, particularly offshore, that support their own interests and the interests of large financial organizations, but don't really respect the kinds of values that I believed we were all about here in the United States. Freedom, sovereignty, personal autonomy, the rights of the individual to succeed in society, a resistance to the logic of Marxism and socialism and communism. These things I thought were fundamental American principles: a commitment to self-governance, a belief in the social contract that the citizens of a nation state, the citizens of the United States, the citizens of Canada, the citizens of Europe, of Romania, grant through an election process rights to government in exchange for the government committing to respecting the autonomy, sovereignty, and will of the people. This has been referred to as the social contract. And now what I've come to learn over the last 4 years, and it seems to be accelerating, this awareness, is that there's a suite of technologies and capabilities that have been developed over decades that are able to influence everything that we think and feel and hear and believe. And that these technologies have been developed and deployed specifically to advance American interests through State Department and intelligence and DoD offshore. They have been outwardly facing. And the same is true in all the Five Eyes nations, including Canada, UK, Australia, United States, New Zealand. This alliance has taken the position that it's acceptable to deploy this kind of propaganda and dirty tricks to do things that we thought were necessary in a very difficult world, a very challenging world. Let me give you an example. Right after World War II, Italy faced an election. And the election was on the edge. Looked like it might well go towards a political party that would bring Italy into the sphere of influence of the USSR, the Soviet Union. And the United States State Department and intelligence communities thought it was justified to intervene using any dirty tricks they could to influence that election to favor a pro-Western outcome. They formed an alliance with the mafia, and they succeeded. Now, was that a good thing or a bad thing? Was it ethical? Probably not. Was it a good outcome that Italy ended up in a Western sphere in the European Union instead of in a Soviet sphere? We can argue that in reverse, but I think many people would say, yeah, that was a relatively good outcome. Could have been worse. So there's one example that has been used subsequently to justify the increasing development of a dirty tricks capability involving psychological manipulation, information manipulation, media manipulation, cognitive manipulation. And like many things in government, that has turned into a slippery slope. Well, it's okay there, maybe it should be okay here. Maybe we need to influence this government, we need to overturn that government. The capability gradually built and built, but the consensus in the United States from both parties, hence we refer to the Unity Party, was that so long as this remained an outwardly directed tool of foreign affairs and foreign influence, advancing the overall, imperial interests of the United States and the corporations that were associated with that, that was acceptable, so long as they didn't turn it back towards the American citizenry. That was the agreement from both Democrats and Republicans. A general consensus on foreign policy and the willingness of state, DOD, intelligence to cooperate, to influence global affairs, and particularly to influence Europe. We treated Europe almost as our garden, our protectorate. We chose to act to ensure that European parties were aligned with American political and economic interests. And then the internet developed. And as the internet developed and became a mature system, truly free, there became an awareness that modern psychology, the learning of modern psychology, the teaching, could be integrated with the tools of the internet to profoundly influence the outcome of elections. I think it's in 2015, there was a key paper, peer-reviewed, published, that demonstrated that Google, by just manipulating the information that a viewer sees on an individual basis in a transitory way, could swing an election by 20 points. Peer-reviewed, highly, carefully validated information, and that data has gotten even stronger since then. Robert Epstein is one of the leaders in this initiative. So Google, by cooperating with a nation state or American nation state and acting in foreign affairs, can swing elections by up to 20 points. That's a fact. And the way they do it is by controlling what you hear, what you think, what you feel, what you are allowed to discuss. And what's not to like? Suddenly the United States had an incredible tool that could be deployed to influence things like, let's say, elections in the Middle East. And we could engineer tools, social media tools like Twitter. As I've written before, Twitter was engineered as a weapon, not as a business. It is an intentional social media psychological manipulation weapon is how it was built. And I don't have enough time to go into the details. It maps everything about you. And this is part of this amazing database infrastructure that's been created to intend to basically know everything about every single person on the globe and manipulate that to whatever end. And the United States government deployed Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and the other tools during Arab Spring and had enormous success in overturning regimes throughout the Middle East. It was incredibly powerful, like nothing they had ever seen. This was grease lightning. And then two things happened. Talk about blowback. Brexit and Donald Trump. And suddenly, the intelligence, censorship industrial complex, State Department, DOD network, and in the United States, this has now been placed in the Department of Homeland Security, realized they had a risk. The tech and capabilities they'd built that they had deployed offshore were suddenly creating risk. The risk was that Europe would fragment. And if Europe fragmented, NATO would fall. We were facing Grexit, Frexit, etc. It was looking like much of Europe would fall because of the ability of social media to distribute populist messages and disrupt elections. And they had to do something. They had to do something domestically. They had to do something in Canada. They had to do something in the UK. And suddenly we had the formation of organizations like the Trusted News Initiative that were designed to resist the ability of populist and alternative media to create this kind of sudden abrupt change. And that, as that developed, there was a decision that this could be kind of a consensus among particularly these core allies, that it was going to be acceptable, necessary to preserve democracy, much like the decision that it was believed necessary to intervene in the Italian elections right after World War II, for the good of all of us. There was a decision that it was going to be necessary to save democracy, democracy defined as basically the idea that large established interests should be the ones able to define who the acceptable candidates are, and then the rest of us could vote among that portfolio. That was the concept. That's the concept that's being promoted now when they talk about saving democracy. And so in order to save democracy, we had to deploy this enormously powerful technology that was designed for largely offshore combat and advancing the interests of the United States government and its allies globally. It was going to be necessary to deploy that technology against the citizenry. And I argue, and I think this is probably one of the most important things that's come out of me thinking about all this and trying to make sense out of censorship and listening to so many experts that have taught me about psychological manipulation, neurolinguistic programming, and everything else, is that when a government is willing to deploy this technology with its power against its own citizenry, then the concept of sovereignty and personal autonomy becomes completely obsolete. You think you're able to resist this, but the data show that actually it's often the most educated that are the most susceptible. We are all susceptible to the power of the modern psychological warfare and cognitive warfare technologies. Cognitive warfare being those suites of capabilities that are designed to get into your subconscious. And there has been a decision, a consensus, that this is acceptable in order to avoid the effects of these populist movements. That's where we're at right now. And as this was initially justified based on the thesis of Russian bot farms and the threat of Russian election interference, which is why the TNI, the Trusted News Initiative, was set up, and so many of these other entities were built, it was decided that that capability designed to resist Russian intrusion was now going to be necessary to be deployed domestically, and in particular, there arose a specific example that was going to be necessary to use this technology. The rise of the anti-vaxxer movement, the unwillingness of persons, increasing uneasiness of individuals and parents to accept vaccines for their children. Shortly after this decision was made, this Trusted News Initiative pivoted and was reformulated to address anti-vaxxery. And then suddenly we had this event in late 2019 of the entrance of an engineered coronavirus into the human population in Wuhan and its rapid spread. And it was deemed necessary to employ this technology, this psychological and cognitive warfare technology, on the general population because of the threat of SARS-CoV-2, a virus which was, by modeling, we now know it, highly flawed modeling, going to lead to a 3.4% case fatality rate or infection fatality rate. That's what we were told. Happens to be exactly the same number that they had, quote, modeled during Event 201 in the fall of 2019. So we were told, and governments were told, and propagandized all over the world, particularly in the West, that this highly lethal virus was going to pose such an enormous threat that it was acceptable, just like it was believed acceptable to interfere in the Italian elections after World War II. It was acceptable and necessary to deploy this kind of technology in order to advance the public good, to ensure that we would have full compliance for the measures that the government prescribed for all of us under the advice of the World Health Organization. Mr. Tedros now insists that he'd never told anybody they had to lock down or social distance or accept vaccines. This is all the governments that did this. But that was the justification. And now we've seen the explosive growth and maturation of a whole industry, this censorship industrial complex. And what we have now is functionally akin to a series of mercenary armies or mercenary organizations. And they compete with each other. They almost all have academic links at places like Harvard, MIT, and Stanford. And these organizations are actively competing with each other to censor and propagandize all of us and to deploy the most advanced psychological manipulation tools that they can come up with, all for the common good, all to preserve democracy, all to ensure that we have full compliance with vaccines. Now, I'm going to close with another insight, I think, that might be helpful to you. Here's a key question. Why is censorship wrong? We can say it's morally wrong. Well, that's kind of squishy. In a functional way, if we were to go up to Javier Milei right now and say, why shouldn't we do censorship? What is the argument against it? Because there's all kinds of arguments that are being made for it by the administrative state and various powers that be in the World Economic Forum and the UN. They all like it. They want to be able to control the message. Think about what that means. Think of it from the standpoint of innovation. What it means is that those powers and forces, governments, economic units, large investment funds, et cetera, that are able to control the narrative, the great narrative, as Klaus Schwab puts it, what they can do is to lock in consensus around the current solution set, the current state of affairs. The reason to deploy censorship and psychological technology on the population is to maintain the status quo, which is favorable to some group, some elite group, the oligarchs, we could call them. They want to maintain the current status, and they want to do it through imposition of this kind of technology. What that does is it creates a situation, particularly in times of change, such as we're in right now, where the difference between the current situation and an optimal solution gets larger and larger and larger. Does that make sense? You're locking in one set of solutions. You're not allowing the culture, the environment, the economies, the governments to adapt to change. You're forcing them to stay in this current situation. And the populace observes that their situation relative to what could be becomes worse and worse and worse. There's a larger and larger gap between an optimal solution and the current solution. And eventually that gap gets so big that it can only be resolved in one way. And we know what that way is. We call it revolution, major social disruption. Now, if you allow free speech and interaction and exchange of ideas in a decentralized environment, what you have is incremental improvements. You never get to that point where the population is so frustrated because they've been locked into a bad set of solutions. You don't have those major disruptions. You have gradual, incremental, evolutionary change in a society towards a better and better set of solutions or whatever the problem sets are. But by allowing propaganda and psyops, what we're doing is we're locking the Western, certainly the Western population, and increasingly the global population, into a suboptimal set of solutions. Now, one of the other things that happens when you have one of those major disruptions is the population at that point is looking, think of the French Revolution, think of any revolution. Population in general, the average person sees this as a mess, it's not serving my interests, I'm being pushed, just like the Argentines did, into a worse and worse economic situation. I'm gonna revolt. We're gonna have some major change. And what do? They will take some solution off the shelf, Marxism, that's never really been tested, never worked when it has been tested, but it's sold to them as a solution set, and they'll go ahead and grab that. And so not only do we have these sudden disruption events that we call revolutions, and the failure to incrementally allow for evolution in society and economics, but we have the willingness of a population to accept and assimilate some solution that's pushed to them, something that's marketed to them that's never been tested before. And that's how we end up with these kinds of messy situations. So I wanted to I don't have time to go into all the nitty-gritties and the wiring diagrams and the relationship between CISA and the State Department and all that. We can see that, and I recommend to you the recent Mike Benz interview with Tucker Carlson as a real eye-opener for the whole arc of history about how this is developed. But in these brief remarks, I wanted to kind of make the point that if we allow this to happen, we immediately lose sovereignty, autonomy, any concept of election integrity goes right out the window. Remember, peer-reviewed, validated, 20 points, all Google has to do is twizzle some knobs. And they can basically choose whoever's gonna win and whatever party's gonna win and what the policies are gonna be in pretty much any nation state in the world right now. But furthermore, if we allow this censorship propaganda industrial complex to continue to grow and develop, we're going to be in a situation in which we lock the world into a set of suboptimal solutions and prevent it from evolving to give rise to a better world for all of us. And with that, I'm going to conclude, and thank you for your interest. And again, thank you for being here.
Rob, where's the, someone steal it?
I can advance your slides.
Okay. My name's, yes. I will be having Rob move my slides ahead. Thank you, Rob. My name is Jason Christoff. My presentation today will be weaponized psychology and propaganda during the COVID operation. Please move ahead, Rob. The first psychological weapon used against the public during COVID was confusion. Next slide. Confusing a targeted audience is one of the necessary ingredients for effective mind control. This from Dr. Yus Merleau. He was a behavioral modification expert. Confusion sets the subconscious into believing it lacks clarity, believing itself unable to make logical decisions. Therefore, our neurological system finds it safer to outsource personal authority and decision-making to external third parties when confused. Next slide. As you can see in this diagram, destructive interference. Opposing beliefs cancel each other out energetically, causing a flat line and a cessation of thought. That means if you're in the ruling group and you can confuse the group you're ruling, you can stop them from thinking, and then you will be able to manhandle them psychologically at will. Next slide. This is confusion examples launched at the public during COVID. Gyms were closed during a declared health emergencies. Yet, liquor stores, fast food restaurants, weed shops in Canada, and junk food corner stores were open for business. You weren't permitted to bring your own grocery bags from home to the grocery store, yet you were permitted to wear your clothes to the grocery store, which also came from home. Next slide. You had to enter a restaurant standing, wearing a mask, yet when you sat down, you could take the same mask off and then the mask back on when using the toilet. Doug Ford's medical advisor, Dr. Yaffe in Ontario, Canada, declared that testing teachers daily for COVID wasn't being done because the test is unreliable 50% or more of the time, yet the same testing was deemed mandatory and essential by the same government for many other sectors. Were you confused? Of course you were, because that was the design intent. Dr. Fauci proudly declaring at the beginning of the pandemic no masks were necessary, then one mask, then two, then none if you complied, then all back on regardless of your vaccine status, then magically masks did not matter. Big box stores all open, local businesses closed, vaccines were declared safe and effective, but vaccine makers insisted that they hold no legal liability for death or injury from those safe and effective vaccines. News anchors parroted key phrases like trust the science, yet the science to be trusted was never displayed, and anyone asking to verify the science was attacked and told they were anti-science. Pfizer even petitioned the U.S. government to hide their vaccine safety data for 75 years. Nothing says safe and effective more than hiding your own safety data for more than 7 decades. If someone died or was injured within 14 days of taking any COVID injection, that death or injury was listed as occurring in the unvaccinated. All that while VAERS data indicated that the vast majority of deaths and permanent injuries occurred within 72 hours of the COVID injection, and that would be deaths and injuries in the unvaccinated. Some strip joints were providing free lap dances if patrons submitted to the COVID jab, while churches were forced to close. Curfews and group restrictions were frequent because, of course, the virus can now count, attacking you in a group of 11, but not in a group of 9. It also wears a watch, attacking at 10:01 p.m. in the curfew zone, but not at 9:59. Elected officials deferred to non-elected experts, bypassing the very foundations of our democracy. Were you confused? Of course you were. That was the designed intent. We regressed into taxation without representation. Experts were unwilling to discuss and debate what they claim expertise in. Many doctors, judges, police, military, lawyers, pharmacists violated their patient-citizen protection oaths because of large payouts to do so. Multi-gender programming erupted, plus men started to dominate female sports and female safe areas. When you're going to weaponize confusion against the public, you pile it high and wide. Vows made to protect grandma were widespread, as grandma was being mistreated, disrespected, abused, and even medically euthanized. Measures said to, go ahead, Rob. Measures said to protect lives obviously destroyed lives, communities, and our collective humanity. Local businesses in Ontario, Canada were eventually made bankrupt and closed via the, wait for it, Reopening Ontario Act, a very clever use of Orwellian doublespeak, an aerosolized viral pathogen that could take people down at will like a well-perched assassin, could only be tested for by driving a swab deep into the nasal cavity. If the extremely dangerous pathogen floats in the air, why can't we breathe on the swab? Well, that's because confusing a targeted audience is one of the necessary ingredients for effective mind control. Psychological weapon number 2, hurled at the public during the COVID operation, was group pressure. If we understand the mechanism and motives of the group mind, is it not possible to control and regiment the masses according to our will without them knowing it? This is from Edward Bernays, otherwise known as the father of propaganda. Human pressure to fit into the herd is genetic. a safety mechanism which operates outside our control, much like how a cut heals itself. We're designed to seek safety in the bigger group. We're designed to feel afraid and vulnerable when we believe we're in the smaller group. We seek safety first, not happiness, nor logic, nor rational analysis of our problems. This is Justin Trudeau's famous small fringe minority speech. If we look at it together, we can look for the weaponized group pressure psychology hurled at the public. Let's read it together. It's important to underline that close to 90% of truckers in this country are vaccinated, like close to 90% of Canadians. Canadians have stepped up to protect each other, our frontline workers, to protect our elders, to protect our youth. And the overwhelming majority, close to 90%, have done exactly that, got vaccinated. The small, fringe minority who are holding unacceptable views do not represent the views of Canadians who know that following the signs and stepping up to protect each other is the best way to ensure our freedoms, our rights, and our values. This is a clear indication of where the safe majority can be found and a clear indication of where the unsafe minority can be found. The human nervous system takes it from there. And as you can see, there's also confusion as this man laments to be protecting our freedoms, our rights, and our values as he destroys our freedoms, our rights, and our values. Other weaponized psychology used against the public during the COVID operation: fear, guilt, shame, disempowering repetitive content, psychological priming, flooding the zone with utter liarrhea, abuses of power, demoralization, destabilization, paycheck mind control, bullying, psychic terrorism, isolation, and poisoning, just to name a few. Let's end today with 3 quotes. If we know how the magician executes his tricks, the magic show fails to impress. This is why it's very important each and every one of you learn about psychological manipulation so we can sidestep the next psyop that comes our way. You can't farm lions, only lambs, and all this psychological manipulation is designed to make the once powerful human lion a very easily ruled and easily farmed human lamb. Evil spares no one and uses everyone. This is a message to the people under paycheck mind control who are selling our souls to the highest bidder. When you become surplus to requirement, you will be wiped off the chessboard as quick as you were put on it. Mark my words. Ending remarks. It is time we all lead with morality and ethics once again. It's time each person dedicate on a personal level to the founding principles of our great nations. I have a dream to see justice, morality, and ethics fly high over all our lands once again. It is time to level up, adult up, power up, and lion up. The great lion in all of us sleeps no more. I believe in each and every one of you. It's time we all bring the light back. We will make the world great again by making ourselves great again. Be brave, lead, take action, fear nothing, and let your lion be heard. Pay very close attention today to the work of Dr. Meryl Nass. This fight is for all the marbles. Lion up and remember your roar. My name is Jason Christoff. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Rodney Palmer. I was a journalist in Canada and abroad for about 20 years. I was a foreign correspondent for Canadian television. I held 3 bureaus in the Middle East and in China and in India. And about 20 years ago, I retired from that, and I went to, I started a health business where I started going to medical lectures. So for 20 years, I did that. And when COVID started, I started noticing that the doctors didn't sound like doctors on the radio. They sounded like they'd had corporate media training, and I began to get tuned into what's going on. I've been asked to speak about censorship here today, and I believe that censorship is an unrecognized super weapon, more powerful perhaps than any other weapon, because censorship allows the weapons to be used. I've put up a graph here that shows the types of censorship we have, your gagging and also the bullying that goes on. Can you put the next slide up, please? The censorship industrial complex, which was referred to by Dr. Malone, was first coined by the great American journalist Michael Schellenberger, and he was one of the reporters, along with Matt Taibbi, who got a glimpse into what was now known as the Twitter files. And what he saw was, in a single email, he says, everybody was CC'd and the whole machine was exposed in this one email. And there are about 75 different organizations, including government organizations, non-government organizations, the massive tech corporations like Google and Facebook and YouTube and Instagram. And they were all working together along with these think tanks to censor people like Dr. Malone and people like Robert Kennedy and people like Joe Mercola. And one by one, they were, all of a sudden, there were these community guidelines that were kind of nebulous and never described. But that's what was really happening behind the scenes was this group. And you know, they use the phrase conspiracy theorist like a bully term to shut you up, but this is what a conspiracy looks like. 75 different groups conspiring together for a single goal to shut up the truth. And that's the weapon. That's what kills us, and that's what killed so many people. It wasn't so much the vaccine, but our inability to think clearly and critically about whether or not we should take it. And this is what happened. You had rapid social change. You had children all of a sudden lining up and masking and distancing themselves against human nature. You had people voluntarily rushing toward the vaccine, first with the age bias. If you're over 60, you're gonna die faster. So of course they rushed for it as soon as it became available. And it was almost like a big real estate sale where they said, oh, coming soon to you. Okay, now's your date. It's released to you. You can go get it. So people lined up and got it. But for those who didn't line up to get it, then they said, we're going to take your job away after these incentives, which I didn't know about the lap dances. I knew about the joints for jabs in Oregon or was it Seattle? But they had these, when the incentives no longer worked, there was the coercion. And then it was vaccinating babies with absolutely no science, no testing even, to say that this was safe or effective. And then it was on to pregnant women. And one of my co-authors in Canary in a COVID World was an obstetrician who suddenly said, well, for 30 years, the wisdom is you don't vaccinate a pregnant woman. What's the rationale? And his medical society, he found out, he became an investigative journalist and found out that they were being funded by an arm of the CDC that was paid for by Pfizer, Moderna, and other pharma, that they would give money to the medical society if they agreed to adhere to all CDC guidelines in the future, and then they were stuck. They had to recommend this ridiculous thing that was unproven. Next slide, please. So this is what they achieve. They achieve rapid societal injury and death. All of these are photos of people with vaccine injuries, and there are so many killed by the vaccine. We know that the journalists will disparage the VAERS criteria by saying, well, these are unconfirmed. So Health Canada, where I'm from in Canada, has a similar report on their website, and I monitor it up. Right now, it's up to 488 deaths, which we all know is a fraction, maybe 1% of the actual deaths from the COVID vaccines in Canada. But at least they're admitting that there are 488 deaths, and I don't hear my fellow colleagues on the CBC saying the vaccines are safe and effective, except for the fact that Health Canada reports 488 Canadians have died from them. They don't say that. They censor that, and therefore they become the weapon. They become the finger on the trigger pointed at all their listeners who believe them, because they've always believed them, because they used to be believable. And even though Health Canada has that same caveat that these have not, there's a whole list of how they're going to reject the claims and how they're going to say they're not really proven. But they do admit that 4 of them have been confirmed lethal reactions to the COVID vaccine. That's enough to get the damn thing pulled, I would think. Or it's enough to make everybody listening to it, if it was said and not censored, think, boy, that's a game of Russian roulette. And I'm not sure how many bullets are in that chamber. Maybe I'll just wait and see if I can get better from COVID rather than taking this risk. But when they censor that fact, which they do every day, including today, they become the weapon. Next slide, please. One of the great founders of television broadcast journalism in the United States, Walter Cronkite, famously stated that freedom of the press is not just important to democracy, it is democracy. And there's a reason he made that simple statement. It's because if a democracy is to survive and thrive, it has to have a multitude of opinions. And those opinions are based on the same facts. So that if Donald Trump says something that desperately offends people and desperately excites other people, the majority somehow in the middle will decide that he's the way forward or not the way forward. But that fact is the fact, and now we no longer have facts. We have censorship, so we have a suppression of the facts. Next slide, please. The new censorship that emerged in the last 4 years is more than just censoring. It's more than just suppressing the learned, scholarly opinions of people like the guy here today who invented the mRNA. No, we don't want to hear from him. Instead, what they do is they elevate a lie. So simultaneously, they suppress the truth of people we would normally trust in their opinion, our greatest learned scholars. They elevate a lie, and then they take the person who dissented and they bully them. They call him an anti-vaxxer. They call him a conspiracy theorist. There are academics worldwide who have been shut out of their lecture halls, who have had their tenure removed, who have been shamed and blamed instead of listened to. Next slide, please. They create this division. So they not only belittle the informed opinions, but they create a division with these labels: anti-vaxxer, professional conspiracy theorist. This is what they call Robert Kennedy, possibly one of the most reasonable voices I have ever listened to on so many subjects. Conspiracy theorists. They can't, even when CNN brings him on now, because they kind of have to, because his numbers are as high as the 2 official candidates, they'll say, conspiracy theorist Robert Kennedy's here now. It's just ridiculous how they bully. And this only sows division, because even friends of mine who maybe are, they didn't want to get the vaccine, but they're going to make me lose my job, I'll take it. They didn't really fully realize they might die from it. And my closest friend did die from it about 10 days after his booster. They say, I'm not going to get a 3rd vaccine. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But that's how powerful that censorship bullying is they first have to front-end load their comments with, I'm not this bad person. Why don't you just dismiss it? Because the conspiracy theorists are they're not thinking that aliens are running the planet. They're understanding what Schellenberger showed us, is that there is a conspiracy, and the way they shut us up is to make conspiracy theorist a bullying term. And that's the greatest success of censorship, self-censorship. When we all walk around afraid to talk to our brothers and sisters and our cousins and our mothers and our aunts and uncles about something that we've realized, we're self-censoring, and that is its greatest success. Next slide, please. In Canada, they achieved this with the 3 major television networks, Global News, CTV News, and CBC. I worked for CBC and CTV both for about a decade each. The CBC was exposed, thank God, through one of my colleagues, Marion Cloack, who I never knew or worked with personally. She worked in the CBC in Central Canada and Manitoba through an organization called the National Citizens Inquiry. And this was a group of forward-thinking politicians, former politicians rather, lawyers, citizen activists, medical professionals, who put together a set of hearings. And they went for 3 days in about 8 Canadian cities, and they went across the country. And this thing gathered steam as it went. And there were hundreds of people who testified. I gave a testimony about my experience and my revelation listening to the CBC as my old employer, and having sat through hundreds and thousands of story meetings with fellow journalists and knowing the standards by which we do our job were simply not being followed and being abandoned. But what was great was when Marianne came aboard, she was a current CBC journalist and said, my stories were shut down. I had vaccine injured people. I had experts from universities who were professors of pharmaceutical regulation, vaccinologists, virologists, top people, and the CBC shut the story down. And that was about 3 months before Trudeau made his famous speech during his election campaign. Don't think you're getting on a plane. Don't think you're getting on a train, and risking a vaccinated person next to you, which defies all medical logic. But that was shut down 3 months before that for a reason, because they were ramping up for the election. Then they were ramping up for the mandates, and they needed to shut it down. So she retired. And with some convincing, she testified for about an hour and a half and told the truth about what the CBC did from the inside. She's the whistleblower. Next slide, please. In America, of course, America being 10 times bigger than Canada, you got 10 times the problem. These are some of the most famous people in American broadcasting. Rachel Maddow, really, I mean, you know, like the MSNBC or not, as a broadcaster, she's awesome at what she does. She is one of the best people you can ever put in front of a camera because she is so smooth and so good and so convincing. But when she says lies like the virus cannot use a vaccinated person as a host to get more people, first of all, that's a really interesting quote because you're dehumanizing a person into a host. And then you're making them dangerous to another person. There's a lot packed into that sentence. And when Rachel Maddow, who's trusted and excellent at what she does, tells that lie, she becomes the weapon. It's her. She is the finger on the trigger pointed at the forehead of the person who's listening and says, Rachel said it's safe. I'm going to go get vaccinated. ABC News disparaged ivermectin. NBC News said that anybody talking about misinformation in a medical practice should be punished. So that's getting to the next level. That's getting to send them to jail, take their medical license away, sue them, you know, the great American system of tort litigation. Maybe we should just take all their money away, bankrupt them in legal suits. Chris Cuomo, yeah, you know, Chris, he's really handsome. He's not my favorite broadcaster, but, you know, because he says things like the unvaccinated, this is jackassery, which I'm sure elevates, you know, it's half comedy, but to say this is belittling and it's bullying and it's just wrong and it's factually incorrect. Being unvaccinated was actually represented critical thinking. The worst in my heart is Stephen Colbert. I've watched this guy's career since he was on The Daily Show. He makes me laugh. He's one of the smartest guys on television, in comedy. Stephen Colbert is considered, outside of comedy, he's one of the greatest scholars in Tolkien literature on the planet. He is a very, very interesting guy. He went full on Pfizer man when he did his show during COVID. He had this, I can't quite see it there, but it's called the vaccine. So he had a little section, right, on it. And they had another one called Misinformation Station. And he came out one day on his monologue and said, I'm so sick of the unvaccinated. What the hell is this, right? This is just the pharmaceutical companies sponsoring his show, it appears, to get him to lie to America and make them laugh and bully. He became a bully. The man who also professes to be a Catholic Sunday school teacher became one of the biggest bullies on American television during the time of COVID. Next slide, please. And this is what they did. I'm going to go back to this slide. This is what they caused. These broadcasters caused these things. Next slide, please. So who sponsors this lie? Pfizer's one of them, and they sponsor all of the TV shows. Next slide, please. And the FDA has a regulation that says you must, if you're doing a direct-to-consumer advertising, list the known risks. So that's why you have all those side effects just before they say, ask your doctor if it's safe for you. But if they're paying for 70% of the ads on television, then the newscast is the ad. And them not reporting on the side effects is skirting that FDA regulation. It's breaking the law. And the reporters themselves, anyone who spoke it, anyone who refused to put it on the air, are guilty, in my view, and should be investigated. Next slide, please. Another I'm speeding up because I got my 1-minute warning. Another founder of American broadcast news, possibly the grandfather of it, Edward R. Murrow, said that the combination of advertising and news is incompatible. Simple. I studied this man's writing in journalism school 40 years ago, and what we determined is that every word tells. He was the most spare writer ever to write news, and that's a very spare sentence. It just says, don't do it. They're not compatible. Next slide, please. These are the major news investigations that are not being done, largely because of censorship. FDA regulatory capture. How can they look into that when they're being sponsored by Pfizer? Vaccine efficacy and vaccine injuries. They're ignoring it completely. The vaccine-related deaths, you don't see a story. These are you could do these in every damn city and every 6 o'clock news every day. You could do a story like this, and they're great human interest story. They'd make your heart bleed, but they're not covering them. Government vaccine supply contracts, that's a bigger investigation. That would be like a 2020 or a 60 Minutes. They're not touching that. We're not hearing about it. The long-term studies on vaccine safety in the human population. Why have there never been a vaccinated versus unvaccinated comparison by the NIH or the CDC, despite multiple recommendations for that? Why aren't we doing that? Gain of function research. Wow. Who benefits from this? It's not me. Why aren't they looking into that? Why aren't they looking into how that is a more precarious situation than nuclear weaponry? It can kill more. And it frankly probably has killed more than nuclear weaponry. The WHO pandemic treaty not being covered properly. If anything, they're going to cover it like a bunch of cheerleaders. Next slide. So I'll wrap up with policies that I think could be put in place. Like every other country in the world, prohibit pharmaceutical companies from advertising on news and current affair programming. Never mind these little side effects. Stop it. Don't allow it, because they're brainwashing and they're making the news not news anymore. Ban direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical advertising on news and current affairs programming or any channels, at least on the news, if not on television completely. And investigate the collusion that has already occurred between the pharmaceutical advertisers and the reporters who suppressed the truth during COVID reporting. I think the reporters, anybody who spoke it, anybody who was an editor, anybody, frankly, if I had my way, the guy who pressed the microphone live and didn't question it and say, aren't you telling a lie? They're all guilty and they should all be investigated. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. It's been a delightful morning so far. Thank you for ICS for doing all the work that you've done for the last several years. Thank you. So this is a fun subject, and I hope that the person prior to me, Palmer, listens in, because he spoke about censorship, and I'm going to tell you exactly how censorship looks like in real life to physicians, how the media uses it, exactly how it goes down. So the state, I'm just calling this the State of the Union of censorship in America. Physician censorship is only a subset of the censorship industrial complex. You've heard people reference the Tucker interview that he did with Mike Benz. If you're interested in the subject, that is the interview to watch. He said, the fundamental nature of war has changed. NATO has declared, we don't need to win military skirmishes. All you need to do is control the media and the social media ecosystem, because that's what controls elections. And if you simply get the right administration into power, they control the military. It's infinitely cheaper to simply conduct an organized political influence operation over social media and legal media. So NATO went from 70 years of tanks to this explicit capacity building for censoring tweets. It's literally what happened. The two most censored events in human history are the 2020 election and the we'll get to that in a minute, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The quickest definitive summary of exactly how the federal government is using the media to censor, if this is an area you're interested in, is the Missouri v. Biden case, which is going before the Supreme Court next month. It's at that point they switched the title to Murthy v. Missouri. It's on the SCOTUS docket on March 18th. In that case, they list hundreds of pages of evidence of emails and phone calls and in-person meetings between the executive branch and social media companies. America's Frontline Doctors and AAPS and some others have filed amicus briefs in support of these two attorney generals who found all this overwhelming evidence. Here's some examples of what the government has done it really started in 21, right after Biden entered the Oval Office. The government required all the social media companies to submit COVID reports. They made them do product changes. They made them change algorithms. They made them build in frictions to reduce sharing. And they made them do early detection of what they call misinformation and what normal people would call viral videos. So the government argued with Twitter and Facebook about Twitter and Facebook's own policy. This is all highly illegal. The government is not allowed to outsource illegal activity that it itself can't do. The government is not allowed to censor, therefore is not allowed to outsource to private companies the job of censoring. But you literally have emails and meetings with transcripts showing that the government told Twitter what to do and Facebook, and they would put up a little bit of a weak resistance, and they would say, this isn't part of our policy to censor this. And the government then threatened them with a hammer. They threatened financial difficulties if the companies did not comply. So the companies complied. They would flag, they put warning labels, they reduced the reach of posts. You know, when I first came on the national scene, it was July 27, 2020, and we got 20 million views in 8 hours. It was considered to this day the most viral video of all time for that amount of duration of 8 hours. It would have been 100 million by the next day. It would have been 1 billion within a few days. I mean, at the rate it was going. And in 8 hours, it was stopped. This is the reason. Specifically, these are the proof that's in the Missouri v. Biden documents, if you read it yourself, the evidence from the White House, the NIH, the CDC, the Census Bureau, the Office of the Surgeon General, the HHS, FBI, connected and forced Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, LinkedIn, Reddit, Spotify, Microsoft, etc., to do various things. First, they said, I of course agree with prior speakers, the problem isn't COVID, right? The COVID was just a tool that they were using. So first they told all the social media companies that they had to censor things about COVID. So they went hard after America's frontline doctors and people like Robert Kennedy Jr. But within months, they increased the censorship to climate change, gender, conversations, abortion, economic policy, election issues, and the Hunter Biden issues. The biggest targets were, they named the 10 biggest targets. They include, I was on this list. It was kind of weird and trippy to see that you're on the list of the government's, like, you know, I guess most dangerous people. But I was right there with Robert Kennedy Jr., Joseph McCullough, Tucker Carlson, Dr. Simone Gold, Fox News, Alex Berenson. So they had a very impressive list. So in case you think, you know, your parents, we all think back to our parents' generation, they're like, we always think it's kind of the worst, you know, sky is falling. Actually, it really is. It is absolutely new, worse, and different. We have never had censorship like this in America. There are now established communication pathways from government agencies to social media and tech companies. These communications pathways did not exist before. You know, if you want to track somebody down and you have their number on your cell phone, it's a whole lot easier to get stuff done. Yeah, they have all that now. They didn't have that before. The CDC, Dr. Crawford, and the Census Bureau started these meetings, they called BOLO, be on the lookout, with Facebook, Google, YouTube, et cetera. And now they all have these communication pathways, and they're there. Those communications pathways are there. That's very dangerous. She testified, the CDC, Dr. Crawford, testified she did not have contact with social media platforms before this. This was not a thing. Surgeon General Murthy told the group, we're asking technology, this is an exact quote, we're asking technology companies to operate with transparency and accountability so that misinformation does not continue to poison our platforms. And we know the government can play an important role. You know, I just have to say, it's just heartbreaking. Like, do you think that he went to med school, you know, for this? I mean, it's incredible, like, the path that people set themselves on. That is what I call the State of the Union, kind of where we are right now with censorship. It is new, it is worse, it is different. There are established comms pathways between all the executive agencies and various social media and tech companies. Now I will share with you what happened to me, because I think it's kind of just a fun journey, you know, coming soon to a doctor near you, we could call that. So this first slide is back to, I guess this was October-ish, 2021. So I get a lovely, a love letter, really, we could call it, from Congressman Clyburn, who was in charge of, I don't know, what is it called, the Coronavirus Task Force Committee. So I get this letter. Mind you, I was really a private citizen up until a couple months before this. No, it was a year before this. And he sends me a 7-page letter, very threatening that I'm going to be subpoenaed by Congress. And he lists my misdeeds. So I've highlighted them there for you. So he says in there that America's Frontline Doctors is selling or getting access to hydroxychloroquine. Here's what I want to share with you. We have never done that. America's Frontline Doctors has never done that. Some of you might even think we did because you go to our website, but our website is a 501c3 public advocacy. We're like any other public advocacy group or publisher, for example. We put up information. Lots of people came to me looking for early treatment, and I decided in 2020 not to get in that business. It was an affirmative decision. I wanted to be in the business of fighting vaccine mandates, which I knew were coming. That's the constitutional threat. I didn't necessarily want to be in the telemedicine business. It was an important business, but I didn't have time to do both. So we never did it. What happened and what Clyburn went after is the media said I did that, and they went to town. It was very much like Russia, the Trump and the prostitute, and the story that was planted then gave kind of grounds for the FBI supposedly to go after Trump. The media planted a story about me. The Intercept, the next slide. Yeah, so those were a highlight on the bottom. These are all the media references. So you would think if Congress is coming after a private citizen with, how horrific that private citizen is that they need to subpoena you, they would have better evidence than it was published in the Intercept or even Time. They just were publishing, that's it, that was their evidence. That was their evidence. So it didn't really matter that the telemedicine company that did do telemedicine gave testimony to them where they said America's Frontline Doctors actually didn't do this. We were the telemedicine company, not them. That apparently didn't matter. So they did this to me for 15 months, at which time, of course, we said, we never did this, we never did this, we never did this. And then Congressman Clyburn in December 22 comes out with a statement, the report. I think it's the next page. He comes out with a report, and I just want you to see where all of our tax dollars are going. So he's so proud of this report. It's like a 250-page report. This is all the work that he's done, right? And they managed to say nothing about America's Frontline Doctors. There was no apology. There was no, she didn't do it. There was no, we're so sorry, we got it wrong. That's it. So this amount of work, accusing me, threatening me in every which way, led to a big fat 0, with also no announcement or apology of what they put me through. So, and they're so proud of this. It's like crazy, like that's where all our tax dollars are going. It's crazy. So I just want to skip to skip ahead of this in the next page. Okay, so this is, I just want to show you. So our attorney said we don't do any of this stuff, and we submitted evidence. None of that mattered, like none of that became publicized. So I just wanted you to see how the government relies entirely on the media to do its work, then it quotes the media, and then when there's no evidence to show it, they just go away onto their next victim. That's it. That's the process. You've now seen the whole process. That's media. Number 2 is how do they force compliance? We heard a lot about compliance. The government powers threaten anyone with a state license. Like we're literally getting to a place in our nation where maybe having a state license isn't such a good thing. We need them for certain things. But I now know several physicians who have voluntarily given up their state licenses. They say, I'm just not interested, et cetera. So they threaten people with a state license. So the next slide is when the California Medical Board came after me. So you should see that. So that's December of 21. 21 was a really fun year for me. It was so they allege that I'm giving misinformation about hydroxychloroquine. First of all, what's amazing is that they're saying that I mislead the public, I guess, or misleads, right? Who even knew that was a thing that the medical boards can go after? Because you would think that the medical boards would be be listening to patient complaints, not just like public commentary. So people didn't like what I said, so they came after me. This went on for 2 years, and of course they offered me a deal which I wouldn't take. So I fought them for 2 years, and you'll be very happy to know that I just won in November. But that was a 2-year ordeal. I had a tremendous team of lawyers, and I myself made a very good witness. I wasn't backing down, like Pierre Corey. We're not going to back down. But you shouldn't have to go through all of that. Because the California Medical Board didn't know if they could, win over doctors like me, they actually attempted to pass a law, the next slide, where they actually say, this is in committee. In California State Senate committee said, we need to silence Dr. Gold and people like Dr. Gold, and we're afraid that we can't do it with the current laws, so let's pass a new law. If you didn't know 2098 was about me, it was about me. It's all in their committee hearings, it was all about me, which is, I suppose, a sort of backhand compliment, like they have to pass a law. So that was passed the beginning of 23. Within a few days, it got challenged, and then the Governor Newsom let it lapse. So it's not the law anymore, but it was a law for a little while, and they literally say to stop Dr. Gold. So if they can't get what they want with the current standards, then they'll try to pass new laws. But note that when you fight these things, they had to pull back on that law. And the last slide is very, very fun. Just because this is our government lying. So many of you know I got arrested for January 6th, and I was charged with a whole slew of things. But the main thing was just I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So I ended up taking a plea for misdemeanor trespass. Misdemeanor trespass. So when I applied for my Florida medical license, they have to get my information from other venues. I had a license in California, so California has to give information. The California FBI manages to tell the state of Florida that that's the correct number, 18 USC 1752. I ask you, how did they possibly write treason? Somebody had to write that, because those words never come together anywhere. Those are not a thing. If you go to the next slide, that's the statute. So how does this appear on a paper from FBI office in Los Angeles that I was charged with treason? This is your government. You can feel the noose around you, and it is our job to push back hard and to be joyous as we do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, special guests. I'm Jamie Soleil, a former world and Olympic gold medalist for Canada in pairs figure skating. I've been on cereal boxes, on the cover of Newsweek and Time magazine, and I've been the face of many well-known products. And I was revered as Canada's ice princess until 2022. And I'm now labeled a far right-wing conspiracy theorist, a bigot, a terrorist supporter, and a danger to be around because I started speaking up and questioning the COVID-19 narrative by the same media who once called me a princess. Welcome to the beginning of cancel culture. I woke up to the COVID scam in January of 2021, and my awakening was so fast. I was drinking through a fire hose, but obviously not the MSM fire hose information. I was introduced to a whole new world of alternative media sites where I found a completely different story than what the propaganda machine was telling us. I found the truth. I found what many of you in this room were putting out there for all of us to see. And I became so passionate about sharing this with my whole world that I was around at that time to help them see what was also going on. In the beginning, they humored me, but that didn't last long, and before I knew it, the shots were coming out, and 100% of my friends and my family took the bait. I was now a risk to be around, as I did not take the shot, and I was called a white supremacist because I wanted to go to rallies and be around like-minded people in that community. I lost my whole social network. My family was mortified that I was down a dark path, and they avoided conversations with me, of course. My marriage was over, and my 14-year-old son was coerced into taking the shot and advised to stay away from me because I was dangerous to be around. I'm sure many of you were accused of these things as well. It makes sense, right? That we all just woke up one day and we just wanted to go crazy and become conspiracy theorists and lose pretty much everything and anything that we have worked our whole lives for. But what we didn't lose was our sovereignty, our integrity, and our dignity. I felt like I was on an island with my young daughter, but something absolutely incredible happened in January of 2022. The Canadian trucker convoy. And yes. Like thousands of other Canadians that witnessed and supported them, I was just so inspired and guided to share my photos from the convoy on social media to show how amazing it was and how massive it was. As an athlete, I never spoke out about anything because I didn't want to have bad press for having an opinion. But I was so overcome with hope and had tears of joy for weeks after almost 2 years of being forced in and out of isolation and living with strict mandates. I will always remember how I felt when I saw those heroes courageously protesting for our country's freedom, and how many of us there really were that could see the agenda that was playing out right in front of our eyes. And we all know in this room now that we were not a fringe minority, as our disgrace of a prime minister has labeled us. Within minutes of posting, though, the shaming began. My followers and even my family expressed their disgust in me and calling me an embarrassment to our country, and that I should have my medals taken away and even leave Canada. Yeah, I was shocked. And as I continued to speak out, it escalated. Headlines in national news were defaming me. Reporters were relentlessly trying to get exclusive interviews to twist my words and discredit me. And then the death threats came. They didn't stop me from speaking out, but man, have they tried hard to shut me down. They've taken away 2 of my social media platforms. It's been obvious what the goal is here: to silence me, to cancel me. It's been really hard living in a so-called democracy and not being allowed to have our own personal autonomy and question what our so-called health experts and governments were pushing on us. This is not the Canada that I grew up in. But the best part of the media trying to censor and cancel me was that the more that they talked about me, the more it actually drew people to my platforms and my pages. Right? Just to see what I was saying, to see how crazy I was. They tried to cancel me, but it actually backfired. And this is the gift. More and more people started to follow. And more people also started to speak out. Courage is contagious. There were so many more people around the world, as we all know, who thought like us, that the MSM even wanted us to know. And the only thing was, in Canada, there was only one other elite athlete that was speaking out, a really strong patriot warrior. And his name is Theo Fleury, standing beside me. Theo and I connected often, and he became a really big support for me, as I had nothing except my daughter. And the hit pieces continued, and then another brave Canadian warrior stepped up to ask us to collaborate with his small team and create a media company called Canadians for Truth. It has been such an honor to work with honest, truth-seeking people who exemplify what it means to have integrity and share the same vision of helping to create a better Canada, a better world. And I just want to end with that this propaganda machine can say or do whatever they want to all of us, but what they don't know is that we are all warriors. We won't back down. And like every one of you in this room and here at this conference, I'm freedom, and this is the hill I will die on.
Hi, everybody. My name is Theo Fleury, and I am probably one of Canada's most decorated hockey players of all time. Thank you. And in my career, I put on, I put on the maple leaf on my body 10 times in my career. And every time I had the opportunity to do that, not only was I representing myself, but I was representing every little kid who had the dream that I had. And, you know, we're in a spiritual and psychological war. And this is not my first spiritual and psychological war, because as a phenom hockey player, as a 14-year-old kid, I was manipulated, coerced, abused, and raped 150 times by my coach, okay? And at the beginning of COVID, I saw some very similar behavior from our government, who was using the same tactics that my pedophile abuser used against me: manipulation, coercion, lying, stealing, cheating, right? And so I started speaking out, because for the last 16 years, I've worked in the field of trauma, mental health, and addiction, okay? And they all live in the same house. They're not separate, okay? We're traumatized as little people. That leaves us in emotional pain and suffering. And what is emotional pain and suffering? Mental illness. So how do we deal with this mental illness? We tend to gravitate towards the dark side of life and get involved in addictive behavior as a coping mechanism to suppress the emotional pain and scars that are left behind from trauma. And so who are the biggest perpetrators of trauma on the planet? Government. Systemic government abuse. Okay? And what did we see happen at the beginning of COVID? We saw a spike in opioid use. We saw a spike in mental illness. We saw a spike in 8-year-old kids having suicidal ideation, and then ultimately people taking their own lives. And so I started speaking about this. You know what happened? My phone blew up, and people were like, oh my God. Abuse survivors from all over the world were saying, oh my God, thank you for explaining my depression. Thank you for explaining my anxiety. Thank you for explaining my suicidal ideations, right? And, you know, I've been on probably one of the greatest healing journeys any human being has ever encountered and ever been on. And in 2009, I told my story, right? And for the first time in my life, I was standing in my truth. For the first time in my life, I was standing in my truth, because I kept the secret inside of me for 27 years about my sexual abuse. And what happened was I found my tribe. I found my tribe of people, right? And, you know, I probably had over 1 million people, either directly or indirectly, say those two simple words, me too, you know? And it's been so inspiring, it's been so incredible. But when it comes to this, you know, I had a decision, I had a choice to make. It was like, okay, am I going all in or am I going all out, right? And I said to myself, you know what, I gotta go all in on this one. Because you know what? They want us all dead. And if they want us all dead, guess what? I have nothing to lose and everything to gain by speaking up, right? And it's been really interesting, because that secret I was carrying around, and I talked about my sexual abuse, and I talked about my struggles with depression and anxiety, and you know, my drink-a-log and my drug-a-log as I was coping with all of these things that were happening in my life. And online, that's what these people use against me. Oh, he's drinking again, he's off his meds, you know, and all this stuff. And I just laugh. I just laugh. Because, you know what? I know where I've been. I know what I've been through. I know how hard I've fought to save my own life, and then subsequently used my story to inspire and give other people the courage to also stand in their truth, right? And, you know, I'm part of an amazing group in Canada. We call ourselves Canadians for Truth, Justice, and Freedom. And in Ottawa sits the biggest criminal, and his name is Justin Trudeau. And I know my whole entire life, I've been held to account every single day of my life. When I leave my home, I'm accountable to laws and living a certain way. And in this whole craziness of the pandemic, none of these guys who have created this insanity have been held to any kind of accountability. And so amazing that we're here in Washington, D.C. to demand that these people be held to accountability. And they will. Trust me, they will. So thank you for having Jamie and I here. We are probably two of the athletes who've achieved greatness in our careers that are in this fight with each and every one of you. And we are, that's true too, that's true. That's true. But he lives across the sea. I'm talking about North America. But we are honored to be here. We thank you for the invite. Check us out, canadiansfortruth.ca, and you guys have a wonderful rest of your conference, and it's been an honor to be here.
Oh, good. Oh, good. How you doing? I'm doing fantastic. How's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? I know this is a conservative event, but come on! Well, I'm happy to be here. I want to thank my friend Robert Malone for extending the invitation for me to be here to support anything like this today. I think is a top priority when we come together in the flesh and not just in the digital realm to share what we've been experiencing through the last few years of tyranny. And as we've all been waking up, for me it's been a massive awakening coming from the far left myself. Please don't shoot me. I know I'm in a very dangerous building to admit that, but I'm not there anymore, and that's what matters. But I was able to see behind the curtain of a party that I was kind of born into, being born and raised in California. Kind of had no other choice but to call myself a Democrat. And it wasn't until I went on the road with Bernie Sanders to make media for him for his 2016 campaign that I was invited behind the curtain of politics. And I started to deeply understand that something was very foul, very wry, and I needed to get to the bottom of what was happening. And so for me, a lot of my films, as you noticed, really explores the psyche of what's happening, the psychological subversion, the mass formation, and the indoctrination of our children and our people. So I want to discuss that a little bit today. My friend Robert Malone here knows that very deeply. He's been probably the most attacked and shamefully attacked from both sides. And so inspired by what's unfolded with my friend Robert, I made a film a few months ago called Our Birthright, which really spoke about the infighting and that it's all by design to turn us against each other. If you understand the work of Sun Tzu and the Art of War, that it's all about defeating the enemy from within, that's what's been taking place for, I would say, for generations at this point. But it's just come to the surface and presented itself to a lot of us that weren't aware of what was happening. And so I've been digging deeper into really obsessively committed to discovering and identifying how very smart, good people are captured, mentally, psychologically captured. And looking at all the things that are under attack right now, and unironically, everything that's under attack is everything that's worth living and dying for all of us. If you understand what comprises the foundation of America, what it is comprised of, you'll understand that in the goal to take down this nation, all those things that matter to us must be eroded, because once we lose the passion for being alive, then we lose our power to fight the tyranny. And so I want to read something that I wrote here when I heard that we only had 10 minutes, which I'm used to 3-hour podcast. I thought I'd better write something here. It's the only way to keep me within the guardrails of 10 minutes. So I wrote something in the style of my wife, short and sweet. And I'm going to read that to you now. Okay. When I was in my early 20s, my older brother was killed by a Fauci-prescribed drug known as AZT. 1 month later, my mother was killed by a cancer that she had kept at bay for 20 years. And that is a lie. That is a lie that my family has been telling for 30 years. It wasn't cancer that killed my mother. It was the grief of losing her first son and the guilt of knowing that she was part of the decision to put him on that deadly protocol. We've all heard the stories of an elderly person passing, and soon after, their husband or wife joins them. This raises questions about a subject we know little about, but just might hold critical secrets to aid us in our fight to save our nation and to save our lives. This thing we call our will to live. Do we actually have the choice to live or die at will? A few years ago, I asked myself, what am I willing to die for? The first 3 answers came quickly: my family, my freedom, and my country. Whatever your answer might be to that question, I can guarantee you those things are under attack. Everything worth living and dying for is being eroded by a century-old agenda to overtake the United States. While many countries have already been captured, America remains the firewall preventing the entire world from burning. America and Americans were born under a constitutional agreement that protects the individual from the wrath of tyrants. And because of that, America has not been easy to conquer. The robber barons discovered this generations ago. They learned that the only way to take the United States is by stealing one piece at a time. And so they began chipping away, grain by grain, at the foundation of our lives and everything that gives us strength and purpose. Borrowing from Sun Tzu's The Art of War, they set out to defeat the enemy from within. While we've all been busy obsessing over social distractions, the haters of humanity have been infiltrating our minds and rewiring our neurology. By detouring our neural pathways through subliminal messaging while altering our DNA by injecting us with bioweapons, the anti-humans have waged war against nature, our nature. Each new stage of tyranny often begins with the social engineering of women. Something few people talk about, but it's time for us to really look into this, how this operates. Generally speaking, women are more compassionate and thus more emotional than men. As a result, women are more vulnerable to thought control. Edward Bernays, the self-proclaimed father of public relations, took advantage of this vulnerability in the 1920s. Hired by tobacco companies, Bernays flooded the psyche of women with the idea that if they wanted to be desired by men, they needed a phallic symbol in their mouths. He rebranded cigarettes as torches of freedom, and overnight millions of women became smokers. Bernays was the nephew of Sigmund Freud. He studied his uncle's work to understand crowd psychology. his uncanny ability to mold public desire made Edward Bernays one of the 20th century's most influential characters and the architect of modern mass manipulation. Then it was CIA operative Gloria Steinem who carried Bernays' torches of freedom into the 1960s. Miss Steinem was known as the leader of second-wave feminism, which demanded more than equality. Her mission was to destroy the patriarchy. It was Miss Steinem who said, "Women need men like a fish needs a bicycle." And so began the plight of a movement of women who saw men as not life partners, but as the competition. Thanks to the influence of women like Gloria Steinem and men like Edward Bernays, many women today are so deeply hypnotized that they are currently fighting tooth and acrylic nail, for biological men to completely replace them. Men who identify as women are now dominating female athletics while being glorified on magazine covers as Woman of the Year. Where are the millions of pink hat-cladded protesters? Why are they not in the streets fighting for everything their grandmothers and mothers worked so hard to overcome and accomplish? Once upon a time, it was a common practice for a door-to-door salesman to wait until the man of the house was at work before ringing the doorbell. The savvy salesman knew that if they could convince the wife, the husband would most likely make the purchase. This speaks to something more intrinsic than traditional. There is something primal within men that requires us to please women. Us that we must provide or die. But today the hunter has become the hunted. All the traits that give men purpose have been degraded as toxic. After decades of being shamed and told they are unneeded, men have retreated to their caves where televised sports and beer help them numb the pain of losing purpose. It is the loss of purpose that has depression rates among boys and men skyrocketing. The only people more depressed than men these days are women. Why is it that after all the progress made, after decades of fighting for equality, women are more miserable today than ever before? Apps like TikTok and Instagram are overflowing with tearful testimonials from women of all ages. They are waking up to see that they have been bamboozled into a form of feminism that has only served to destroy their dreams and future. They are lonely, stressed, and exhausted. Many have waited too long to embrace their primal desire to have children and to be loved and protected by a man. Now, all that said, there is a particular archetype of women that is proving to be immune to mass formation. We call this new breed of female warrior the mama bear. These beautiful, ferocious creatures have risen to the front line in the battle to protect our cubs. You'll never see them in a pink hat marching for the right to terminate the unborn. These women have fought to preserve their maternal instincts. These women value, love, and respect men. These women honor fathers and the critical role they play in the survival of our species. Mama bears of the world, you hold the power to lift all papa bears out of hibernation. Because it is in our nature to please and protect you, we will go where you go. The more you surrender to your femininity, the more we will honor our masculinity. This is how we heal. This is how we revive our will to live. And this is how we win. Thank you. I appreciate the applause, but it would be really wonderful that if on the count of 3, I could hear a gigantic roar from all the mama bears and papa bears in the audience. Can we do that, even though this is a conservative event? Let's do it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm a professor in infectious disease in France, and during 15 years I was the chairman of major commissions to help the different governments in case of infectious disease crisis, vaccination, and was chairman of the French Vaccination Committee, and during several years I was the vice chairman of the European Vaccination Committee at the World Health Organization. Next slide, please. So, I will look at it here. At the very beginning of the COVID crisis, I saw that experts expressing dissenting opinions were subjected to pressure and even threats. And I experienced that myself, since in May 2020, I published with colleagues of my department our impressive success in prescribing hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin with very low mortality. After multiple threats to protect our younger colleagues, we were obliged to withdraw the preprint. And then, as a reward, of course, I was fired from my position of head of the department, which I occupied for 26 years. Next slide. So it appeared rapidly that fake data flourished in scientific journals. And these fake data were widely relayed by media, leading to disinformation of public health professionals, but also health professionals in general, but also the entire populations. And some publications, including in leading medical journals, turned out to be fraudulent. Next slide. And so that's why, with experts from different professional backgrounds, I created the Bon Sens Nonprofit Association. Bon Sens in French means common sense. It was in order to check the main publications, and if necessary, to react by counter expertises. And we also launched legal actions, 60, I think, especially to support patients and people injured by vaccination. Next slide. So our first fight was about the Lancet Gate. You all know about this scandal, a major so-called major paper in the Lancet claiming that hydroxychloroquine was ineffective and dangerous. And Xavier Zalbert, a journalist but mainly scientist, is president of the Bon Sens Association. I'm the vice president. And he's a publication director of François newspaper. If you don't know, François was created by the French resistance during World War II. And now it's one of the major newspaper in opposition with mainstream media. And this journal was much attacked by the authorities. So Xavier was one of the first to interview the main author of the Lancet paper and denounce the scandal before retraction of the article. And afterwards, to gaining credibility, because if we are just shouting and saying, oh, it's double bullshit, we wanted to fight using publications in peer-reviewed journals. That's what we did. Next slide. So the first attack was because in November 2020, the recovery randomized trial was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. But in fact, the trial used toxic, voluntarily I think, toxic overdoses of hydroxychloroquine, leading to the death of many patients in the trial. So we denounced this medical fault and we published this response in the New England Journal of Medicine. Next slide, yes, thank you. In 2021, a meta-analysis was published by young and Swiss doctors, and they said that hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin was not effective, but in fact, we did a counter meta-analysis, and we saw serious methodological issues in the Violet study, and especially major publications showing the benefit and safety of hydroxychloroquine were not taken into account. So it's a kind of cherry picking. Next slide. So in October 2023, a Swedish study was published advocating the efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines. It was published in the British Medical Journal, but we denounced methodological errors. We wrote a rapid response, which was published in the BMJ. We wrote a second letter with further analysis of the data, asking for retraction. We had no answer, but I just learned 2 days ago that the British Medical Journal accept that we sent a new letter to answer to the answer of the authors. Next slide. In January 2024, so recently, was released a publication claiming that hydroxychloroquine was responsible for high mortality. Patients were from Belgium, France, Italy, Spain, Turkey, USA, and they said that hydroxychloroquine was responsible for nearly 17,000 deaths. But analyzes the data, we evidence lack of integrity, data miscalculation, results fabrication. We wrote a letter to the journal and asked for retraction, but we have no answer at the present time. Recently, now it's nearly published, we made independent analysis to confirm controversial results published by Professor Didier Raoult in Marseille. They showed at the very beginning of the crisis that hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin were very effective. They published a first preprint, but they were obliged to withdraw the paper to protect their medical team, which was harassed, and they wanted to throw these physicians out of the university and the hospital of Marseille. However, each patient file was certified by a bailiff, and the authors allowed public access to their data to be freely reanalyzed by other researchers. So that's why we analyze this database in accordance with Didier Raoult and his team. Next slide. So the 2 papers are accepted. They will be online in a few days. We made 2 articles in the same issue of the journal because it was a very long work. The first one confirming the efficacy of early treatment with hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, and the second one confirming the lack of efficiency of vaccination. This database is more than 30,000 patients. It was strongly attacked by the French authorities, and Didier Raoult and his team are under strong attacks, including injustice, because of this publication. So we wanted to help him. So with Bon Sens, we had several publications. I won't go into them in detail, just to mention one, because it was important for me. We made a measure of the oxygen saturation in the blood of children obliged to wear a mask. They were obliged in France during 2 years, and this study showed that these poor children had psychological and physical problems due to the wearing a mask, and that a significant proportion of them had a lack of oxygen at the end of the day. So it was very criminal to take these measures against our children. Next. So to finish, a few words about the French authorities' fight against freedom. You know, France was a symbol of liberty, but now I hope that you will send us a new Statue of Liberty, but on the other side, you know. Because at the beginning of December, you know, so this guy, Emmanuel Macron, the president, he created the Presidential Council of Science in order to decide what is science or not. Very important question. And he pushed for a law project built to reinforce the combat against sectarian aberration, and an article named Article 4 is very dangerous. It threatens our democracy by introducing several offenses: provocation to abandon or refrain from therapeutic or prophylactic treatment following the current medical knowledge, or to recommend practices that do not conform to the medical consensus. You can go to jail, and if incentives are followed, you can go 3 years in jail. And this bill concerns prosecution of the perpetrators of these incitements when they are made through written or audiovisual press. That's a very strong censure. Next, thank you. So this law was voted by the National Assembly, the equivalent of the House of Representatives, in July. But the liberticide points, the famous Article 4, were rejected by the Senate, condemned as a Conseil d'État, equivalent to the Supreme Court. But this article was reintroduced by the Law Commission of the National Assembly the 2nd of February. And in France, in the opposite of the United States, when the two chambers of the Congress disagree, the National Assembly predominates. Next. And with bon sens, we wrote to all deputies to warn them of the consequences of the law. So the 13th of February, it was voted. The National Assembly rejected Article 4. So we were shouting victory, but in fact, Macron and his accomplices, they waited a few hours, but the deputies went back to their towns by train or plane, and they, with the remaining deputies, they voted a new version, and it was finally voted. So for us, it was terrible. Fortunately, the final version is a little less dangerous, and it seems that whistleblowers would be not so much concerned as it was in the former version. So I think they are going so far in the attacks that they opened the eyes of many citizens. So I remain optimistic because there are more and more awakened people in the population. And as in 18th century, I would like that France and the United States of America continue the fight hand in hand for liberty. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak for a few minutes. I was asked to talk about medical suppression and COVID. And, you know, having listened to the last few speakers, I will say I'm going to hit some high points that you've already heard. The immense disinformation published in medical journals, the personal attacks, the persecutions of physicians, like you heard from Simone Gold, and Professor Perrone has been fighting the lies that are published in order to further what are really political or financial goals. But let me just sort of, and I'll tell you my story. I think Simone did a good job telling hers. Could I get my slides, Rob? Yesterday? I sent them to Lily and you, Robert. No? I mean, I'd really prefer slides. Maybe I can ask someone to speak in my, Oh, I didn't know if you had them now. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I just want to talk about sort of, you know, why and how they're doing this, right? Especially when you look at the disinformation in the medical literature. I mean, the goals are clear, right? There were certain, and I think it's simplest to put the financial goals rather than the political, the control, all of that. I think there are many different goals and objectives. I speak mostly to the financial and scientific. I mean, it was clear from the get-go that they wanted the solution to this pandemic to be a global vaccination campaign. And they were ready to destroy and attack anything that was in its way, anything that would have harmed the ability to successfully launch this campaign. That was one goal. The other goal, obviously, is with the breakout of this pandemic, is you have one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful industry on earth that suddenly had a market in the hundreds of billions of dollars. If you total up not only the vaccines, but all these pipeline pharmaceutical products like Paxlovid and Molnupiravir and Remdesivir and monoclonal antibodies. And what pharma is really good at, it's at protecting their market share and their products and their ability to sell them, their ability to convince you that you need them, that your life is threatened without them, and they did that all expertly. I'm kind of running out of steam here. Okay. So there were numerous reasons to do what they did, because they were all threats to the vaccine campaign. And how they did this, right, is using something that I often refer to in my talks and in my writings. I reference an article that was written by the Union of Concerned Scientists back in 2017, where they wrote this article, which I hope is now famous, called The Disinformation Playbook. I think it should be required reading of anyone in the world today. It's almost the teacher's edition to the world, because if you read the article, it's very simple. in how it's laid out. In fact, there's lots of pictures. It's almost like a picture article, and they give clear examples of each of these tactics. And at that time, they described 5 main tactics. They're all named after American football plays. It's called the fake, the fix, the diversion, the screen, the blitz. And they give examples how those tactics are used. And when I read that article, it was March of 2021. It was 3 months in the wake of a testimony I'd given in the Senate, after which my life really had gone sideways with lots of attacks, loss of jobs, retractions of my papers. And I couldn't understand why I was such a celebrated educator and physician and researcher before, and overnight I was like public enemy number 1, and my work was being attacked and dismissed and ridiculed. And so it was quite disorienting. But when I read that article, it suddenly became really clear to me what was going on, is that myself and my colleagues, Professor Marek, we had formed this nonprofit with one goal, which we were just trying to figure out how to come up with the most effective treatment protocols for this disease. And, we started to get attacked for that. And so anyway, that was really shocking. But when I read that article, it suddenly made complete sense that we had somehow inadvertently launched ourselves into a global war on repurposed drugs. Especially in a war that was ratcheted up to a level that I think has never happened before. I mean, pharma is capable of some really depraved actions. If you don't know anything about the pharmaceutical industry, they're a demonstrably and proven criminal industry. They are depraved and rapacious. They do not care. They put profits ahead of patients, and they have been doing that for decades. And they are also, I think, the most skilled practitioners of, I know I'm harassing you here, Rob, but any chance you want me to go without slides? Oh, there's slides, okay. Is this the slide advancer? Let's see how far in my talk I got to. So we talked about disinformation. This looks like an old talk. No, this works. Yeah, that's 4 slides. I must have sent the wrong one. So now I'm really in trouble. This is probably me. So I'm just gonna wing it. You can turn off the slides if you can. What's the title of that talk? It's very weird. Anyway, okay. Yeah, so essentially what's in my talk is I sort of, after reading that article, it was clear to me what was going on. And I made a commitment at that time to document everything that was happening. And I thought it would be a really good case example for people to understand what happens when science emerges that's inconvenient to the interests of industry. And if you listen to Professor Perron's talk, you saw this barrage of just fraudulent studies being published, right, in the top journals in the world, brazenly fraudulent, easily disprovable, that the methods were unreliable, the data was manipulated, and the conclusions were predetermined. I mean, these are literal, like, contract hits. Someone is being paid to put these things in the medical journals. And, the old adage of a lie goes halfway around the world before the truth gets its pants on, if you saw Professor Perron's talk, which is, yes, they had these rebuttals. They were able to publish letters to the editor. They never get the same amount of attention as their initial headlines. And so we're always playing catch up, and we're always trying to point out really the fraud and the corruption that was conducted in COVID science. And as much as we shout from the sidelines, as much as we try to make ourselves heard, it's doubly more difficult now in modern times, right? As you guys know, the media is so consolidated and controlled. The pharmaceutical advertising budget across all media is massive and outsized, and so you don't have media outlets, really doing critical appraisals of what pharmaceutical industry is doing. And so we started to see all these attacks, and they started as hit jobs in the media. In fact, one part of my talk is I talk about the blitz. So the blitz is when they harass researchers with inconvenient science. And I think in Professor Perron's talk just now, that's a pretty remarkable blitz. A head of a department for 26 years, celebrated across Europe on international commissions, highly respected in his field, and overnight, after publishing a paper, he loses his job after 26 years. And, that's in this talk, Robert, I have a slide on you. I show all of the hits on Robert, what he's given up in terms of income, his business with him and Jill and their consulting company. If you look at someone like Peter McCullough, same thing. He was high up in academics, had to leave his institution. Even his next job, they asked him to leave. I've lost 3 jobs. Paul Marek, the most published practicing intensivist in the history of our critical care medicine specialty, also was railroaded out of his hospital. Umberto Maduri, one of my colleagues who helped found my organization. 40 years of work and research in the Veterans Administration, which is the federal government. And we know that the Washington called to Memphis, where he was working at the University of Memphis, and they asked them to get rid of him. And he was threatened that he would have his pension taken if he didn't resign. And so the persecution of physicians has been immense and profound and repeated. If you saw what, Simone Gold talked about it. And then I've been spending my time lately defending doctors who are under threat of losing their license. They're all trying to make examples of us. None more bizarre and absurd than Meryl Nass, if you know who Meryl Nass is. Her Maine medical board went after her with all sorts of ludicrous accusations. Ryan Cole as well. You'll see a number of the speakers, actually, if you look at the list of speakers today, there's a number of them who've been threatened with loss of their licenses, and I've been trying to defend them. I think those, like the studies, have predetermined results, but it truly is astonishing that how hard they're going after physicians, expert in their field, who are producing opinions based on sound analysis of immense amounts of data, and we're literally have to, we've had to sacrifice our careers to try to just do science. And I think that's a unique time in history, and I don't think it's happened to this extent before, but that's just one tactic. And the most important part of that tactic is that, although in a certain sense, right, the enemy of propaganda is the truth, and the first thing you do is you got to take out the truth tellers. And the best way to do that is just to discredit them. That's why there's all these hit jobs. That's why I have to read all this nonsense. That's why I get chest pains when I read my Wikipedia page. But this is what they're doing, right? They just want to take your voice away so no one listens to you. And I think they used Meryl as a national example. That got a lot of press when they went after her. And the way they described what she did, she sounded like a loon. Sorry, Meryl, but they make you sound like a loon, right? That's what they do. And so you can see the casual reader just gets these reports of these crazy doctors that are doing weird things. And anything's about the truth. And then, Meryl, I just want to bring up the most recent. It gets almost cartoonish, right? So Maine Medical Board went after her, just like Wisconsin went after me. And now, Meryl, if I get this correct, Meryl, you received a letter this week from the state of Massachusetts, a state in which you haven't had a license for over 25 years. You let it lapse in 1999, but they informed you today that you never rescinded it. And because it's only lapsed, they're concerned because you might renew that license, and then you might become a licensed physician in Massachusetts, and you're a convicted misinformationist, and so they can't have that. So they invited you to rescind your license, and if not, they would take action against you. So this is a state. Meryl, I don't want to say your age, but I think you're done practicing medicine. You have no plans to practice medicine, but someone is concerned enough that they have to go after you. And I think, again, it's just to set an example. And what really worries me, and I hope to any doctor who's listening to me right now, is although I think it's about me, it's not about me. It's about you. It's about all those physicians out there who know that something's wrong, who want to speak up about it, but then they see those of us who went first and what's happening to us. And I get it. One of the lessons that I've learned in COVID is that there's no incentive more powerful than keeping yourself employed. I think in this massive time of corruption and fraud and takeover and control and transfer of wealth and basically robbery around the world, the amount of whistleblowers is infinitesimal. I mean, there's literally less than a handful of whistleblowers out of all these institutions, and I find that truly remarkable. And I just wish I invite doctors to have more courage, more backbone, and to stand up, because if you don't do it now, they're coming after you next. That there's not even a question about that. And so medicine's dying as a result of this. Thank you. And I don't think anyone's going to save the doctors. It's going to be an individual action and a whole series of collective individual actions. You know, the phrase "do not comply," it applies to all of us. And I think the doctors, I know that they're being informed that we're crazy, fringe, radical anti-vaxxers who are trying to make a name for ourselves by being contrarian and dissident. I just would ask them to rethink that for a second. If that's your assessment, you have to understand what's really going on. And so that's just the blitz. I think Professor Perron did a really good job of describing the tactic which is called the fake, and I think that's actually the most powerful weapon in this disinformation campaign. The fake is really three things. It's publishing studies with predetermined results. So pharma will commission randomized controlled trials of hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. They pull the same tactics as all the one. The only unique one that they actually pulled was the one they pulled with hydroxychloroquine, where they actually did a trial in hospitalized patients, which is not the population I would have studied for hydroxychloroquine, but they used literally toxic, near lethal doses. And they did that to make the treatment group do worse. You can't do that with ivermectin, so they had to do the opposite with ivermectin. They gave them the lowest doses possible. But you see these tactics over and over. You treat as low a dose as possible for as short as possible. You start it as late as possible. You study only the mildest patients, right? And with that, you can show that nothing works. And then they publish it in the highest impact journals in the world, and that's followed by PR campaigns around the world, headlines blaring from every major newspaper in every country. Latest, large, high-quality, rigorous study of fill-in-the-blank medicine is found to be ineffective. And then if you're a doctor who's like, but wait, that's not my reality. I've been kicking butt with these drugs. They're immensely effective. There's hundreds of other studies that show that it works, but yet the entire world is focused on that one fraudulent study. The power they have in those journals to convince the world of lies in science is immense. So the first part is the predetermined result. The second part is selectively publishing only negative studies of these repurposed drugs. And in my book, I have a chapter where I have dozens of examples of researchers writing to me and in groups around the world saying that their randomized controlled trials of ivermectin were getting rejected immediately and quickly and repeatedly. They could not publish. You couldn't publish a positive trial in anything but like a third-tier journal. And then obviously then they would only selectively publish negative trials, right? So the positive trials were censored, negative trials were there, and then they had to go, and then you'd get some papers that would slip in. Have you guys seen this? Where we'd actually get it through journals, peer review, rigorous rounds of peer review, get published, and all of a sudden, they would get retracted. Someone's picking up the phone, calling the editors of these journals, get rid of that paper. It just happened this week on a big paper in Curious about the dangers of the mRNA vaccine campaign, and the conclusion was that this campaign should be stopped. Took them, I think, 2 weeks to retract that. That thing's gone. And so you see that science has been totally corrupted, and it's using these disinformation tactics. So that's the fake, and I talked about the blitz, and then there's the fix, where they co-opt agency officials. I have a really telling and very highly documented example in terms of ivermectin, of what happened at the WHO, and how the WHO essentially, the word is cherry picking. And that's the other thing. They can do fraudulent trials, and they also can publish any paper they want, and they just selectively pick the studies that support their narrative, and you can't stop them because the editors of these journals are in on it. And I'll tell you, one of the most kind of motivating and coolest things I've heard, and I don't want to get too political here, but Bobby Kennedy, in an interview not too long ago, he said, one of the first, if he ever gets into office, one of the first actions he would take is he would get all of the editors of those high-impact medical journals into the Oval Office, and he would threaten them with a RICO prosecution unless they clean up their act. And me seeing the millions of needless deaths that have resulted through what I think are the actions of an editorial mafia. I think the mafia is working for bigger than them, but I think that's probably been the proximate cause to the vast majority of deaths that we've witnessed is fraudulence at the level of the high-impact medical journal, as well as the threats against doctors, and then the co-option of agency officials. You guys all know the revolving door of the FDA and the CDC. I mean, our agencies are captured and have been for decades, and so we're really in a tough spot here, guys, right? We're in a place where if you're knowledgeable and deeply studied, you know who you can't trust. You cannot trust what comes out of an agency official. You can't trust things that are published. I'm not actually estranged from science. I'm not really sure how to read science anymore. I look at a paper, I go right to the conflicts of interest if they're correctly listed, and then I find a whole wealth of them, and then I stop. I don't think there's any point in reading those papers. And so the point of my talk was basically that in medical suppression, they've essentially suppressed good science. They've suppressed the truth in science. They've suppressed the truth around therapeutics. And everything they did to suppress the evidence of efficacy of early treatment drugs, they committed the mirror image actions in support of the vaccines. Whereas they selectively censored positive studies of ivermectin, they've selectively censored all negative studies of the vaccines, only publishing fraudulent positive studies supporting these vaccines. They've gone after anyone who's criticized the vaccines. And so it's really been this war of really information, and those of us scientists who are standing up, being courageous, looking at a totality of the evidence, not cherry picking things and finding very different conclusions that we think are life-saving and really important to let everyone know. And by the way, I think I'm in this role and I'm standing here today because I was committed in my career to become a medical educator. I literally taught medicine. I love teaching medicine. When I learned something that was important, that could save someone's life, I was an ICU doctor. I took care of the dying. I always loved imparting that to my trainees so that they could, in my situation, pass along that knowledge and that skill. And although I'm out of organized and academic medicine now, I still think my calling is to teach, and that's all I'm here to do, is try to teach you guys what's going on and so that you can avoid it and protect your family and others. And so thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Ralph Larigo, and I'm an attorney, now in practice for a little over 50 years, actually. I have a suburban practice in Western New York, just south of Buffalo, and we have 7 lawyers, but we're not malpractice lawyers. We are not personal injury lawyers. Like most people of my generation, I was a believer in governmental agencies. I believed what the FDA, the NIH, and the WHO put forth. I generally believed that medical professionals would do everything they possibly could to save lives, to help us. That substantially changed in 2021. So in 2021, I represented this woman, Judy Schmenkevich. So Judy's 80 years old. She ends up in a local hospital with COVID. She's placed on a ventilator. She's given a 20% chance of living. Her son heard Dr. Corey testify in front of the U.S. Senate. He comes to the hospital. He convinces the ICU doctor to give her 1 dose of ivermectin. 1 dose. 1 dose of ivermectin. She's off the ventilator, out of ICU. Goes on the COVID floor. She starts to decline. He begs them. She needs more ivermectin. No. No. That's when he comes to me. Now, he came to me, and again, this is not my practice. I'm a commercial litigator, so I do know how to sue. So I sue the hospital. The hospital fights back. Judges can't prescribe medication, but I win the lawsuit. That lady gets ivermectin. 6 days later, she leaves the hospital. That lady's alive today. She attributes it to Dr. Corey, to ivermectin, and to my help. That was reported in the Buffalo News, and so I got another call from people in Rochester, the neighboring city. So Glenda Dickerson is now, I'm supposed to do this? Glenda Dickerson is now in the hospital, 65 years old, and this is a time when you can't go visit your relatives in the hospital. They are there dying all by themselves, and you can't go see them. And the family is told she will die of COVID. They read the article in the paper, they come to me. I sue the hospital. I win. She's alive today. So with the news and publicity, and then I was asked to be on podcast, I started getting calls, all kinds of calls. I was introduced to the Frontline COVID Alliance. I met Dr. Pierre Corey. This is my hero. Dr. Corey gave himself to me at any point in the day or night when I needed help. He spent a day preparing affidavits for me. He helped in every single way possible. He was always there to help. And I also got introduced to the International COVID Summit. We would meet every Wednesday virtually. It was amazing to me. He'd come from Rome into my office and doctors from around the world, and we would discuss the benefits of hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. I ended up with 200 clients. I sued in 40 states. Where I was successful, those people lived. Where I wasn't, they died. In Illinois, there was a woman, an Albanian woman, who was in the hospital. She was already 11 days on a ventilator. Her daughter was able to see her on a regular basis. Her daughter saw the situation I had with Glenna Dixon. And her daughter contacted me to represent them. So I sued the hospital in Illinois. When I was doing these lawsuits, initially the lawsuit is in order to show cause. I do not need to put the hospital on notice. It's me arguing in front of the judge. So I'm arguing in front of the judge in Illinois, and I'm successful. The judge orders that the hospital has to give ivermectin. So we served the hospital, and my client, the daughter, is in her mother's room, and the doctors tell the mother no. The doctor tells my client, no, she's not going to get it. She calls me up on the phone. The doctor's there. I say, put the doctor on the phone. He gets on the phone. I say, doctor, this is not your choice anymore. I have a court order. We're not going to do it. I sue for contempt. Now, the hospitals hire the best lawyers possible. And so when we had another hearing on the contempt, what happened was they pushed the judge back a little bit. He still ordered the ivermectin, but he said, the hospital won't provide it. You're going to have to find a doctor to do it. I contacted Pierre. He gave me Dr. Alan Bain. Alan Bain went into that hospital 16 days in a row and gave that woman ivermectin. That woman's alive today. You know, I had a case in Virginia, and this is the last I'll talk about these 200 cases, but I had a case in Virginia. Oh, this woman was over 30 days on a ventilator. She was in terrible shape, but the family wanted to fight. They wanted to fight and show that there was an alternative. So I went in front of the judge. I made my arguments. I had Dr. Corey's affidavit. I had studies, dozens of studies, tens of thousands of people benefited by ivermectin. And the judge, the hospital doctors argue, well, it's not approved by the FDA. It's not approved by the NIH. It's not approved by the WHO. You can't use it. I say, but Judge, you have a right to try act in your state. And this fits into the intent of the Right to Try Act. Now the lawyers for the hospital argue, oh no, can't do that. This is an approved drug. Judge, you can't have it both ways. That judge ordered the ivermectin, ordered the hospital to perform it. The hospital says, our doctors won't do it. It's against their conscience to do it. To give this little pill, crush it and put it into the feeding tube. Again, I have to have a doctor go to the hospital, which we were able to do. Hospital still refused. I brought a contempt motion. This judge had the guts to fine them $10,000 a day if it wasn't done by 5 o'clock that night, 9 o'clock that night. And it was done. The problem is this woman was 47 days on a ventilator and she died. But he had the guts to do it. Now, this is no longer about COVID or ivermectin. This is about medical freedom. I'll show you some of the articles. I mean, I had even the Daily Beast. Now, look, I'm the conservative county chairman in my county. I've been the conservative county chairman for 30 years. I'm a state vice chairman. I'm counsel to the Conservative Party. They put that in every article, like I'm some right-wing nut who wants ivermectin. They put it in every article. So there were so many articles, these are all different people that I represented across this country. You know, and hopefully saved, I know we saved dozens of lives. But again, this is about medical freedom now. And it's about governmental suppression and how giants like Big Pharma control our destiny. This is about how conservative values trump liberal policies in every situation. This is about the failed policies of the left. I know firsthand in conservative states, I was much more successful with conservative judges. I know how difficult it was when I was in liberal states. So Florida, Texas, we had a great many successes. New York, although in my specific area of New York, I was very successful, but when we got to New York City, we didn't win. We sued Mount Sinai Hospital. We won initially for a woman in Mount Sinai Hospital because I had Dr. Corey's affidavit. What happened in that situation is the husband was fighting for his wife's life. He convinced the infectious disease doctor to give her ivermectin. He wrote the prescription. When the prescription went to the pharmacy sent it up to the administration said no. But I have the patient portal. I have his notes. When I sued, I used those notes to show that the infectious disease doctor had ordered it, and the hospital granted, or the court granted my order. Then what happened is that woman got better, but she had been 30-some days on a ventilator. She got better, but then started to decline. And the protocol changed to now 5 days or until recovery. So I talked to the doctor. He agreed he would write another prescription. He put it in the patient portal. He would write a prescription for 30 days. She got her ivermectin, but only for 5 days. It stopped. Why did it stop? I sued again. He said, I only wrote the prescription for 5 days. Doctor, read the patient portal. You wrote it for 30 days. Isn't it true, doctor, that the hospital put pressure on you to write the prescription actually for only 5 days? He wouldn't answer me. The judge adjourned the hearing. This is New York City. The judge adjourned the hearing. This was a Thursday. She adjourned it to Tuesday. The woman died on Sunday. We need legislation. We need legislation to expand the Right to Try Act. Right now, the Right to Try Act, we have in a number of states. President Trump signed the Right to Try Act in a federal bill on May 30th, 2018. But that bill is for experimental drugs. If we added 3 simple words, or off-label, if we added that to the Right to Try Act, I would have been able to use that in every state that had that Right to Try Act. If we could pass it federally, you'd have that right. In this country, you have the right to say no to aspirin, but you do not have the right to demand anything to save your life. The safeguards are all built into the Right to Try Act. It has to be the patient requests it. There has to be a doctor who prescribes it. They're willing to release the hospital and the pharmacy. It's all built in there. But yet, you do not have that legal right. That Right to Try Act needs to be modified. We need to go to our legislators. We need to go to each and every one of our elected officials and demand that that Right to Try Act be put forth in every state and that it include or off-label medication. You can throw me off now. My 10 minutes is probably close up. So look, I am a big proponent of when it's not going right. I know lawyers have a bad reputation, but and doctors don't necessarily like lawyers, but when it's not going right, lawyers can do something. We can go to court. You don't know how many times judges, lawyers, the hospital lawyers would say, Judge, you wear black robes, not white coats. You can't make this decision. And I would say, if not you, then who? We need to have a system in place where people have a medical right to their own destiny. And if it takes lawyers to do it, that's what I did for a year. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing. Ralph mentioned it. I just think it's important to talk about the data. So in Ralph's cases that he took on behalf of patients who needed ivermectin in the hospital, 80 cases went to court. He won 40 and he lost 40. Of the 40 that he won, 38 people survived. Of the 40 that he lost, 2 people survived.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Drew Barnes, and I'm from Alberta. I first want to start by shout outs to the ICS, to Lily and Rob. Thank you so much for your hard work. Greatly appreciated. And it's so nice to be in a room with so many patriots and freedom fighters. Rob, if every minute or two, if you would roll my 5 slides, I would appreciate it. Thank you. There was a time not so long ago that this city symbolized what we are here seeking to defend. But in recent years, DC and its bloated federal government have gained a much different reputation. Whether it's in Richmond, north of Richmond, or calls to drain the swamp, Washington's reflection in pop culture is far, far from flattering these days. And of course, as a Canadian, I certainly sympathize. Things are getting bad back home. In fact, I might be one of the few people glad to be in DC. There's no question that Justin Trudeau and his WEF crafted policies have made an absolute mess of my once proud Canada. We have more oil than Venezuela, but our people can't afford to fill their cars. We have more natural gas than Russia, more cattle than Texas, and people in Alberta now are deciding between heat or eat. Meanwhile, our housing crisis is so bad that even newly arrived refugees refer to Trudeau as our ruthless dictator. This is what happens when governments set out to intentionally increase prices and artificially create shortages. And as a result, the decline in standard of living, the decline in wealth that Canadians and Canadians' families are facing is very, very real. And the OECD forecasts Canada will have the lowest GDP growth amongst 40 industrialized nations for decades to come. And I fear we're just the canary in the coal mine, a warning to the world that woke, socialist, and globalist policies are a complete recipe for disaster. And I'm sorry to report that rising crime and addictions, the declining quality of life, the mental health crisis, the death of the middle class will not be unique to Canada. We might be just further down the road than America and other nations. So my story. The pandemic, by and large, was a dark time in our world history. Many of us here today were unfairly targeted, humiliated, ostracized, vilified, segregated, and even fired from our jobs for daring to speak up and raise questions or push back. I am one. I was a 3-term MLA in the government of Alberta. For my American friends, that's the equivalent of a state rep in your system. Early on, I decided to put my duties as an elected representative ahead of my loyalty to the governing caucus. I had to, and to put it very, very plainly, my government's pandemic management was a complete failure. I openly questioned my government's arbitrary lockdowns, which famously included the seizure of a church, the jailing of pastors, and the forfeiture of many, many businesses. When the police tackled and arrested a young man for daring to play hockey on an outdoor rink, I refused to stay silent. I also spoke out when my premier openly lied to the press and fabricated an outbreak that never ever occurred at a children's birthday party. I was proud to demand accountability when my premier was caught red-handed with other cabinet ministers, defying his own health restrictions on the balcony of a taxpayer-owned building. In Alberta, my home province, the pandemic strategy by the government was executed in two major stages. In the spring of 2020, the government stated that our health system had 295 intensive care beds at the ready and said it could immediately increase capacity to 1,081 towards the end of April. And of course, this never happened. No more than 400 hospital beds were ever opened, and many taxpayer-funded temporary field hospitals were never used. And instead of ramping up the number of hospital beds as promised, the government chose instead to use a lack of ICU capacity to push draconian social restrictions on every single Albertan. We all remember the phrase, 2 weeks to flatten the curve, proved to be a catchy marketing gimmick for seemingly endless lockdowns that were not based in science in any way. And in the coming months, lockdowns gave way to business closures, mask mandates, coercive vaccine mandates and passports. And the science concerning the vaccine passport system, which our premier then had promised never to implement, the science was completely non-existent and never shared. And at various times, the government attempted to justify this vaccine mandate in the name of protecting the ICU bed capacity, all the time using it to also drive the vaccination rates. However, no targets were ever given for ICU beds or vaccination rates. And just as the government lied about ICU beds as time went on, it became more and more obvious that health officials were lying about both the safety and the effectiveness of vaccines. In fact, it became apparent to anyone who was paying attention that the true purpose of these measures had more to do with imposing a Chinese-style digital identification system than health care. Friends, I refuse to stay silent. I personally wrote an article in Canada's National Post outlining why, as an elected MLA and a representative of Cypress Medicine Hat, I refuse to support the government's pandemic measures. I challenged how the health restrictions set directly by the Premier's office were hopelessly arbitrary in nature and driven by predictions and modeling that proved baseless time and time again. I demanded the government stop hiding behind the bureaucracy and start answering questions from Albertans. I also demanded the government provide specific evidence and data to back up its restrictions. And for my crimes against the narrative, I, of course, was forced out of the government caucus by a vindictive premier and his henchmen, forced to sit as an independent the last 2 years of my term. However, within a year, the lockdowns were lifted, the vaccine passports abandoned, and the premier himself was forced out of office. People ask, absolutely, people ask, was it worth it? Hell yes, it was worth every bit of it. Liberty is worth all this and more. And like all of you here today, I stand here truly unapologetic for opposing blatant tyranny. Unfortunately, I know, and you know, our work is not done. In fact, it's probably just getting started. If the pandemic era has taught us anything, is that we're being misled by the same unelected, unaccountable globalist elite. Let me ask, do you think it was a coincidence that throughout the pandemic, all of our governments imposed similar policies? We all saw some form of vaccine passports, vaccine mandates, travel restrictions, and other mandates that violated our natural, God-given human rights. And in many cases, many cases, these policies are still with us, just waiting to be re-invoked with a stroke of a legislative pen. Even in my so-called conservative province of Alberta, our new premier has refused for 14 months and counting to keep her promise to make future vaccine mandates and vaccine passports illegal. The very thing she campaigned on. In fact, under this premier, our socialistic medical system continues to deny life-saving organ transplants to any patients who refuse the COVID-19 vaccine. It doesn't matter to these tyrants that the vaccine has repeatedly been proven to at least temporarily lower a patient's immune system, or worse. I personally know of one patient who died after being refused an organ transplant. And I'm sure there's many others in Canada and North America. Can you imagine? Do you think it was a coincidence that all of our governments refused to provide data or evidence to justify the imposition of emergency health measures? Do you think it was a coincidence that all of our governments cooked the books to overrepresent the health dangers posed by COVID-19? Do you also think it was a coincidence that all of our governments overstated the benefits of gene therapies, which ultimately did not prevent transmission? Do you think it's a coincidence that all of our governments continue to minimize the side effects of these deadly injections? In short, do you think it's a coincidence that all of our governments ran the exact same pandemic plan while using the exact same talking points? Folks, nobody here is that stupid. We are already suffering under one world government. Yet over the past 2 years, we see the same pandemic-era strategies being deployed again and again, this time with regard to other issues. And you'll recognize these. Build back better. Net zero. 15-minute cities. Banning cow burps. Digital currency and social credit schemes. Undemocratic global treaties. Censoring the internet. And all of these policies are being pushed by politicians and corporate-owned media together. All of these policies designed to reduce individual freedom while giving more control to the unelected globalist elite. And folks, these people are the world's most arrogant, hypocritical, and egotistical people, and they are used to getting what they want. And they don't care about facts. They don't care that only computer-generated modeling that is proven less accurate than those for pandemic predictions are the ones for climate predictions. And while we're here in DC, let me just add a little something for a former vice president. Hey, Al Gore, the polar ice cap, it didn't melt in 2013. I'm from Canada, I know, I checked. It didn't melt. Folks, if we're going to restore our freedom and prevent our children from growing up in a Chinese surveillance state, we need to start pushing back everywhere against these globalist grifters. When they attempt to bribe us, we need to tell them no. When they attempt to threaten us, we again need to tell them no. When they attempt to blackmail us, we need to tell them no. When they attempt to scare us, we need to tell them no. And we need to elect leaders who will tell them no. And more importantly, we need huge elements of direct democracy added to our political process. So like Switzerland, if our politicians put in a law that we don't like, or if they will not put in a law that the people in the consensus want, we the people can do it. We need direct democracy. But most importantly, we need to teach our children to tell them no. Folks, the years ahead will be difficult, but the promise of liberty is eternal. And of course, there's an old saying, the bigger the government, the smaller the citizen. That was certainly true in Soviet Russia. Brutal repression and centrally planned man-made famine that killed millions in the Ukraine. True in communist China with the Great Leap Forward, which killed millions in China. Folks, it can happen again. Folks, it can happen here. Folks, it's what the Great Reset is all about and the hallmarks of disaster in the making. And folks, I'm looking forward to the day when we can sit our kids and our grandkids down and we can say, hell yes, it was worth it standing up for liberty. Thank you all very much. Thanks to the ICS.
You don't have slides for me. Well, I brought them just in case. Perfect. All right. Everyone can hear me okay? I'm Kevin McKernan. I'm going to give you a very fast whirlwind tour through the DNA contamination that's in these vaccines. I've got about a 28-year history in genomics. I worked on the Human Genome Project. I've built DNA sequencers, lots of patents and citations, but I don't have a doctorate, and so I appreciate you guys giving me one on my tag. I don't have any conflicts. Many of the slides I have are for reference for the video. There'll just be citations. I believe having citations here is very important so you understand where I'm going with this. This really pertains to two preprints that came out, one last year in April and one in October, those two. Now, these are preprints. Some of my favorite memes about preprints is that many people took these things under duress, but some people took them for donuts, and even in Portland, Oregon, they had a Joints for Jabs program. Which surprisingly may have been a mistake in disguise, because cannabinoids probably have a role in limiting the inflammation of these shots. But we don't really care about peer review, as Pierre Corey has mentioned. We care about reproduction in science. Okay, peer review is meant to be a proxy for reproduction, but it often fails. What we do have is reproduction in spades. We now have people in Germany, Japan, we have people in France who have seen this DNA contamination. The EMA even has documents that have leaked showing there is a 1 to 815-fold variance in the amount of DNA contamination there in these vaccines. That was data that was given to them, cherry-picked by Pfizer. We also have Dr. Buckholz's work in South Carolina that has replicated this qPCR. He's even done Oxford nanopore sequencing on this. Dr. Sin Lee has done Sanger sequencing in Connecticut. Dr. Bridget Koenig has done work in Germany. This much reproduction has forced the regulators to respond. We've got responses now from the FDA, from the EMA, and from Health Canada that have all acknowledged this contamination is there. Now, they disagree that it matters because they turn to their sponsors to get that answer. They've gone to Pfizer and asked them what is in these shots and doesn't matter, and they were handed an answer saying it's of no consequence. I'm going to show you why they're wrong on those 3 points. Let's back up a little bit. What happened here? In the clinical trials, they actually ran the clinical trial on clean DNA that was PCR amplified from a plasmid template. All right, that makes it 1 millionfold cleaner above background.
They then did a bait and switch, and when they went to the mass market with this, they gave everyone vaccines that skipped that PCR step and therefore was working off of plasmid DNA alone. What that means is more background DNA from the plasmid gets into the vaccines, and more endotoxin presumably gets into the vaccines. This bait and switch was documented in the BMJ. They've been one of the better journals throughout the pandemic. Recep Levy had published this. So what did they hand to the regulators? They handed the regulators this plasmid map on the right, which you'll notice is missing any sequence annotation from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock on the map. That's very awkward. If you ever use plasmid annotation tools, they annotate everything on the map and they don't leave anything unannotated. So somebody at Pfizer had to go in and actively delete this annotation and hand it to the regulators and defraud them. On the left is what happened when we shoved this into a typical annotation tool. It highlights this SV40 region. So what are they hiding in the SV40 promoter region? Well, they're hiding the fact that this tool identifies their system as a gene therapy because it's a nuclear targeting sequencing. It moves DNA directly to the nucleus within hours in all cell lines, all right? Now, they've also tried to attack the fact that we used expired vials. It's not true. We've had other people use vials that aren't expired, and this is a really bad position of theirs to take because they gave expired vials to patients. And it's very easy for you to measure whether something has decayed with an RNA integrity plot, and we've done that, so this is a red herring. It's also a little bit bizarre. They've challenged that our PCR results aren't using proper methods. They have not published their methods. But you can go to Moderna's own patents, which will teach you that qPCR underestimates the problem, and therefore they had to invent new tools to get rid of this DNA. Moderna does have cleaner vaccines, by the way, from a DNA standpoint. Why did they do this? Well, the regulators in some jurisdictions are letting them measure the DNA with two different yardsticks, and they care about a ratio of RNA to DNA. So what they do is they use a different method that inflates the RNA values, something known as fluorometry, and then they move to qPCR to measure the DNA. Now, you've all probably had a COVID test or know that they measure RNA. So if you have primers that can measure DNA and you don't use them to measure the RNA, you are a fraud. And the regulators either don't know this or they are complicit in the crime. They're letting them use two different yardsticks so that because without these two different yardsticks, they can't pass these regulations. So what is fluorometry? I'll briefly go through this. It's a dye that stains DNA, but sometimes it stains a little RNA when it's modified. So you have to play some tricks where you stain it first with a dye, then erase the RNA with an enzyme known as RNase, and then measure it again. We've done this work, and you can see that it goes down about a log scale in signal when you measure this with pico green. If you erase the RNA, it goes down a log scale. It's still a log scale over if you use this tool. This is what we've been complaining about, is they're cherry-picking tools, and by some of the own tools that they're allowed to use with the EMA, they're over by a factor of 10. Very recently, we've measured some vials in Germany that are with qPCR, which is the conservative way to measure this. They're over by a factor of 20. This is 20-fold more DNA than we've ever seen in any other vaccine. This is very recent data. These are giving us CTs of 12, 13. If you remember COVID, you may have been called positive on the outside of your mucosa from a viral test at a CT of 35. That's 1 million times less nucleic acid than they are injecting into you as a contaminant in their vaccines. Big difference there. Oh, I think I just missed one slide there. Okay, the FDA has guidelines that when the DNA gets really small, you have to lower the limits. These guidelines are also based on non-LNP-based delivery. DNA has about a 10-minute half-life in the blood. If you put it in an LNP, it goes all over the place and lasts forever. Well, I shouldn't say forever, but we don't know how long it goes, but it goes into the cell once you do this. This Limit All paper is a great paper about spontaneous integration rates into the genome. It's around 7% if you use transfection with something like an LNP. So keep that in mind. 10 nanograms of small DNA, which is what we have here, is billions of copies of DNA. 10 nanograms of human DNA is only about 1,000 copies of DNA. So they base their regulations on old numbers. It's also important to know that the NCVIA, since that went into place, they have raised the limit 1,000-fold in a couple decades. It used to be 10 picograms, it's now 10 nanograms, and we now have LNPs in the picture with nuclear targeting sequences. Where is it going? Well, we can tell it's going to the heart from the Crossan paper, there for 30 days. It's going to breast milk from the Hanna papers. It's going to placenta, recently found. And we can see it's in plasma for 28 days. Most of these papers are not discriminating between RNA and DNA, so we don't really know whether they're measuring the spike of the RNA or the DNA. It's probably a combination of both. Okay, can this lead to cancer? I think we're always cancering. It's just a question of whether your immune system can keep up with it. If you accelerate the mutation rate, your immune system may not be able to keep up with it. If you take one of these vaccines, you won't have any white blood cells to keep up with it. And likewise, if you're producing a spike protein, there's some publications that this can reduce the activity of P53. All three of these in combination are probably what's required. I don't think the DNA alone is going to do this, but when you give it in combination with white blood cell neutropenia and lymphocytopenia, this is quite likely. Okay, so let's go over why they're wrong. So the FDA, when they were shown that they had this contamination and admitted to being deceived, they then turned to the people who deceived them to ask them how bad is the deception. And of course, they got the answer they're looking for, which Pfizer told them that these things are not material to manufacturing the plasmid. Having worked on the Human Genome Project, building 10 million plasmids, it is impossible to make a plasmid without a promoter. So this is a complete lie from the FDA, which tells you they're either completely inept or they're in on the crime. They're part of the fix, as Pierre would say. The other thing they've gone on to say is that they're going against their own guidelines. Their guidelines declare these things need to be disclosed. You have to declare every promoter and every open reading frame in any plasmid, and they didn't do this. They admitted that they didn't do this, and they're now running cover for them. So I'm not certain you can believe anything else that they say on this topic. They've nevertheless said the DNA is too small and too little quantity. I've already touched on the fact that it's in LNPs, and that's wrong, and the way that they're measuring things is a fraud. But it's also, in some cases, very long. There's a very long tail of the size of the DNA that's in there. We've collected molecules as long as 3,000 bases out of these vaccines, which encode the entire antibiotic resistance gene and its promoter. That thing integrates, you're going to have cell lines that are now resistant to aminoglycosides. I don't know what that's going to do. It may not be very good for your gut. But they're not doing work. This is a very cheap $90 sequencing run we did in Oxford Nanopore on a flongle. It gives 1,000 reads, and we can already see 1,000 base pair fragments there or more. When they say this thing is immaterial and is non-functional, well, they have not read Moderna's own patents, which state that residual DNA in their mRNA vaccines is in fact a risk for insertional mutagenesis. So you don't have to take my word that this is a risk. It's in Moderna's own patents that they need to solve this problem, and they're inventing tools in these patents to solve the problem because they are aware of this risk that the FDA refuses to acknowledge is there. Not functional, I don't have much time for this, but there are papers written by the FDA that show it's functional, so we'll cite them back to those from Keith Pedden. And of course, you only needed to do one Google search to find SV40 binding to P53. P53 is your tumor suppressor gene. It's the guardian of your genome. Anything that's in billions of copies inside of a vaccine that binds P53 should be a red light. Stop. Put the brakes on. Let's review what's going on here. I don't know what it's doing to P53, but the fact that it interacts with that gene should be a major alarm bell. Now, very recently, we took ovarian cancer cell lines and treated them with vaccines. This is work that Uli Kaumer did in Germany. She's treated ovarian cancer 3 cells, OVCAR3, with Moderna and some Pfizer vaccines. And then we looked at with qPCR, at the DNA levels in each cell passage. This took about a week's worth of cell culture, okay? And we can see that the DNA is still inside of these cells. So the fact checkers who told you this DNA won't get into the cell are proven wrong by this data. We can see DNA in there. It's a very high copy number. It's at around 3,000x coverage across the vaccine genome, and it's only about 30x coverage across the human genome. And we can now see the DNA sticking within these cells throughout passaging. We've also found 2 genome integrations. Now, this has not been replicated like all of our qPCR data, so this is very early. But we have fusions of DNA between the spike sequence and chromosome 12 and between the spike sequence and chromosome 9. This needs to be confirmed with long-read sequencers where we can span the entire integration event. We couldn't do this with Illumina sequencing, so this is still somewhat putative at the moment. But we shouldn't be seeing any of this right now. And this didn't take much to do. This took one Illumina run that a regulator could have easily done with the budgets that they have. Instead, this is falling upon citizen scientists to go and look at. We've done some Sanger sequencing to confirm that these junctions are real and they're not an Illumina artifact. They're real and that they exist in the library that we sequenced. We didn't have cells to go back to torture test the cells to see if it was in the cell as well. That's our next action. So a little bit more validation to doing this, but still a little bit concerning. Why is this happening? Others have touched on this. We had 2 regulators leave in protest over these vaccines, and 2 others went and got hired by Moderna. This is a revolving door. It's due to the PDUFA Act of 1992 that needs to be repealed. This allows the pharmaceutical companies to be paid by pharma, and more of their budget comes from pharma than from any taxpayer. So they are not beholden to any citizen vote. They are beholden to the people that they regulate, and that act should be eliminated. All right, so where do we go from here? Blood banks, sperm banks, fertility clinics, breast milk, transplant organs, cancer biopsies, all of these things need to be screened for whether or not any of this residual vaccine exists. We have tools to do this now that we put public. Anyone can manufacture these things. What's really needed are CLIA laboratories to take an interest in this. We can work on cell lines. We can't be working on human consented DNA. That needs CLIA laboratories to do that, so I encourage them to look up these primers. If they don't want to make them themselves, we have some of them kitted for people to make this easy. And I think Joe Latipo had this right. We have to do this state by state. The FDA is not going to address this. They've already demonstrated fraud. They've already demonstrated they're complicit and they're willing to just take the word of the manufacturer and not give it any scrutiny. And Joe had the courage to actually look at this from a neutral position and decide that the FDA was lying through their teeth. So with that, I'll leave it for the next person. Thank you.
G'day, I come from Australia, and you probably haven't heard of me, but I've been researching this topic from the beginning, and I'm one of the few people as well in Australia who fought against the vaccine mandates. I was fired from my hospital, famous, probably the largest children's hospital in Australia, for not taking the vaccine. I fought against it, got lawyered up and won. I was one of the few people that have actually won. Thank you. In a few days, I'm actually going back for seconds, having another bite at the cherry, expected to win that one as well for the back pay that they just refused to pay. So, yeah, we're fighting and we're going to win. Now, as part of my case, we'll talk more about my case in a few days, but as part of the case, I'm effectively forced to research, and I am a researcher, got a Bachelor of Pharmacy, PhD with the University of Sydney, and I've been forced basically to research on this topic. So I've entered health misinformation, COVID misinformation. I study misinformation at University of Sydney, and I managed to get some articles published in the proper avenues, medical journals. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that and other research as well regarding the clinical trials for these vaccines. So a little bit of warning about the vaccines. So there you go. There's 4 articles appearing recently, just last month, in Wiley's Journal of Evaluation in Clinical Practice. 4 articles, 2 by me, 2 by Peter Doshi from the University of Maryland, or his team, and we had a back and forth about things that we were noticing in the observational studies and in the clinical trials that was used to justify the vaccine mandates, the vaccines being approved, and so forth. And we found a few interesting things there. So Doshi's team found in the first article, they found in the observational studies there's a case counting window bias. So a lot of you may have been as skeptical as we were when the jabs first came out, and they used this term fully vaccinated. What's going on here? What's this fully vaccinated business? So you get the first jab, some is only 1 jab, but for the most part it's 2 jabs. You wait a bit, you get your second jab, and then you have to wait a few weeks before you're fully vaccinated. Right? What happens up to that point? And this is what we found very interesting, because going to the evidence, going to the observational studies, going to the clinical trials, it looks like a lot of that stuff was being ignored. Highly relevant data just being pushed to the side. So the case counting window bias that Doshi's team found in observational studies is basically anything that happens up to the second. So we're talking about effectiveness here, exaggerating effectiveness. So all the COVID cases in the people that are partially vaccinated, so not fully vaccinated, they're being ignored. Now that's highly relevant not only to looking at the effectiveness, but also the potential for negative effectiveness, which we'll get to at the end. And negative effectiveness is very scary. That's the idea that the jabs are actually increasing your chance of getting COVID and even of being hospitalized with COVID and dying from COVID, right? Negative effectiveness, very important thing that we're seeing in the literature. barely anyone's talking about. I think we need to talk about that one a bit more. So there's also, this is a bias, this is a counting window issue, but it's also a bias because this doesn't happen for the unvaccinated. When you're looking at an observational study, we don't separate the unvaccinated for a while and say we're not going to count those cases. No, we're going to count all the cases. But in the vaccinated, we're going to ignore all the cases that happened up to the point that they were fully vaccinated. And fully vaccinated status runs out as well, so that's more of a concern. What are we going to do about those cases? How do we factor that into the data? There's no valid reason for ignoring what happens up to the point of full vaccination, because you don't just magically take a pill and suddenly you're fully vaccinated. You have to get fully vaccinated by going through the journey, by going through partial vaccination. So it's highly relevant what happens to these people up until the point of full vaccination. So an example was done. Doshi's team did an example using the Pfizer trial data to show just how big this effect could be, just how big this bias could affect the data, the effectiveness estimates. So they showed that with a 0% effectiveness vaccine, you could make it look 48% effective. Right? You don't have any effectiveness of the vaccine at all. It's just by manipulating the data. It's just by ignoring what's happening in the vaccinated up until full vaccination. Suddenly you've got a 0% effective vaccine, looks 48% effective. I followed up with the next article saying, yeah, great work, you've understated things. It's actually more like 65%. Right, using the same data, doing the same sort of maths. And the reason for this is, a lot of the time, and a lot of the studies, not only are the partially vaccinated ignored, they're actually pushed over to my group, the unvaccinated. Right? So someone that's actually taken the jab, month or 2 months later, they're still considered unvaccinated in some of the studies. So that further biases the results. The jab may have increased their chance. We've heard a few other talks talk about immunosuppression, might have increased the chance of them getting COVID, and instead of being counted as happening in a vaccinated person, that's counted in an unvaccinated person. They're counted as unvaccinated people. So my group, imagine how offensive that is for the likes of me who didn't take it, they're included in my group, right? So you run the numbers again, it's more like 65%. And for some of the jabs, that's what the effectiveness is, right? And even if you're claiming 95% effectiveness, you get figures like this, 50%, 60% exaggeration. That brings you below the 50% rate to be approved, right? So if that's the case, the vaccine should never have been approved. They're clearly not very effective. So this is only getting started. So that's the observational studies, and that's effectiveness. Now we're going to have a quick look at safety in the observational studies. Now the same principle can apply here. I've seen observational studies where, again, they're ignoring what's happening in the partially vaccinated. And I seem to observe this in a big study by Catano et al. In Oxford University Press's American Journal of Epidemiology, which is one of the top epidemiology journals. And they seem to do this. They give their windows. This is where we're looking at the benefits and the risks of the vaccines. This is where we're starting to look from. And for some reason, they're only looking from full vaccination onwards. So what's happening to the partially vaccinated, right? So not only are cases being dismissed, but it looks like we're missing out on adverse effects as well. Some people have died within days of taking the jab because of anaphylactic shock. Where's that in the data? If we're only going to look from full vaccination, of course, we're not going to capture that data, right? So the safety looks like that's being exaggerated as well. Not only in terms of that issue of starting too late when looking at the adverse effects, but also because the windows are too short, right? So typically they only look, in the study I was looking at, Catano et al., they stopped at a couple of months, 2, 3, maybe 4 months. What about long-term? What about the long-term health implications? We don't know, right? There you go. It could take years. It could take years to see subclinical myocarditis. It could take years to become clinical and result in death. That's not captured in the data. So not only is the effectiveness being exaggerated, also the safety is being exaggerated. And that's the observational studies. We're going to look now at the clinical trials. That worked? Yep. All right, so I didn't expect to see this. Doshi's team didn't expect to see this, but we found that in the clinical trials as well, this idea that we're not going to count what happens in terms of COVID cases, COVID infections in the partially vaccinated. but it happened as well. The Pfizer trial, 7 days after the second jab, the Moderna trial, 14 days after the Moderna jab, then they're starting to look at the COVID cases. What about all the COVID cases happening before that time? Right, so the data is heavily, I would say, manipulated. So the same effect, or basically the same effect we're seeing in the clinical trials as well, so going straight back to the beginning. And they also noticed that different counting windows were used at different times that just happened to give the best results possible, right, in the same clinical trials. And finally, there's also in the clinical trials, many were lost to follow-up. So when we're talking about hundreds of people or thousands of people lost to follow-up, I start wondering, how can this be called a controlled trial? Right? This is an RCT, this is the gold standard of medical research, controlled trial, and yet there are all these people that are lost to follow-up. What's happened to them? What's happening in terms of COVID infections? What's happening in terms of adverse effects? We don't know. They're lost to follow-up. And there are also a bunch of unconfirmed cases of COVID. They were suspected but unconfirmed. There were thousands of those. They admit to that. Pfizer admits to that. They didn't include those because they weren't confirmed, but they were suspected. That were thousands of people. If they were included, they were roughly equal in terms of who got infected, vaccinated, unvaccinated, who got infected with COVID, roughly equal. You put that into the data, you're looking now effectiveness of less than 10%. Right? Again, far below the 50% required for approval. So, and these were suspected COVID cases that were not included as COVID cases. All right, so moving on to exaggerations of safety in the clinical trials. There were, again, the significant number of trial participants lost to follow-up. What happened to them? I want to know what happened to them. Are they dead? Is that why they're lost to follow-up? What happened? Are they too injured to get in touch? But again, long-term safety data is made impossible here. First of all, they only looked at a few months, and then they basically merged the trial groups. They offered the vaccine to the unvaccinated. They said after a couple of months, look, it's clearly effective. It's not ethical to not give them the jab. We have to give them the jab. So not only don't we have long-term safety data, we can't get it. It's done. It's over. We would have to start whole new clinical trials, which at this point looks impossible, to be able to get long-term safety data from a randomized controlled trial. One of the biggest issues, though, is the reliance on unsolicited reporting, right? So they call this a controlled trial. They relied on the trial participants to actually get in touch with them to let them know, I've had an adverse effect, right? I've had an adverse event. So what happens to people that have died? I can imagine someone who's taken the vaccine in the vaccinated group, they died because of the vaccine for whatever reason, maybe it was myocarditis or some other sudden death. They died, they can't call back. Right? They're not calling from hell saying, hi, yeah, it's me. It's pretty warm down here. Your jab killed me. Yeah, I said your jab killed me. Make sure you report it, and I'll see you soon. So, yeah, unsolicited reporting. And they call this a controlled trial. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the gold standard of medicine, a controlled trial, and they rely on unsolicited reporting of the adverse effects. So, yeah, that's extraordinary. But even the data we have, it's already very concerning. It's not particularly good in itself. A lot of you are probably aware of the Freeman et al. Article and the Ben et al. Articles. They show that there's actually an excess in the Pfizer and Moderna trials. There's actually an excess of serious adverse events of special interest and deaths as well. More deaths in the vaccinated groups than the unvaccinated groups. And generally that's because of cardiovascular deaths, more cardiovascular deaths. And Pfizer's reaction was, yeah, we acknowledge that, but that was unrelated to the jab. Okay? And now we know, of course, there's been plenty of research published in proper journals, as we've done here, to show that, no, the jab does cause cardiovascular deaths. A whole segment of jabs were removed because of that, the DNA jabs, right? These are the mRNA, same sort of technology. They were removed for the blood clotting, right? Cardiovascular issues as well. So they don't get to say that anyway. If you're running an RCT, when there's a discrepancy between the treatment group and the placebo group, you attribute that to the treatment. That's the whole point of an RCT, right? So you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either, yes, This is a good trial, and we can show that the jabs are causing cardiovascular deaths, and more so than whatever lives may be saved by the jab. Or you admit that the trial is bogus, and we shouldn't be taking their conclusions as the basis for approval and mandates and so forth. They can't have it both ways. All right, so myocarditis. One of the adverse events is myocarditis. There's been plenty of evidence about this, including myocarditis deaths. One of the most concerning I've seen is that we actually have, I know one of the other speakers mentioned before, why don't we compare the jabbed and the unjabbed? We have such data in the UK, although I think they've stopped now since May 2023. We're doing the same sort of thing in Australia too. They stopped as well. I suspect it's because it wasn't looking so good for the vaccinated. The unvaccinated, for some reason, seem to be doing better. So going by the UK government data through the ONS, up to May, dying at a greater rate from COVID and dying at a greater rate from non-COVID, from everything else, right? So why is that? That should sound highly concerning to you. Isn't the jab supposed to be saving people? Yet we find people dying more who are vaccinated from COVID and also from everything else besides COVID. So really interesting stuff, and that's just, but we were talking about myocarditis specifically, and what I mentioned here through the BMJ, one of the rapid responses with the BMJ, is that just this one side effect alone looks like the risks outweigh the benefits of the jabs. Just myocarditis. If you're young and healthy, it takes hundreds of thousands of doses to prevent a serious COVID hospitalization, according to the UK data. With that same number of vaccinated people, you're looking at hundreds, maybe thousands of cases of myocarditis. How many of those will be fatal within a few years? Pfizer says, yeah, that's a couple of hundred cases, couple of thousand cases, we acknowledge that, but none of them will die. How they know that, I don't know. So I think we would like to know that before injecting billions of people. Moving on, however, final little topic here, negative effectiveness, and that last bit about myocarditis sort of tied into that nicely. There is increasing evidence of increased COVID infection, hospitalization, and even death in the vaccinated. This is regarding COVID. So not everything else, not all the heart stuff and the cancer and the dementia and so forth that we might be seeing in President Brandon right now, but we are talking about COVID, right? COVID infections, COVID deaths. It seems to be increased in the vaccinated. We see this in many articles, proper peer-reviewed journal articles, and government data say it's as well. So we need to find out what is behind this. Is it actually the jab causing this? Yeah, and I think we'd want to know before we continue mandating these products and even just having them approved. And I showed too, looking back at how we've looked at the exaggerated effectiveness, it could be that the vaccines were negatively effective from the beginning, right? And that they only, because of the data manipulation and the biases, they only looked effective. And that's why now, a bit later on, the data catches up and you say, oh, wow, okay, it's gone to zero effectiveness, even negative effectiveness within just a few months, right? And maybe that's why, because of the data manipulations. Okay, I think that's it. Best case scenario, we don't know that the vaccines are particularly effective or safe. Worst case scenario, it's not effective, it's negatively effective, and it's very unsafe. It's causing cardiovascular deaths and who knows what else. You know, we're not very far removed from the trials. We might see more over time. And this is using their own data. Pfizer is currently still running a trial to find out if there is a myocarditis risk that is notable, right? They're still doing that now, and their own words, I'm not making this up, says we're trying to find out if it's safe and effective, if Comirnaty is safe and effective. Maybe we should have known before we injected billions of people with it and sacked people like me, like a few others in this room, for daring to ask questions about that. And one final note, this all concerns the clinical trials, which happened at the time that we had the worst, deadliest forms of COVID, right? So already then the data doesn't look very good. Imagine what the effectiveness would be now when we're talking about far less lethal forms of COVID. All right, that's it. Thank you very much. See you in a couple of days.
Grüß Gott, this is hello in Austria, and most of you know Austria because of Sachertorte, because of our horses, Lipizzaner, but I'm sure you never would like our Austrian government because of the really very terrible COVID policy. So, my name is Gerald Hauser, and I'm a member of the Austrian Parliament, and I represent the Freedom Party of Austria, FPÖ. We were the only party against this terrible COVID politic. So, some words about our job we have done in Austria and in the Austrian Parliament, and then some words about my activities. But dear Robert Malone, many thanks to you and all experts. You do a really very good job. Compliment to you. Many thanks. Also from the Austrian people. So on the 20th January 2022, the governing Austrian People's Party, ÖVP, and the Green Party, together with the Social Democratic Party, SPÖ, and the NEOS, they laid the legal ground for vaccinating all Austrian people down to the age of 14. In Austria, we have 5 parties in the parliament, and from the 5 parties, 4 parties were they were for vaccinating all Austrian people. This was decided despite of the united opposition of our Freedom Party, FPÖ. Therefore, we, the FPÖ, were the only party voting against this scheme. The system parties, we call them, ÖVP, SPÖ, Green Party, and the NEOS, I told you, 5 parties, 4 were fully for the system. Only FPÖ, we were against the systems and for the people. The Systems Party took this action although scientific facts had already proven at that time that compulsory vaccination neither contributes to reducing the spread of infection, nor does it protect vaccinated people from becoming severely diseased. It is remarkable, and for me as a member of the Austrian Parliament, it was really remarkable that Austria was one of very few countries intending to introduce compulsory vaccination for its whole population. The other ones were the Vatican, Ecuador, Indonesia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Micronesia, and New Caledonia. As you see, very small and not so important countries. This striking fact should have made the Austrian government and its supporting parties, once again, and SPÖ and NEOS, think again. At the time this decision was taken, there was insufficient documentation on the effectiveness and safety on the mRNA vaccine by BioNTech, Pfizer, and Moderna, and this is still true today. Thanks to the support of the Austrian people who actively and in great numbers demonstrated against the counterfactual and unlawful compulsory COVID-19 vaccination. It was possible to repeal the law on 7th July 2022 by a resolution in the Austrian Parliament. Despite of the massive pressure exerted on people by this law, only 63% of the Austrian population actually got fully vaccinated. Since the COVID pandemic was declared, our party, the FPÖ, once again, with our chief Herbert Kickl, has been the only party to actively oppose both the compulsory COVID-19 vaccination and the dictate of wearing masks and undergoing testings. Back in November 2021, now some information about my job and my colleagues. My friend Dr. Hannes Strasser and myself presented a globally recognized method of treating COVID-19 without getting vaccinated. We introduced it as part of our first publication in German, Raus aus dem Corona-Chaos, how to get out of the corona chaos. The facts described in this book were completely ignored and even ridiculed by the system parties and the system medias. Nevertheless, however, the book has become a bestseller. In our second bestseller, Und die Schwurbler hatten doch recht, how the Schwurblers don't know the word in English. We were called Schwurbler because we worked against the terrible COVID politics, but in the end, you know, we had right totally right with all facts, but we were called being Schwurblers. Yeah, and also. The Schwurbers proved right. In fact, this was the title of the second book. We shine a light on how the COVID-19 pandemic was rolled out and indicate that all those who had criticized the COVID-19 measures implemented by the system parties have proved absolutely right in doing so. And our latest book, we have presented this book 3 months before, Die gestohlene Normalität, the stolen normality, provides an insight into the World Economic Forum's and World Health Organization's ongoing initiatives to rid people of the right of self-determination, and it searches into the effects of COVID vaccination on people in our health system. The book gives an outlook of what we can do toward of the systematical designed inhuman developments described in the book and how to support those who suffer from the consequences. And last but not least, it focuses on how the creative power of normal people like you and me can bring back what we want most. Our normality was stolen from the system all over the world. So it's our job to connect each other. We have to win, and we must bring back the normality in our life. Thanks for.
With this one? Yeah. Thank you very much, ICS. Thank you for the invitation, Dr. Robert Malone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a Canadian radiologist and oncologist. I have been reporting sudden deaths following COVID vaccinations since 2021. I was banned off Twitter for a year and only allowed back just about a year ago. In the past year, I've reported over 4,000 sudden deaths following COVID vaccination. This is literally a full-time job for a number of people to report all the deaths that are happening in young individuals who've had the COVID vaccines. So the demand for COVID vaccines has cratered. It has crashed. Nobody wants these products anymore. We're down to 10% or less of people who are still taking the boosters. This is not just in the United States, this is in Canada, Australia, UK, Israel, you name it, the demand has collapsed. Why? Because these products are neither safe nor effective. In fact, I would argue that the COVID vaccines are the most toxic pharmaceutical products that have ever been brought to market. One thing I wanted to draw your attention to is that in the United States, there have been over 400 million doses of Pfizer mRNA vaccines administered and over 250 million doses of Moderna. That's 650 million doses of mRNA. And I can tell you, the United States has effectively been poisoned by this product. When we look at the excess deaths of not due to COVID. This is from CDC's own data. You can see that we are currently at a record of excess deaths in young people since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is really pronounced in very young people, ages 0 to 24. You can just see a straight trend line upwards, and it has not slowed down. So even though people have stopped taking the booster shots, the sudden deaths and excess deaths just continue on a straight line upwards. We can see it in the VAERS reporting system. You can see it in all the adverse event reporting systems. We've got 37,000 deaths in VAERS. We have 70,000 permanent disabilities, 1.6 million injuries. When we look at the VIGI Access database by the WHO, the World Health Organization, there are 5.3 million adverse events documented with COVID-19 vaccines. 65% of the vaccine injured are women. The category that is, age category that is the most affected by vaccine injuries, ages 18 to 44. This is the working age population. The working age populations have been poisoned by this product. But you'll note that even ages 12 to 17, there are over 100,000 adverse events reported in the WHO VG Access database. You can categorize vaccine injuries and deaths into broad categories. The neurological is probably the biggest category, and I believe we're going to see an absolute tsunami of neurological problems in the COVID vaccinated in the years to come. Of course, there's the cardiac injuries, the myocarditis, that has already been talked about today. That still continues to be a problem. Blood clots still continue to be a problem. People are still developing blood clots, and some of them, the blood thinners don't work. Immune system, so autoimmune injuries, vast number of autoimmune injuries caused by this vaccine. Reproductive problems, problems in pregnancy. Pregnant women are suffering miscarriages, stillbirths. Pregnant women are having cardiac arrests. They're having premature labor. They're bleeding out during delivery. And shortly after delivery, they're dying suddenly from blood clots. We have not seen this before. And of course, the cancers, which are called turbo cancers in the COVID vaccinated. So most people have noticed the phenomenon of died suddenly when it came to athletes. And we saw this back in 2021, and it has continued throughout. Athletes collapsing on the field, whether it's soccer, basketball, football. I give one example here, a 28-year-old Dominican basketball player, Oscar Cabrera, who actually is one of those people who collapsed on the basketball court in 2021, shortly after he was diagnosed with myocarditis. And this is what he had to say. He said, "I got a damn myocarditis from taking an effing vaccine. I got 2 doses of Pfizer. I knew it. Many people warned me." And so he was diagnosed with myocarditis. 2 years later, he's getting a cardiac stress test on a treadmill. He has a heart attack during the stress test. He died. He was 28 years old. The athletes who are dying suddenly are getting younger and younger. We see children. We see high schoolers. These were 3 young boys from Spain, 12, 13, 14 years old. They had Pfizer. They died of cardiac injuries. One of them was a soccer player. Another one died on the schoolyard. Third one died sleeping on the sofa. These parents are now filing criminal charges against the Minister of Health of Spain. There's another phenomenon of died suddenly, which happens when people die in their sleep. This is something that, again, we never saw before. It was extremely rare. Sudden adult death syndrome is not a thing. It used to be called sudden arrhythmic death syndrome. It was extremely rare, congenital anomalies, 1 per million population per year. Now we're seeing hundreds, thousands of these deaths. Young people just dying in their sleep. They go to sleep, they never wake up. It happened to a 17-year-old hockey player named Sean Hartman in Canada, in Ontario, Canada. He took 1 dose of Pfizer, and 33 days later, his parents found him dead in his sleep. His father is now suing the Ontario and Canadian governments for $35 million. Also happened a tragedy to 18-year-old Trista Martin, who got a vaccine behind her parents' back, a Pfizer vaccine, because she trusted the health officials, she trusted the politicians. She went to get a vaccine because she wanted to continue going to concerts. 3 months after taking her vaccines, she was found unresponsive in her room, cardiac arrest, They took her to the hospital. The doctors had no idea what was happening to her, multi-organ failure and death, 18 years old. This is happening to young kids. We just had a 7-year-old boy, another hockey player in Canada, in Calgary, had vaccines to play hockey, complained of heart pain to his parents, and then died suddenly. It was blamed on the flu. A lot of people don't know that there are babies that have had the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine that have died shortly after. Pfizer as young as 5 months old, Moderna as young as 1 year old. These are in the VAERS system. And so where you see an explosion of these sudden deaths is in all the vaccine mandated professions. And anywhere where there were vaccine mandates, and it is my position that all vaccine mandates were illegal. I don't care what the courts decided about them. I don't care what corrupt judges said about them. All vaccine mandates were unethical, unscientific, and illegal. And we still have vaccine mandates in Canada, in healthcare, for example. And so whenever you see vaccine-mandated professions, you see an explosion of sudden deaths. Doctors, nurses, all kinds of healthcare professionals, police officers, firefighters, military, teachers. That is where these sudden deaths are happening. Blood clots are still an ongoing issue. Very abnormal blood clots in the COVID vaccinated. We see these calamari-like white clots, rubbery, very firm. There's a vial of it right there. This is still going on. Even the dark red clots, they're very long, they're very firm, they've got proteinaceous material, probably amyloid proteins that are being translated from the mRNA of the vaccine. We now know about ribosomal frame shifting that's producing a host of abnormal proteins. We don't know what these proteins look like. We don't know what these proteins do in the body. We do know that some of them have the ability to create conglomerates and assemble into these structures, into these horrific clots. Neurological injury, I said, was a really big category of vaccine injury. And I think over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see a tsunami of neurological injuries and cancers. The types of neurological injuries that we're seeing are brain aneurysms that rupture, hemorrhagic strokes. We're seeing seizures, people with brand new seizure disorders. We're even seeing Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, CJD, also known as prion disease or mad cow disease. And this, again, could be because there are prion-like domains in the mRNA sequence, and in some people, they might actually be producing prions that predispose them to this very catastrophic, 100% lethal neurodegenerative disease. Again, extremely dangerous in pregnancy, these vaccines. Not just the miscarriages and stillbirths, but danger to the mother. A lot of either pregnant women are dying or they're dying shortly after delivery. And this is still being pushed on pregnant women in the United States, Canada. It's being completely ignored. The topic that I really wanted to focus on is turbo cancer. Now, turbo cancer is not a medical term, and I've been attacked viciously online for this by the bots, pharmaceutical bots, and by the naysayers. Turbo cancer is a lay term. For me, it is a cancer, an aggressive cancer that arises in anyone who's had a COVID vaccine. These cancers behave unlike anything that I've seen in my oncology career. And I've treated hundreds of cancers as a primary oncologist. I've diagnosed over 20,000 patients as a radiologist. I have never seen cancers behaving this way, in the way they behave in the vaccinated. They're presenting in very young people, cancers you would not expect in young people to present. Breast cancer, 19, 20 years old. Colon cancer, people in their 20s, 30s. You don't expect presentation in young people of these cancers. They almost always present at stage 4. And that is because these tumors grow extremely rapidly. They grow to very large sizes. You can see that is an ovarian tumor that grew in 3 months. That is the size of a watermelon. So some of these tumors, extremely fast growing, extremely aggressive. And they are resistant to conventional chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and even immunotherapy. Oncologists just don't know what to do with these cancers. The prognosis is also very poor. Because the patient doesn't respond to conventional treatments, you're looking at a prognosis on the average of 6 to 12 months death after diagnosis. And oncologists right now are ignoring this. They're saying there's no way the mRNA vaccines can cause cancer. This is not a thing. This is all made up. I can tell you it's not made up. Thousands of people are suffering with these. And there are potential mechanisms of how this can be happening. Kevin McKernan talked earlier about the DNA contamination of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, the presence of the SV40 promoter in the Pfizer vaccines, for example. But there's all kinds of immune damage that occurs in the COVID vaccinated that could account for impaired cancer surveillance, impairment of tumor suppressor genes like P53 or BRCA1. And once you have a damaged immune system, and once you have damaged cancer surveillance, that is when the cancer can flourish and just grow unimpeded to these extremely large sizes and then metastasize all over the body. The top 5 turbo cancers I have seen in terms of quantity, lymphoma is the number 1. Brain cancers, and they're usually glioblastomas, and they usually have extremely poor prognosis, but breast cancers, colon cancers, and lung cancers. And we need research to be done to figure out why these cancers are skyrocketing in the COVID vaccinated. And doctors are not allowed to do this research. I can tell you in Canada, if you do anything that creates hesitancy with these COVID vaccines, you will be immediately fired, you will be stripped of your medical license, and your career will be destroyed, because they will make sure that not only can you not practice medicine where you were practicing, but you cannot practice medicine anywhere else. This has happened to about a dozen Canadian physicians. And so this is what cancer mortality looks like since the start of the pandemic. Again, this is CDC's own data. This is work that's been done by Ethical Skeptic. You can see this trend. This trend line is on a straight 45-degree slope upwards. It is not slowing down even with the crashed demand and uptake of booster shots. This continues. And I can tell you, Pfizer recently closed a $43 billion acquisition of Seagen. This is a company that sells cutting-edge cancer treatment drugs. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla said, "Cancer is the next big thing. It's the next big thing for us, and this is what we're going to make money on from 2025 to 2030. So all the big pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves to make money off cancer. Johnson & Johnson also just acquired for $2 billion a cancer drug company. Keep an eye on cancer, because all the big pharmaceutical players are positioning themselves to benefit financially from cancers in the COVID vaccinated. This was the first published example of a turbo cancer. And when someone says there are no publications on turbo cancer, that is false. There are at least a dozen publications explaining the potential mechanisms, and another dozen publications of particular cases. This was a 66-year-old doctor who was given 2 Pfizer shots, developed lymphoma, and then his oncologists said, well, we need to get you ready for chemotherapy, but you're going to be immunosuppressed, so we have to give you a booster shot. They gave him a booster shot of the thing that probably caused this cancer to begin with, and then a few days later, his cancer explodes, and then suddenly it shows up in new places. It explodes all over the body. He's got swollen lymph nodes. He doesn't know what's going on. Oncologists don't know what's going on. They repeat the imaging, and you see all the new black dots on the right. That is the spread of his cancer in a matter of days after he got his booster shot. So again, we are seeing young people coming down with extremely aggressive cancers. You're going to see it in college students. You're going to see it in university students. Why? Vaccine mandates. And no one is linking it back to the vaccine mandates, because the schools have now backed off. And they've backed off mandates. Well, Harvard actually just, I think, reiterated their mandate. But it all goes back to the mandates from 2021. Now these students are developing extremely aggressive cancers. And again, we're seeing it, and these are nurses or paramedics in their 20s presenting with stage 4 cancer, stage 4 breast cancer, stage 4 lung cancer, stage 4 colon cancer, leukemia, extremely aggressive. Testicular cancer, we're seeing an explosion of testicular and ovarian cancers, extremely aggressive sarcomas. This is a 19-year-old nursing student who presented with a stage 4 sarcoma. The youngest case, and a really tragic case that I've documented, was a 12-year-old boy in the Philippines who had 1 dose of Moderna. His family took him to a vaccine clinic. You can see at the bottom there, he's getting his vaccine, Moderna vaccine, 1 shot. 4 months later, he starts having headaches. He's somnolent. He's sleeping all the time. They diagnose him with an extremely aggressive brain cancer, and within a year, he's dead. This was a 12-year-old boy who was perfectly healthy, nothing in his past medical history, except he had one Moderna vaccine. And it took 4 months for him to develop this extremely aggressive brain tumor that killed him. So in conclusion, I am calling for the immediate halt of COVID vaccines. For God's sake, please, let's take them off the market. And if we can't take them off the market for everybody, because they are damaging everybody, then at least let's take them off the market for children, for pregnant women. Let's protect our future. We have no idea what these products are doing to the immune systems of children. We know about the myocarditis risk, we know about the blood clots, we know about the autoimmune diseases. Children are developing autoimmune diseases, and now the cancers. And I can tell you that I'm starting to see 17, 18, 19-year-olds with these turbo cancers, and it is absolutely devastating because the prognosis is extremely poor. These kids will be dead in a year or two. So I'm begging anyone who's listening, please do whatever you can. We need to get these products off the market. Thank you. God bless you.
Quick jump. All righty, it was the shoes. Well, welcome, willkommen, bienvenue, bienvenidos, benvenuto. So welcome here, everybody. It's great to have so many friends from around the world here. And it's amazing to be gathered again, telling science, sharing truth, sharing data, sharing information that I wish every member of our Congress that's conservative were in here right now with us, that's here at this meeting. And what you've seen so far is so critically important. It's an honor to be here amongst heroes of the world who have not been afraid, who've given up just about everything and lost just about everything. And we'll continue to tell the truth. It's up to us. And so I'm grateful to be here. Yeah, we'll start here. Yay, vaccine, some side effects. I still refuse to call it a vaccine. Here you go. As you can see, there are some side effects, and we've addressed some of those, and I'm going to address some of the mechanisms behind why some of these things may be happening. Every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book rewritten, every picture has been repainted, every statue and street building has been renamed, every date has been altered, and the process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right. Very predictive from Orwell. And I like what our earlier speaker, James Lindsay, said, back in 1984, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. Now we have science is ignorance, objective truth is subjective, and free speech is hate speech. So this is more than just medical, obviously. And we've already heard about the political ramifications for telling the truth around the world. But again, I would encourage everybody in this room that has a voice to continue to use that voice. Of course, we hear lies from our government. Stay up to date, with your COVID vaccines. This is from our CDC's own website. Well, what do you mean by updated vaccines? The booster is to a variant that is extinct. It is currently 0.0% of variants. 0.0%. And, Mr. Pfizer himself, NFL player, got $20 million to be the poster boy. And either way, yes, this dude is getting his heart broken, as we've seen from the data. And we know from the Cleveland Clinic study, the more shots you get, the more you get COVID. Plain and simple, immune suppression. Immune suppression, immune suppression, mind blown. How about that? The more you inject, the more you infect. And again, I refuse to call these vaccines because if you look at the Securities and Exchange Commission filing of Pfizer and Moderna, these are gene products. These are not vaccines. These are gene transfection products. The cells don't lie. You've heard me say this time and time again, and I'm going to show you again. I'm going to go quickly. Dr. Mertz out of Germany, spike protein in the brain. Dr. Burkhardt out of Germany, spike protein in the brain. We were told these stay in the arm, right? And then the CDC quietly wiped it from their website. So obviously, these lipid nanoparticles go everywhere and take these gene sequences, be they whole and entire or fragmented, any and everywhere. From my laboratory, in the peripheral nerves. Spike damage in the liver. I think these cats are getting more concerned. Oh, in the adrenal glands, so critically important. Anybody hear of POTS syndrome? Anybody hear of blood pressure problems? Anybody hear of blood sugar problems? Your adrenal glands are critically important for so much physiologic function in your body. Oh, what about the placenta? And a recent paper did come out showing mRNA in the placenta in addition to Dr. Burkhardt's study showing spike protein in the placenta. Oh, and what about the testes? Is it just the spike protein? Well, I'm going to bring that up in a minute. And what about immune tolerance? Okay, I'm a beekeeper. I tell this story all the time. I want tolerance to a bee sting, to an allergen. I don't want tolerance to a pathogen. So Dr. Irgang et al., they came out with studies not too long ago showing the increase of this tolerance antibody. And again, a billion times I'm going to say antibodies, schmantibodies. The world's been fooled to think that your immune system is antibodies. Everybody ignores your T cell response, your natural killer cells. This is the late stage of your immune response, your antibodies. And you want good ones, IgG1, IgG3, to fight off late stage infections and mop up things you've seen before. But you don't want tolerance antibodies to a pathogen. And there are now 10 studies proving this, showing that individuals, normally, you and I have about 1.5% IgG4 in circulation. These individuals have 40%. They're tolerating a toxic protein, the spike protein. Okay, let's go to Dr. Makis's great presentation and talk about the turbocancers a little bit. The monster in the room. I'll go right back to IgG4. If you have excess IgG4, it plays a role in cancer, and it has implications in your immune system's ability to recognize and trigger proper immune pathways to fight off cancer. If you have it in the wrong ratios, game over. Your body, why do those tumors grow so big so quickly? Because the body says we're just going to tolerate this, just like the people have tolerated things, just like the government has tolerated too many things. Well, what about the great work from Kevin McKernan, Dr. Speaker, Dr. Rose, Dr. Gucci, Dr. Weissman? They've shown this problem of these contaminated vials from multiple laboratories all around the world. And we know that the SV40 simian virus parts of the sequence are in the Pfizer vials. And these help these foreign genes that are synthetic co-locate into the nucleus of the cells, especially that DNA. There are 5 mechanisms that allow that DNA to get into the nucleus of your cell. That's your body, that's your blueprint. You don't want, if you have a new car, you don't want to be throwing new parts into that engine over and over and over again. It's not going to function properly. And if your blueprint gets altered, and I'm going to get to that in a second, then we have a problem. And the SV40 in and of itself, which contaminated the polio virus way back in the day, was associated and known to be carcinogenic. What about that spike protein? Well, Dr. Brogna out of Europe showed that the spike protein from the vaccine circulates and persists after the previous injection for at least 6 months in half of patients in this 40-patient study. At least. That's the point at which they stopped the study. Interesting that the Red Cross is finally asking blood donors, have you recently had any of the genetic injections? Finally, years later. So the many cancer drivers and mechanisms from both the spike protein as well as who knows what is being produced in the body, tumor suppressor gene binding, hypoxic environment, reactivation of latent viruses in the body, especially herpetic ones, low interferon, spike protein binding to the nucleus of the cell will decrease your type 1 interferons, critical in fighting off infections as well as in fighting off cancer. Decreased energy from the mitochondria. We know that the spike protein damages the engine, the powerhouse of your cells, your mitochondria. They produce your energy. We know that they cause mitochondrial damage. Loss of immune surveillance. Why do these tumors grow so quickly? The immune system isn't responding properly. MicroRNA. We know that there's a lot of fragmented RNA in addition to fragmented DNA in these vials. MicroRNA is a known carcinogen, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to get to the frame shifting because I think this is important. Can't find something you never look for, can you? So when the agencies tell you, don't worry about it, well, let's see Moderna's patent. Now, they're talking about naked plasmid DNA, and as Kevin pointed out, these are wrapped in fat packets. These are protected, so they're not getting degraded or destroyed. And in Moderna's own application, they say, with this technique comes potential problems, including the possibility of insertional mutagenesis, which could lead to the activation of oncogenes, cancer genes. Okay, Moderna's patent. Wait, what? Moderna's own patent. They knew. Oh, let's see. The DNA template used in the mRNA manufacturing process must be removed to ensure the efficacy of therapeutics and safety, because residual DNA in drug products may induce activation of the innate response and has the potential to be, oh, wait, what? Oncogenic in patient populations? From our own regulators? Wait, what? Oh, what about Comirnaty? Comirnaty has not been evaluated for the potential to cause carcinogenicity, genotoxicity, or impairment of male fertility. Why? Because we didn't do the studies, because it's acceptable, as the components of the vaccine formulation are lipids and RNA that are not expected to have genotoxic potential. But as Kevin McKernan already showed you, it is not RNA. It is contaminated with abundant DNA in multiple different lengths. Wait a minute, what? Oh, let's go on to Pfizer. Not expected to have genotoxic potential, and carcinogenicity testing is generally not considered necessary because the vaccine constructs are lipids and RNA. Oh, are they? No, as you already saw from Kevin's talk, it isn't just RNA and lipids. Dude, wait, what? What? And then last week in Congress, we had a vaccine injury hearing, and here we have hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Literally, Dr. Marks, head of the FDA, lying, perjuring himself in front of Congress, as well as Dr. Jernigan from CDC and Dr. Grimes from the Compensation Fund. No, criminals, perjury. And perjuring yourself before Congress, if I understand correctly, in this nation that used to actually have a will to apply the law, was punishable. My colleague, Dr. Dalgleish, one of the leading oncologists in the UK, I've had dinner with him in London, and he talks about especially after the boosters, the number of cancers that just exploded in his oncology practice, especially melanomas, which I saw under the microscope as well. That's one of my areas of subspecialty expertise. We've already talked about the spike protein binding to your tumor suppressor genes. You have genes in your body that keep you from getting cancer. You have genetic breaks all over your body right now, and you have repair mechanisms. And those are inhibited when that spike protein binds to these tumor suppressor genes. You want functional tumor suppressor genes, because they do guard your genome. You literally have billions, if not trillions, of little breaks every day. And they get zipped back together because you have DNA repair mechanisms. But if those get overwhelmed, well, game on. And here we have a cancer. This is lymphoid cancer in the stomach from Dr. Burkhart. And here you have every single cancer cell expressing spike protein. Now, this goes to Kevin's work, and this goes to persistence of the genetic code within a nucleus. Because if one cancer cell is dividing and the next cancer cell still has the same copy and is also making spike protein, and then the next cell, after it divides again, logarithmically continues, doesn't that indicate that in this cancer, that gene sequence is persisting because every single one of those cells is now expressing spike protein? That begs the question about the mechanisms and the persistence. Same thing here. Here we have Schrodinger's cat. Oh, but it is an icebox. It's either there or it's not. It's there. And this is a pancreatic cancer expressing spike protein. Now, Ed, I hope I don't steal any of your thunder, has done amazing work, Ed Dowd. And this is the disability data sets out of the United Kingdom. And by 2022, we have a 36% increase in disability claims for cancer in the PIP database. But I think what's critically important, because Peter Marks, again, perjuring himself as a hematologist in front of Congress, said, oh, these don't cause any, turbo cancer isn't real, blah, blah, blah. I haven't seen anything. Well, we'll show them the data, and we can show this to members of Congress if they want to go after them. In 2020, there's a 16% change in hematologic disability applications. In 21, there was a 200% increase. In 2022, there was a 522% increase. So Peter Marks, being a hematologist, is either blind, dumb, or ignorant, or willingly complicit in the fraud. Again, Ed's data from Finance Technologies. These are cancer deaths age 15 to 44 in the UK over 10 years. What happened in 21 and 22? Here's the lymphoma databases from John Bedoin out of Massachusetts. And again, is Peter Marks blind, or can he not read trend lines? And these are lymphoid cancers in Massachusetts. Here's the VAERS report, 15-fold increase in cancers compared to reporting. Here's the CDC Wonder data by age decile. And what happens in 21 in each of these age deciles? Upward trend, upward trend, upward trend, upward trend. A little downward trend in 55 to 64-year-olds, then an upward trend again. Upward, upward, upward. Wait, what? All-cause mortality, we've addressed this, but why, since mid-21, are there 706,000 excess deaths in the United States? Here's the cancer trends on malignant neoplasms. And again, what happened in mid-21? I don't know. And here's inflation-adjusted spending on cancer. And here's 800,000 new cancers diagnosed in the United States per the American Cancer Society and the Ethical Skeptics data. Well, it's from the ACS's own data, actually. And here we're at 12.7% excess cancer above expected. And again, same trends. And here's the moment you understand, wait, what means. Let's talk about frame shifting. N1-methylpseudouridine is synthetic, and it makes up the majority of the nucleotides in the synthetic RNA. What is frame shifting? It's like your little decoder ring when you're a kid. This equals that. This equals that. This equals that. Now you can decode the message, i.e. your body makes a protein based on those codes, and you want that code to be repeatable. But what if your code shifts, and then it shifts again, and then it shifts again? Now you get a garbled message, i.e. your body starts making a wrong protein. What does that do? Well, it can do any number of things. Why didn't anyone tell me this before? Well, these esteemed researchers at Cambridge and Oxford looked at it years after billions of people were mandated to receive this, and then found out, wait a minute, what if we're making proteins that the cells aren't supposed to be making? Well, let's talk about oncogene-dependent sloppiness in mRNA translation. Sloppiness, here's the results of this paper. Sloppiness is a pervasive phenomenon of cancer cells. Sloppiness is associated with specific cancer-causing genetic alterations. Causal involvement of oncogenic genes due to reading sloppiness of these codes. Causal involvement of RAS and MAPK pathways in sloppiness. Wait, what again? Yeah, extra sloppy. When the cells start making wrong proteins, the cells dysfunction. And when the cells dysfunction, they can act in a malignant manner. Role of ribosomal protein mutations in tumor development. This review paper covers lots of this well before the pandemic. We know that if your cells are making the wrong proteins and reading messages wrong, then mutagenicity is probable. Oncogenicity is probable. Because they say here in this paper, of course, in particular, deregulation of the p53 tumor suppressor network and altered mRNA translations are mechanisms likely to be involved, which we know the spike protein causes, which we know this frame shift reading problem causes. So why should humanity be penalized because of our regulators and pharmaceutical sloppiness? Some people wouldn't know tyranny if it covered their face, locked them in their own homes, enacted the biggest wealth transfer in history, censored them, made them show their papers, and force medicated them. Single acts of tyranny may be ascribed to the accidental opinion of the day, but a series of oppressions begun at a distinguished period and pursued unalterably through every change of ministers, administrators, read administrative state, read fourth branch of government that is unconstitutional here in the United States, too plainly proves a deliberate, systematic plan of reducing us to slavery. Conclusions, as many of my colleagues have said, stop all synthetic mRNA LNP shots immediately. Pull them from the shelves. Throw them in the dustbin of history and light them on fire. It is only harming humanity. All risk, zero benefit at this point. All of them. It is an unproven technology with already known harms. I mean, if you want to use it in research for rare genetic disorders, cool, fine. Mandating a genetic product, I mean, it's a genetic product. Regulation, surveillance after a gene product is usually a minimum of 5 years. There are, maybe 4 or 5 gene products on the market here in the US that are FDA approved, and those took anywhere from 6 to 14 years to get to market. All synthetic mRNA products with lipid nanoparticles, because the lipid nanoparticles go where? Everywhere. Human cells are meant to make human proteins. Human cells were never meant to make foreign proteins. And we know that the synthetic RNA makes other proteins that your body isn't even supposed to be making, not just that spike protein. We have a problem. And to give the pharmaceutical industry carte blanche to keep doing this is pure scientific insanity. Pure scientific insanity. We have to open up the base level data from every government in the world and look at the vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and look at the cancer codes and rates. And all governments should be funding this type of research. And the amazing work that Kevin's done, the data work that Ed Dowd has done, the scientific epidemiologic analysis that so many of you have done. If an autopsy is done, save the tissue, because we will have the techniques to go back and look at some of these things. We will. We do to some degree right now, and we've been doing some of it. Private funding may be the answer, because nobody wants to admit they did something wrong, especially our governments. And so the cover-up continues. Private funding could be the answer. If anyone has a few million extra bucks, you let a couple of us know, it could help. And remember, in the words of Jefferson, I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery. We took an oath to first do no harm. At this point, first do no harm, and you may live longer. Thank you very much.
upstairs? Aha, all right. I knew I was following a younger crowd, but well, we're going to talk a little bit in the cardiologic vein shortly, but I felt I just want to make a quick comment about the sad news on tumor and oncogenesis. It's pretty exhausting to see that, isn't it? It's pretty exhausting to think that certain people were whispering in Fauci's ear to try to make something real nasty, real interesting, research some terribly difficult things, maybe call it something that would be beneficial to mankind, as he got Dajik and others to do it over in Wuhan, but they did their thing. They made it as toxic as they did. I don't know who all the theys are. I don't know who whispered in Fauci's ear. I don't know what elements of the deep state had a stake in this, but elements of the deep state does have a stake in this. You'll have to ask them what their morality is. You'll ask them why. But those words and eminent stories about cancer, oncogenesis, that we've let this happen to ourselves and we're having to run around, try to fix something that's been humanly generated, it's pretty awful. What I'll now show you is a wonderful hero of all of ours who has always spoken after Zev Zelenko and among many others. Dr. McCullough has a few words on cardiology for us to listen to from about a year ago.
Thank you. As we sit here today, my estimates are 95% of Americans who have died of COVID-19, and we're approaching nearly 1 million of these poor souls, and tens of millions of hospitalizations could have been avoided with a comprehensive early treatment approach. So as we sit here today, if the topic of discussion is childhood vaccination, it is clear, based on publications of representative data, that the risks far outweigh any potential benefits of vaccinating children. And the data are clear. And in the last few weeks now, reports have come in, one from Connecticut with oversight from the pathology from the University of Michigan and from the University of Minnesota, on 2 teenage boys who died on days 3 and 4 after the Pfizer vaccine, and the parents were horrified to find the children dead at home. Autopsies were performed, and the conclusion was crystal clear: the vaccines caused the death, with massive heart inflammation and evidence of superimposed catecholamine injury on the heart. Fatal reports have come in from Choi and from Verma, Choi in Korea, Verma from Washington University in St. Louis. It is clear that a vaccine is being pushed, is being encouraged, and mandating that, in fact, results in death of children. Results in death of children. One death is too many. As I've shared with you, in millions of children receiving the vaccine, they don't die of COVID-19 respiratory illness, but in fact, they die of the vaccine. It's my viewpoint as a physician and as a public citizen that all vaccine mandates should immediately be dropped and all current vaccines be pulled from the market and undergo a very intensive review on safety and efficacy and figure out where the vaccine program has gone wrong. Those are my comments. Thank you.
And my comment would be that that careful review should last about 7 years, and it should start tomorrow, and there should not be an RNA platform vaccine being used anywhere in the world as instantly as we can make that happen. We're now going to talk further on the cardiology aspect from a study from Nakahara in Tokyo. Dr. Nakahara was from Keio University in Tokyo. He also had participation from the cardiology department of Mount Sinai in New York City. Also participation from University of Oxford in England. And fourthly, with participation from the McGovern Medical School in Houston, Texas. And all 4 of these locations were required because of the multiple types of PET scans that would have to be assessed. And they assessed it over about 1.25 years. From out of it, if we could have just the, oh, that's our first slide, very good, and that's the size of it. Okay, well, essentially that's the front page of the study, and it's stating that FDG, as it's called, which is a fluorinated form of glucose, which is picked up on a PET scan, and which you can see the heart, how hard it's working. And if we could go ahead now to the next slide, if you'd be so kind, thank you. This is normal looking bodily and cardiac tissue in any of us. Everything's a little bit of a soft gray, except for the brain. Look at the brain just glowing away there with using glucose. My goodness, it turns black because it's picking up so much glucose and utilizing it. The brain needs sugar. The brain can't burn or metabolize fats and other things. It can only burn and utilize for its energy sources sugar. So there's the brain looking normally black. Notice that down in the kidneys, there's a little bit of kidneys, of course, are dealing with sugar, and they excrete it even into the bladder at the bottom, a little bit of a black circle there. So in a moment, we'll be seeing new black spots that we don't normally see, and this is what Dr. Nakahara and others have shown us, that everyone who gets a double COVID shot has harm to their heart. Not 2%, 3% getting the myocarditis. No, not just that. There is an FDG evidence of extra work. And to me, extra work means harm. If your heart is having to work 46% harder than a non-vaccinated person's heart, and it has to do it for 6 months, that's 18 million beats. You're setting yourself up for your heart to beat 18 million times in 6 months, and every one of those beats is at close to 50% more energy requiring than a normal person's heart. And it only happens after the vaccine. And here's the proof coming up. We can go past that to one more slide. Thank you so much, Robert. The first two on the left are unvaccinated individuals. By the way, there were 300 unvaccinated individuals in the study. They were being PET scanned for tumor follow-ups, certain kind of inflammatory conditions and the like that was requiring PET scan follow-up. It wasn't because of heart disease. It was just regular folks. 300 of whom were unvaccinated, 700 of whom were vaccinated. 2 unvaccinated are on the left. Dark black brain with lots of sugar. Heart looking pale gray, no excess sugar utilization in those 2 unvaccinated hearts. You look on the right-hand side, you see all the sugar uptake, of course, normally in the brain again. Oh my goodness, down in the heart, it's as dark black as the brain. That's a very big deal, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. McCullough would tell you that a 10 to 12% elevation of uptake of this glucose nucleide would be a very dangerous thing. He would be very, very concerned for that patient because they're having a 10 to 12% elevation in this index. This is showing that degree of blackness is literally a 46% elevation of glucose uptake going on in the heart. And similarly with the last one on the right, not quite as deep and dark as the third one over, but still deep and dark, comparatively speaking. The left ventricle in particular is working really hard in that last patient to the right. And if you look below those 2 patients, you'll see the black crescent of the myocardial tissue in a severe black crescent of glucose uptake. And this is not imaginary, this is real, and it's for a reason. And it's only in vaccinated folks. It doesn't happen, see the nice pale gray circles to the left? It doesn't happen in unvaccinated people. Only in the 700 vaccinated patients of the 1,000 patient study, they had this change. And you'd see it in a colorific sense. The deep red never appears in the 2 unvaccinated people to the left, and it appears severely in the right. The overall figure was a 46% elevation of effort and inflammation in the heart, basically of everyone, because this was averaged. It was averaged. Maybe there was 1 out of the 300 people who didn't have it, but the other 299 must have had it massively. Basically, everybody is getting a message to the heart, you gotta work harder. And that message is only existent because of what the other doctors have already told you about. Your heart is being attacked. It's not yet at a myocarditis level, but it is being attacked, and your body is doing its best to cope and to keep up. If we could have the final slide, or the close to final slide. In this one, again, to the left are 2 patients who actually got 2 scans. They got it before they got the shot. They got the scan done after they got the shots. To the left, not a little bit of action on one of them, but look to the right. It aggregated, it worsened. Whatever was the degree of heart inflammation or heart extra work and heart extra glucose uptake, it raised up in both individuals, this is an individual case, not a grouped case, but in these two individuals, in both instances, they went from less black to more black. Column 1 is less black before the shots. Column 2, more black, heavy black, after the shots. We'll go to 3, that's a new patient, again, before the shots in column 3, pale, gray, not much going on, normal glucose uptake. Column 4, do you want that to be your heart? Take a look at column 4. Do you want that? These people were asymptomatic. These people had no complaints. They were just having their standard cancer care, and they did it in a very sophisticated manner. They made sure that there were no confounding factors, and the 1,000 patients put into the study were clean and pure in terms of not being inappropriately affected by confounding factors, such as having had some chest radiotherapy or anything like that. All such patients were taken out. So these were average folks. Actually, from the point of view of the heart, they were average. And their hearts were no longer average. They went from gray levels of glucose uptake to black levels, 46 to 50% higher effort. We don't need that. I don't know if I have one more slide. If we do, I'll take a look, and if we don't, that's okay. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Oh, no, that's fine. We're done. What I'll finish by saying, let me just check my time. It's great being here today. My heart, after my 2 shots, it's still ticking. Doesn't feel as good as it should. I know, not just from studies, that things aren't optimal. I know from stories that it's not optimal. I know from seeing soccer players falling on the pitch when they're 22 and dead. I know that hearts are not optimal and normal. And we now have the evidence from Tokyo, from Oxford, from New York and Houston. We have evidence, absolute evidence, since September of 2023 that all hearts work 46% harder for 6 to 8 months after the jabs. Thank you.
We all have a question for you. Based upon that 46%, what's your estimation of how that will shorten somebody's life? Have you got an estimate?
No, I really would rather not give a number because I really don't have the estimate. All I know is more work equals more risk. More work equals a greater likelihood of an electrical aberration or a systolic change, a fibrillatory change in the heart. All of the things, those early morning deaths that are happening to children, those 2 parents mentioned by Dr. McCullough, the 2 children within a day and a half of each other, both dying in their beds because they gotten the damn shot 3 to 5 days before. So it's not an immediate effect for all, like for those dear boys. It's a slow, steady effect on people's hearts. And that's why they can have their fibrillation 8, 9, 10, 12 months after the double vax. So bless us all. We know we're right. We have to stop it. Thank you.
Is there a clicker? Thanks for sticking around, everybody. I really, really appreciate being here myself. It's my first time in the States since I was 12. Before I go into this stuff that I wrote down to present to you today, I want to read a little passage that I wrote at 3 in the morning. It's very, very akin to what Mickey Willis said this morning, actually, about being alive. It's not just about changing policies and laws. It's about keeping alive. It's about knowing that it's possible to live in freedom and truth that matters. It caters to reality that perhaps we will, or at least can, and have done so once upon a time. So yeah, let's talk about some data now. Do I have to tell you to flick the slides? Oh. No worries. The green button? And forgive me, I'm going to do a little bit of reading today, so I might not be as eye-engagey as I normally am. So today I'm here to present some compelling evidence from my own analyses of data from the US government pharmacovigilance database, VAERS, Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, and then to tell you why it is simultaneously essential that we keep analyzing multiple data sets and doing experimental work, but also why it's not enough. We had enough data in VAERS alone in January 2021 to shut down the rollout of the COVID shots. In the graph on the right here, you can see the number of deaths reported to VAERS in the context of the COVID-19 shots. And at that time, it was Moderna, Pfizer, and Janssen, primarily Pfizer. There were 634 reports of death that were successfully filed to VAERS by January 30th, 2021. And those are just the at face value reports. That does not include the underreporting factor. In 1999, a rotavirus vaccine designed to prevent rotavirus gastroenteritis was pulled from the market due to an intussusception safety signal emanating from VAERS, which comprised 584 cases. So my question is, if 584 intussusception cases were enough to prompt product removal, why weren't 634 death cases not enough to prompt product removal? So we know two things from these observations. VAERS works as a pharmacovigilance tool, and the COVID-19 shots are seemingly exempt from conventional assessment tools such as Bradford Hill criteria, Bayesian analyses, and proportional reporting ratio analyses that have always been the standard. There's currently an unprecedented number of adverse events in the VAERS database in the context of the COVID shots, and an equally unprecedented rate of reporting per 100,000 doses. No age group is immune to the adverse effects, as clearly demonstrated by this data. And since administration of the COVID-19 products to the 0 to 4 age group commenced, the rate of AE, adverse event reporting, has been increasing faster than for any other age group. I've been observing this for like 3 years. It's quite concerning. For context, the number of adverse events reported to VAERS for all vaccines combined has been on average 39,000 in total per year, and very slowly and steadily increasing in direct proportion to the increasing number of vaccine products on the market. In 2021, however, a 1,417% increase in reporting occurred, and 93% of those reports were in the context of the COVID-19 products. The argument that it's the increased shot administration that is causing this anomalous data spike is false. This chart shows comparison the number of adverse events per million doses in the context of influenza vaccines on the left and the COVID-19 injectable products in 2020 and 2021 respectively. The total adverse event count shown on the left is shown on the left, and for death, the count is on the right. The COVID-19 shots are associated with a 22 and a 50-fold increase in total adverse events and deaths, respectively, when compared per million doses with influenza vaccines in the same time frame. And I looked at the 2019 data just in case it was what happened in 2020 with all the lockdowns and nonsense that might have led fewer people to get the influenza shots, and it's the same picture. It's not just a problem of total number of adverse events being reported that is evidence of a problem, but the increase in the range of adverse event types as well. The range of adverse event types has increased 6.2 times when comparing the COVID-19 injectable products to influenza vaccines. And this demonstrates the systemic nature of the adverse events and injuries associated with the COVID-19 injectable products that we're seeing clinically. The total number of adverse event reports has also increased 117-fold. I took it upon myself to download the Our World in data. By the way, this is all government data that I use. For new injections from the initial rollout date of July, from the initial rollout date to July 2023, and superimpose this data onto the myocarditis reports from VAERS. And the correlation is very strong with an R value of 0.8, and a covariance is very high as well. This satisfies the Bradford Hill criterion called reversibility that indicates when a drug is withdrawn, the side effects disappear. 2 more Bradford Hill criteria are satisfied as well when examining dose data in myocarditis reports. You can see that on the right. Dose 2 is associated with 4-fold increase in reporting of myocarditis in 15-year-old boys, although the boys' data is not shown here. And this indicates specificity, which is a Bradford Hill criterion, with regard to age and gender, and dose response with respect to an increase in signal upon second dosing. So the reason data analytics is invaluable and why we have to keep pushing this out with pretty pictures is because without it, we can't build solid testimonies and affidavits, because we need to start making people held accountable right now. Lawyers and doctors need to become one. We need to push beyond analyzing data and use this data to change law, policies, and in some cases, prevent amendments to current documents. I couldn't have written a recent 34-page expert report for a Canadian doctor who's been brutally attacked from the beginning of the COVID era, Dr. Charles Huff. He actually had his medical practice burnt down for speaking out, with solid data and analytics. The figures generated from these data are priceless in that they convey a lot of information into an evidentiary message that can be understood with one look by everyone. The Surgeon General of Florida would not have been able to request a moratorium on the modified mRNA products without solid data and experimentation. DNA has been found in all vials tested for its presence in at least 4 independent labs to date. And to ignore this finding in the face of having injected billions of people with these products and what we know about the dangers associated with foreign DNA introduction into cells is criminally negligent. In addition to oncogenic activity, it's been documented in the peer-reviewed literature that the SV40 promoter, which was found as part of the DNA discovered in the vials, can bind to the p53 gene, the guardian of the genome. And one word, cancer potential. Let's throw that in there. The Canadian and European versions of the FDA have both confirmed the presence of SV40 DNA in the sequence that they had in their possession for years. They both deny this comes with risk. The SV40 enhancer is a nuclear location sequence commonly used in gene therapy to ensure translocation of material to a cell's nucleus. Billions of fragments of foreign DNA introduced to the cell by the lipid nanoparticle Trojan horse can potentially integrate into the cell's genome, causing unintended and unpredictable harms, including mutagenesis and genomic instability. VAERS data clearly indicates increased reporting of cancer adverse events, including rare cancers such as acute lymphocytic leukemia, a childhood cancer reported in older individuals with an average age of 50, and male breast cancers. So even though the data is telling a crystal clear story, at least in VAERS, that warrants investigations and moratoriums of these COVID-19 injectable products, it's not enough, is it? Because it never could have been. Because the program had to succeed. Because the vaccine passport had to be trialed. Because the modified mRNA platform had to be normalized. Because the end game is one world government. I believe that if the globalists could have, they would have pushed for the conclusive one world government in 2020. I believe that this is what Gates meant when he said, next time they'll notice, in reference to disease X. If it had not been for pushback from people merely using common sense, they might have succeeded during this trial run. The globalists are propping up disease X to install pandemic preparedness measures again as we speak. But this time, they won't ask for any kind of permission because even by law, they won't have to. Violations of our basic human rights are constant and persistent, and because the goalpost is moved so little at each increment, nobody seems to notice, or cannot notice because closed doors, air quotes. On January 22nd, 2024, the FDA amended the 21st Century Cures Act to make it unnecessary to acquire informed consent in the context of products, including gene therapies, that they have deemed safe. Since there's no more required trialing or testing in the context of the modified mRNA products, as they have been rubber stamped with a safe label by the powers that be, the false idea that these platforms are plug and play without risk is being propagated. It's dangerously false that there is no risk. Pushback is even more important now. I always have to throw in a joke. We need to keep exposing the end game and talk truth about what's going on here so that we can squash it like the bug Schwabi wants us to eat. On a happier and progress-driven note, although I have some bad news, I am a co-author on an excellent paper spearheaded by Nathaniel Mead that is the first peer-reviewed publication to call for a moratorium on the modified mRNA COVID-19 products. I also managed after over 2 years, to successfully get my myocarditis paper that some of you might know about through peer review, again, to be published. That was with the help of Nicholas Hulscher, who's the third author now, who was instrumental in getting this thing through peer review. And it provides very compelling evidence that myocarditis post-COVID-19 product injection is primarily reported in children and is associated with hospitalization 76% of the time, and sometimes even death, which was reported at a rate of 3%. So the claim of transient and mild myocarditis is wildly false. By the way, the bad news is, I guess I can go public with this now because Steve Kirsch already did. We got a retraction notice, so they're gonna be pulling that paper, the one by Nathaniel. So, must be true then. Yeah, right, exactly. Okay, so I seem to be missing a couple slides. Is that because my time's up? There it is. Anyway, it's. Oh, okay. Well, I'll just say the words. Next one? There we go. I defer to the others now who are working so diligently to expose the globalist plan to dominate with a one world government. Just to name a few examples here of excellent sources of information and guides on what to do, and it's not exclusive. I'm really sorry, I can't include everyone. James Rogowski has a website full of information. Meryl Nass founded the Door to Freedom organization, and the World Council for Health wrote Rejecting Monopoly Power over Global Public Health. And I implore you all to head to each of these sites and download hard copies of all useful documents. Oh, by the way, I also implore you to head to the, let's see, that paper on the left and download it. And if you really want to, you can go on the Curious website and rate it, because this will really embarrass them when they retract it, which I'd like to do. So final words: say no to one world government, tell others that they probably should. Not that you should tell others what to do, but take action to exit the WHO, exit the UN, and the WEF. Use knowledge, data, tact, and power. So endless thank yous to podcasters. I mean, I haven't said thank you to you guys yet. You're the only reason I'm here, because, you know, you're providing the access between me and everyone else. Independent media, Rebel, Bright Light News, farmers, truckers, tradies, good doctors, nurses, scientists who never turn their backs on others, World Council for Health, Canadian Code Care Alliance, the FLCC, CHD, the Highwire, filmmakers, real journalists, and the real people. I love you all. To all the people who demand freedom and sovereignty, body and nation. So thanks for listening. I hope I was on time, and you can find my stuff there. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing this afternoon? I hope well. Can you hear me? How's the volume now? All right. I want to thank everyone that invited me today, ICS and Dr. Malone, personally want to thank Dr. Malone for getting me elevated in my work done. In the early days, he got me going, so I want to give him a very special shout out. So, I also want to say something about Wall Street. On Wall Street, you want to be right, early, and loud. And everybody in this room was right, early, and loud. So I want to congratulate all of you. Give yourself a round of applause. So I'm here today to talk about the scorecard. There's been narratives. We've been in a narrative war, and it's becoming increasingly obvious that narratives have been controlled, increasingly so since the 2016 election. Mike Pence was on Tucker recently and showed that Trump really scared the establishment, and there's been this censorship industry that's been developed underneath all of our noses, and narratives has been the way that they've weaponized things against us. In fact, they put out a white paper article in Defense One in 2017, right after Trump was inaugurated, titled "The Weaponized Narrative is the New Battle Space." So I saw that, and I saw what was coming. I was kind of awake as to what was going on from the financial crisis. So my eyes were keen for any kind of tomfoolery, and unfortunately, we've seen quite a bit since 2020. I want to talk about the scorecard. There was a policy implemented. There was a pandemic and lockdowns and policies implemented pre-vaccine, some of which were remdesivir and intubation. And the case could be made, although I'm not an expert on it, and Dr. Pierre Corey and others could speak to it. We had 500,000 excess deaths in the U.S. that year. And I'm going to talk specifically about the U.S. and the scorecard since 2020 with the introduction of the solution, which was the vaccines, the COVID mRNA-19 vaccines. And I want to start with the economic costs. And normally that comes later, but the human costs are the real problem. I want to get back to that. So here are the economic cost estimates. This is only done on the civilian labor force. And we did that because we wanted to be intellectually honest when calculating the gross national income that was lost due to what the policy implementations were since 2021. And in excess deaths, there were 15.6 billion in costs that we estimated. Excess disabilities, 77 billion. And in what we call injuries or lost work time, that's measured in the BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, 135 billion, for a total economic cost of 227 billion from 2021 through 2023. Mind you, we estimated the economic costs in 2020, and they were 45 billion. And I want to go forward one slide. We break down the economic costs by year. What you'll notice is that disabilities, there were no excess disabilities. Put a pin in that, we'll come back to that. So there are no excess disabilities in 2020, curiously enough. Let's go to the human cost. The human cost to me is the most devastating of this, and our numbers only reflect the civilian labor force, but I'm going to add to those numbers. So excess deaths, you'll see 300,000 since 2021, between 2021 and 2023. That's only ages 15 through 64. That's the productive workforce. But if you add in the people greater than 65 plus, the total number is 1.1 million between 2021 and 2023. So 458,000 people died excessively in 2020 for a total policy scorecard of 1.55 million people perished from the policy responses. Obviously, in this room, most of us will believe and do believe that it's the vaccine that caused the subsequent excess death and disability since the rollout. My biggest narrative point here is it doesn't matter what it is. Let's pretend we don't think it's the vaccine. Whatever they implemented caused more excessive death and disability than what they didn't do. So the policy scorecard is an epic failure. And it gets even worse when we go to disabilities. That disabilities are calculated on civilian labor force, 2.31 million since the vaccines were rolled out. The total actual number is 3.5 million. It actually hit a high of about 4 million in June of 2023. It's come down a little bit. That is a number that is just devastating. And if you break down the numbers a little more granular, you'll find that the rate of change for different parts of the population tell the story. The employed in this country saw a rate of change in the disability rate of 38% from 2021 to 2023. The general U.S. population saw a rate of change of 9%. The civilian labor force saw a 34% rate of change. And not in labor force, curiously enough, only saw 4%, which is very strange. Usually when you're not in the labor force, you might experience higher disability due to depression, not being able to find a job. These are people actively looking for work who don't have work. That's how they're counted. So their disability rate was the lowest amongst, the disability rate of change was the lowest amongst these people during this time period. We've also calculated a group, what we call injuries, and that's reflected through lost work time. Lost work time is been pretty steady for about 10 years. It was actually declining, and then it inflected in 2020, obviously from lockdowns. It was a 10 standard deviation event. 2021, it went up again slightly, and that was a 10 standard deviation event. Then it went up 44% in 2022, above 2019's rate, and that was a 16 standard deviation event. The good news is, because I suspect booster uptake and the drug platform is no longer being administered by people who know better, we only have a 7% standard deviation in excess lost work time in 2023, so things are improving. But that's a category that we've estimated at 28.4 million people. And we got that incident rate from the Pfizer clinical trials, and so that's what we believe is going on. So you have people missing work time due to chronic illness, you have people being disabled, and you have people dying. Those are the three buckets. And when we go forward to this funnel, this is the problem we have now. The scorecard suggests that there's let's pretend it's not the vaccine. There's something in the US, in our population, that's causing excessive lost work time, excessive disabilities, and excessive deaths. I obviously believe with 100%, 150% certainty it's the vaccine. So these three buckets add up to about 33 million people, about 1.1 million deaths, 3.5 million disabled, and 28 million injured. So that's 33 million people in the population that are either dead, disabled, or injured. That's about 10% of the US population. If you want to assume it's the vaccine, which I do, let's assume 75% of the US population took the vaccine. That's 13% of people who took the vaccine are either injured, disabled, or gone. In the general US population, it's 10%. So this is definitely the most egregious crime I've ever seen in my life. And I can't believe I'm standing in 2024 still having to talk about this. I was naively thinking that this would have been pulled from the markets long time ago, but we live in a world where that's not the case. And even if the authorities can claim it's not the vaccine, these numbers are so horrendous, I want them to prove it isn't the vaccine, and I would challenge them, how do you implement policy to get rid of a pandemic that actually results in higher death, higher disabilities, and higher injuries that weren't seen during 2020? It makes no sense to me. So there's something egregiously gone wrong in the global governments of the world, and this needs to be addressed. And I want to thank you all for listening to me. These numbers just speak for themselves.
need some glasses. Hello, everyone. It's very nice. Are you going to introduce me or just go straight in? It's very nice for me being here, see so familiar and very nice people here, friends that I met in Bucharest. Thank you for being here, and so many other friends from different parts of the world. For many of you who doesn't know me, I am Dr. Alejandro Diaz. I am from Mexico. I am a pediatric allergist, immunologist, and a global health specialist. I've been in the immigration medicine for so many years, working for many countries doing immigration medicine and learning so much for that aspect of medicine. I was involved in the pandemic, I want to say, since day one. Actually, I had the rare opportunity to kind of predict the pandemic a year before on national radio in Mexico, because I was starting to see all this huge movement of masses of people coming from all over the world to the southern border of Mexico, through Mexico, and to the United States. So I thought that something was changing. That was in 2018, the third week of October. And one thing that I like to recognize is that all of you are heroes. All of you are very, very important people that have inspired me to do this. So what I'm going to talk about here, it's not a new term that I make a small twist, but it's biopolitics. And biopolitics with the K, and there's a specific reason why. So the COVID-19 pandemic marked a permanent shift in the way we view governance and health. Even 3 years after the inception of the pandemic, we're still witnessing how it is used worldwide as a political tool to affect public health and well-being in a significant way. Although, to be honest, it never really was about public health in the first place. The pandemic forced us to rethink how we approach every aspect of public life. It surpassed the capabilities of the world's healthcare systems as they exist today. The powers that we utilize using mass psychological formation to instill confusion and fear into the hearts and minds of the world population, it shook our society to its core, challenging the three main pillars: family, health, and faith. However, for far too long, we have been discussing the problem for the sake of the public well-being. We must change our tune. It's time to start discussing the solutions. We are at an inflection point in history from a policy perspective. It is vital that we as physicians and scientists, experts, intercede and begin to collaborate with politicians to reform the world's health system and safeguard individuals and populations from the evils we are seeing today. To prevent this from ever happening again, we must come to an international consensus, a bridge between the political class and the experts. Biopolitics, a term first coined by philosopher Michel Foucault in the late 1970s, refers to the governance of individuals and populations regarding public health, biology, and overall well-being. It examines the intersections of politics, governance, and healthcare, exploring how political power influences population management, particularly in public health context. Biopolitics with the K is not a misspelling, has a very specific purpose. The letter K find its roots in the Greek letter kappa, influenced by its Semitic cap, the symbol for an open hand, which is precisely what this modern twist of the concept symbolizes. An invitation to scientists and politicians to collaborate in reshaping the relationship between human health and politics. In practice, it involves leveraging political power to improve biological aspects of human life. Governments and governing bodies should not only be concerned with individuals' health and welfare, but also prioritize the well-being of an entire population proactively. Operating on the principle that nothing is more important than health, while governments establish and enforce public health measures, physicians and scientists must play significant roles in shaping these initiatives. Effecting change begins with committed physicians and scientists engaging with policymaking. Through our expertise and dedications, we can contribute to biopolitical decision-making for the betterment of future generations. However, this concept cannot exist unassisted. It is necessary to rethink the way even we as experts conduct ourselves in the space of medicine and science. It's about implementing functional medicine principles in medical practice, hospitals, and pharmaceutical companies. Medicine is a science of probabilities and the art of managing uncertainty. We must collectively work towards dismantling the sick care paradigm, replacing it with forward-thinking and patient-centric model that focus on preventive care, health education, and community engagement. However, our mission extends beyond the walls of clinics and hospitals. It encompasses a broader commitment to empowering individuals with the knowledge and tools they need to proactively manage their health. This transformative vision requires us to be architects of change within our space of expertise, challenging conventional norms and integrating innovative approaches. We must become champions of a healthcare system that not only responds to illness, but anticipates and mitigates health risks before they escalate. The shift necessitates collaboration not only within the medical community, across disciplines, involving policymakers, educators, and communities in a shared commitment to well-being. More than a public policy and health ethics lecture, this is a public service announcement to patients, healthcare professionals, and politicians alike to encourage free discussion, debate, and consider alternative perspectives. There isn't one single way to practice medicine or to implement policy. At the end of the day, this is precisely what science it's all about. It's about competing perspectives, coming together, and generating consensus. To patients, I implore you to question your doctors. To fellow healthcare professionals, question the system and the institutions. And to our esteemed politicians, question the status quo. This is not a partisan plea. It is an invitation to reimagine our approach collectively. For the past 3 years, we've been surrounded by fatalistic rhetoric, claiming that medicine is dead, pharmaceuticals are corrupt, and politicians are untrustworthy. While there may be some truth in these assertions, focusing solely on the problem will not lead to solutions. As Albert Einstein, one of the great minds in human history, once said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. It is time to shift our focus from the problems to the solutions, recognizing that change begins with us. From the smallest medical practice to the influential legislators gathered here at the International Crisis Summit. In closing, to my fellow physicians, policymakers, and advocates for these movements, we must not overlook the fact that the battle we are facing or fighting is not about money or political power. It's spiritual. We are at the forefront of a war on values and principles. I'd rather stand with God and be condemned by the world than to stand with the world and be condemned by God. The people gathered here today at the International Crisis Summit are warriors who are willing to stand by the truth despite the consequences. Considering this enormous responsibility, we have let pragmatism guide our way forward. Let's encourage open debate on issues, and let's create a spirit of collaboration. I only hope that the present crisis will lead to a better world. Thank you.
Thank you for your invitation. It's a great honor for us being here at the International Crisis Summit inside CPAC. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Malone and Lily and everybody in the team for getting us together here in Washington, D.C. You did a tremendous job, and our heart goes out to you. We are here after the International Crisis Summit in Bucharest to have some conclusions and a battle plan for 2024. We met yesterday with many of you telling us about the WHO problems. I heard Mr. Diaz talking about biopolitics and talking about how politicians should question the current status quo. It's important that not only politicians do this, but citizens involved in the society, citizens that realize what's happening in their country, in their community, citizens that stand up for their rights. And I'm here to talk about how we stopped the COVID jabs in Romania. First of all, I must recognize that it was the war in Ukraine that stopped the COVID jabs in Ukraine and in all over the world and in Romania. And the war in Ukraine stopped the pandemics. I don't think anyone thinks otherwise. Before that, we had the lowest rate of vaccination in all the countries in Europe, about 35% of the vaccination in total population. And some of them were made in the sink just to have the possibility of traveling, because we stopped the passed the green certificate at the workplace. And we did this, how? By putting pressure and by creating fear. They wanted the population to be frightened. They wanted the population to be scared, to stay in houses, to stay indoors, to listen only to the official news. We did massive demonstration. We entered the parliament with the votes of the Romanians who trusted us. We spoke the truth. And this is how we succeed in Romania, by speaking out the truth, by questioning the current status quo, because first of all, I saw messages from renowned scientists and doctors around the world questioning if this is the solution. So it was the first time in human history when you had the pandemics, when you had the scientific community divided into more opinions. So you couldn't oblige anyone to get vaccinated with this experimental vaccine, they call it, if not everyone agrees that this was the solution. And it was our duty as leaders of our community to stand up for the people who didn't want to get vaccinated. We did big rallies, we blocked the parliamentary's plenary room, we took out the microphones, we did everything in our power to stop them, and the population came to support us in big numbers. We in Romania have an experience, half a century of totalitarianism. We experience what communism is, and we are skeptical when the government comes and tells you what is good for you and imposes this on you. This is why I think we should get our message heard here in the States, because you didn't pass in recent times through communism, through totalitarianism, and I see that globalist forces who are trying to impose in the last few years biopolitics, medical dictatorship, and one world government. You recognize them. It's Dr. Fauci. We have in Romania our own Dr. Fauci. His name is Raed Arafat, who called us criminals, and we responded to Raed Arafat that he is the real criminal. It's the Bill Gates of the world. It's the big pharma. It's the World Health Organization. And it's the global war on democracy and public health. They called us populists. We are populists fighting globalists. We are populists because we are with the people and for the people. And in Europe and in the States, in the free world as we know it and would like to keep it, we have elections. In Europe, we have European parliamentary elections on 9th of June. In the States, we have elections in November. In Romania, after European, local, and parliamentary elections, we have presidential elections. We can restore hope. Us, one of the poorest countries in Europe, us, the ones who passed through the Marxist theories, us, the ones who saw the Soviet heaven. It's important that we learn from each other. It's important that we support each other and have take care of each other's back. And it's important that in 2024 we go out and vote for the ones who didn't pledged for the new religion that is the vaccination and the World Health Organization. Thank you, and keep doing this tremendous job.
ladies and gentlemen. These two concepts, globalization and globalism, are often confused, but they are two very different notions. Globalization defines the phenomenon of bringing together the most distant places on Earth through instant communication, technology transfer, rapid transport, trade, circulation of cultural patterns, and so on. So, it is a natural phenomenon which we cannot and must not resist. It's necessary and quite beautiful. But globalism is an ideology which uses globalization to establish a new totalitarianism on a global scale. Globalism is essentially Marxist and seeks to establish a new global order according to an ideological pattern drawn by political correctness. Globalism envisions a so-called new normality in which cultural differences and, in general, any differences between people will disappear, in which natural and legal rights and freedoms will be suppressed, in which the planet will be ruled by a single government with absolute control over peoples and individuals. Globalism is, in fact, a utopia, and utopias are all deadly because those who believe in them are ready to kill in order to achieve their goal. This is why we conservatives strongly reject globalism. The true normality which we defend is one in which our natural and constitutional rights and freedoms are ensured and respected. As an example, in the context of our today's event, the right to benefit from medical treatment as well as the right to live are non-negotiable. These are rights we are born with. Between 2020 and 2022, the globalists conducted a global-scale experiment. They wanted to see who would oppose them and who strong the resistance was. And they saw. The resistance was represented by free people, and it was strong. That's why the globalists have strategically stepped back back for now. But they will come back stronger if you let them. We, free people, must be united and prepared for future attempts of freedom suppression, which will be conducted by these globalists. Their efficiency and enhanced by the political factor if correctly identified. The full meaning of freedom is found in our conservative doctrine. This world based on values like nation, faith, family, and freedom could only be saved by conservatives, patriots, and like-minded people. Our hope, the hope of all of us who believe in God, nation, family, and freedom, depends only to our unity. This is why I'm here today. I'm here to build to unity of free people. My sincere gratitude to the organization for inviting me to this conference and for making my visit to the US so pleasant. I appreciate you taking the time to hear me out. God bless United States of America. God bless Romania. God bless us all.
Hello, my name is Gheorghe Pipere. I'm a lawyer and school teacher. I'm teaching law in Bucharest University. First of all, I want to tell you that during the pandemics, I tried to cancel the regulations upon what the Romanian government tried to give a legal basis, actually an appearance of legal basis of the sanitary politics during the pandemics. At the end of 2022, all of those regulations were cancelled by the tribunals and courts in Romania. But nothing happened about the responsibility, the liability, and the accountability for what they done during the pandemics. Second, I also tried to cancel the regulation issued by the European Commission and the Parliament, that regulation from 2021, 9th of June, about the so-called green certificate, which was the beginning of the digitalization of the person, which was the beginning of the transformation processes of people into electronic avatar. This trial was dismissed by the court, European Court of Justice from Luxembourg, for a completely illogical motivation. They said that in Romania, they never obligated people to be vaccinated, and this is why I had no interest in order to try to cancel this regulation. And this is, I repeat, illogical, because actually we were obligated to be vaccinated. not through a regulation, a proper regulation, unconstitutionally, but we were de facto obligated to be vaccinated. Me, as I told you, I am not only a lawyer, I'm also a professor in a university. I was so close to quit my job as a teacher in the university because of the fact that they indirectly obligated me to be vaccinated. I'm going to tell you something about what I realized during these pandemics and during these fights against this dictatorial, this totalitarian regime. It's about the so-called economical and juridical, legal exceptionalism. What means this? Natural or artificially planned crises are in position, one after one parallel to other, one upon the other, and people in this situation of exceptionalism do not think about their normal life, do not think about their normal rights and freedoms. They try to submit. They want to be saved somehow. They want to be saved by somebody which became erased like a savior. Fear of death, fear of sorrow, ends almost every time with the fear of a master. And the master is the one which is calling himself or herself the savior. This is what happened in Europe and especially in Romania. We needed a savior. And because of this, we ended up to accept that our individual freedoms and rights could be frozen in favor of the so-called collective rights, in favor of the so-called herd immunity, in favor of all this completely lunatic sanitary politics in pandemics. All what happened in this period of pandemics, 2020, 2022, it's an evidence of the way of transforming a natural or artificial planned crisis into a motivation to submit, into a motivation to find a savior, into a motivation to submit not only to the fear of death and the sorrow, but to submit to the master. And what happened in this period of pandemics was to submit to a state with step by step, which step by step transformed itself into a leviathan. It's a force you cannot resist. It's a force that can give you the fear of losing your privileges, your job, your money, your house, and most of the people come to this conclusion that it's better to submit and not to fight. In a very happy manner, in Romania, we did not do this. Actually, not all of us. Only something between 20 and 42% of the population has been vaccinated. I said between 20 and 42 because we are not sure about these numbers. Nothing was sure during the pandemic, especially in Romania. All of those people which were vaccinated are somehow suspected not to be really vaccinated. You know, they try to cheat the system. Why? Because, you know, Romanians, and especially Eastern European people, citizens, had to support 45 years of totalitarianism, of lies of their authorities. And also, people like Romanians were forced also to accept lies and to accept violence, and to accept conflict of interest, and to accept theft from their authorities. And you know what the Romanian said? I don't trust you. I really don't trust you. And this is why I think that the real number of the vaccinated people in Romania was something around 20%. Not much, not more than this. And this was the good response, the logical, the rational response to a kind of power which do not want you to be healthy, which want you to be suspected of being ill. You know, they transform us, all of us, from a free and naturally healthy person into a suspect of being ill and having the intention, the will to infect the other people. I'm sure that you remember that in Romania, we had something like, I don't know, it's an invention of all times, the so-called asymptomatic people. You really are not ill, but we are sure that you are suspected of being ill because for sure somehow you are a carrier for the virus. And this was the reality, and this was the reality we faced it and said to the authorities, we do not trust you. What happened from the point of view of economic and legal situation? You know, legal relationships, which normally could not have existed, were imposed to all the people. Like, for example, money printed and thrown out of the helicopters, gigantic public loans, gigantic. Accelerated procedure for the authorization of the so-called vaccines. And all of this kind of situation, which normally wouldn't be accepted by the citizens. This is what I call exceptionalism. And the worst is not even this. The worst is the fact that somehow, through contracts, not through regulations, through contracts which were not shown to the people. Christian Terhes shown you today the so-called transparent contract. You've seen that picture with a contract which is completely blackened because it's somehow confidential. We never know what was put in this content and what was so dangerous for those people to be shown to the population. And I think that dangerous thing in this contract is the immunity awarded to the producers. And now we have this situation. We have Pfizer, which already sued the Romanian state and also Poland for billions and hundreds of millions of euros for vaccines completely useless, non-delivered, because of the fact that we do have this kind of contract. Non-transparent, we don't know what is in this contract, but we have to pay. Because somebody, instead of us, said, it doesn't matter the regulation. It doesn't matter the law. It doesn't matter even the constitution. What matters is the fact that I decided to negotiate, to better negotiate for you, a contract of 78 billion euros for 3.8 billion doses of vaccine for a population of something around 460 million people. This means that we had to be vaccinated in Europe at least 10 times in order to use all of these vaccines. And what happened was the fact that rules, regulations, constitutions, internal regulation, there is in Romania principle of responsibility for all the damages caused by the defects of the products. All of these were thrown away because of the fact that there was a contract. So in this moment, if we want to sue Pfizer, we have to go to Luxembourg and ask an interpretation of the treaties, of the regulations, about the responsibility for the defects of the products in order to be able to get some damages, paid damages from the producer. Because in this moment, they are practically immune to all legal responsibility and even ethical responsibility. Think about this. Think about this. We should deliver, you should deliver 28 million doses of vaccination to Romania. You didn't deliver it. It's useless to deliver. But you ask the money. And you ask €500 million from Romania in a litigation which is now pending in Brussels. From the ethical point of view, to be in such a situation, it's double than risky because, you know, those people, they make money on fear of death and sorrow, on pain, on misery. And now they are trying to make money on the stupidity of the authorities that sign contracts without knowing what is in those contracts. And what about accountability? Nobody asked, for example, Frau von der Leyen, what was in those contracts? How those 78 billion euros were used? For what? With what purpose? Nobody. Nobody also asked our Romanian authorities what they done with these billions and billions of euros for vaccination. There is in this moment penal investigation against the former Prime Minister of Romania and 2 former Minister of Health because they stolen from us 1 billion euros. 1 billion euros. You understand that the number, 1 billion euros. I don't know where this litigation or when this penal investigation will be finalized, maybe probably in 10 years from now. But the whole idea is that in this field of activity and economy, there is no liability and accountability. And we have to be sure that starting 2025, we'll be able to change this reality and to make them pay, to make them be accountable, to make them respond in an ethical manner, at least political manner, to what they've done in pandemics. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Maria Hubmer-Mock. I'm a general practitioner from Austria. I'm also a herbalist and a resilience coach. And most important, I'm a mother of a beautiful 5-year-old son. And I think it is so important to say thank you to Lily and Robert, because we know that was so much hard work to put this together. A big applause, please, for Lily and Robert. And also thank you to Robert and Jill Malone, who are friends and great teachers. Thank you so much for all that you are doing. So, 2 fantastic speakers are following me. This is US hero Meryl Ness and Swiss lawyer Philip Kruse. So I will shorten my presentation a little bit so there are no repetitions. And I will focus on WHO's impact on the patient-doctor relationship. And in my presentation, I will show why under the new WHO treaties, we, the medical practitioners around the world, will completely lose our capacity to truly serve and protect our patients' health. WHO's doctrine, one method, one treatment fits all, is planned to prevail with no second opinion allowed. This totalitarian doctrine has never been proven to be helpful in history. It creates unknown new health risks for humanity. Before I start with my first slide, I just want to inform you that in my case, I come from Austria. You should know, and we heard it from an Austrian speaker from the Austrian National Parliament today, we already had the mandatory vaccination in place. They voted on it in January 2022. When they announced that they will have the mandatory vaccination for everybody, that time they said 14 years old and older, I left the medical board on my own will. I sent an email to the medical board and I said I'm not going to work for a corrupt medical board like this anymore. The thing is that I am not allowed to work as a doctor, as I'm not a member of the medical board right now, but I had so much more time then to be an activist. And I really consider myself being an activist because I organized with another mama bear friend, Mickey Willis said this term today, it's a very important term, warrior parents, mama bear. With my mama bear friend Nadia, we organized rallies in Austria, in Vienna, in my hometown Graz, the second biggest city, with tens of thousands of people joining us in the fight for freedom. And it's very important that we show unity and that we show our faces. And that's why I also organized some doctors coming together, some lawyers, and our Organization for Children's Health has the same name, We Show Our Faces. So, and what else did I do as a mental health coach? We are in the mass psychosis, mass formation, I would say even worse, mass hypnosis time. And we are not in this mass psychosis, so I formed kind of movement called the crowd resilience. And as a resilience coach, it is so important that we show our bravery, that we stand for health freedom, for our freedoms, for our children and the next generations. And now, please, the first slide. You have your... Oh, it's here, okay. So, and this is a great overview done by my friend Philip Kruse. I will focus on the WHO recommendations. Philip Kruse will tell you more about self-authorization by mere fake declaration, the public health emergency of international concern. There will be no accountability, no checks and balances, information control, censorship and manipulation. And we are here talking about the amendments to the IHR. And the other thing is the WHO treaty. So there is these two contracts and Philip is going to tell you more about it. So I will jump over this slide. Same here, we will hear about the binding character of the recommendations done by the WHO. And I truly want to focus on this very Article 18 in the IHR. Usually a doctor sees her or his patient and you would do an anamnesis, then you do some diagnostics, lab tests, and then you find sooner or later the diagnosis, and then you do therapy. And if you're a doctor that truly serves the patient, you try to find the root cause for what is going on with your patient. And what you do next is you find the best individual treatment for your patient, as if it was your mother that sits in front of you, as if it was you yourself seeking for help. What is happening now with these recommendations that will become binding if we don't stop the WHO? It is, and you see this clearly pointed out in Article 18, recommendations with respect to persons, review proof of vaccination or other prophylaxis, require vaccination or other prophylaxis, implement quarantine or other health measures for suspect persons, implement isolation and treatment where necessary of affected persons, refuse entry of suspect and affected persons, refuse entry of unaffected persons to affected areas. So I can tell you in Austria we had a lockdown for the unvaccinated only over 3 months in the COVID pandemic time. And I can tell you that we, the people who were not vaccinated, we could only literally go, only if we were tested, to work and to a supermarket, and that was it. So, and there are even supermarkets where they would sell food and probably a pair of gloves during wintertime or an umbrella. You were even checked if you buy a banana or if you buy an umbrella. I'm not kidding. So this is how far we went. And I can only tell you that we will not allow this to happen ever again. And the population in Austria and around the world is wakening up. And what is very important, and this is something Philip Kruse will also point out, it's the Article 18 in the WHO treaty, which is about infodemics. So in regards to the profession of a doctor, that would even mean, you know, you're not allowed to say anything else than the government or the medical boards will tell you to say, and patients will probably not even get a real second opinion by another doctor because they would be too scared to say something different or would really speak their mind. And to the infodemic, it's the global unelected entities. They call us anti-science. We have heard that a lot. But I want to point out that we are risk-aware, we are pro-informed consent, we are against the ongoing immunity of the WHO and their partners when it comes to holding them accountable. And good medical practice means that doctors find the best individual treatment for their parents. And the gold standard has to be full and fair informed consent, but with the madness of mandatory C19 injections, countless people around the world took the injections for other reasons, but not health. We have heard about that a lot today. I want to encourage people who are awakening now to see the threat of the one-size-fits-all medicine. And by this, you see a slide here. It is actually a flyer for a big event that we are planning with an international team. And Philip Kruse and myself, we already organized with the Geneva police that we can and will do a big protest in Geneva City in the belly of the beast on June 1st, 2024, 2 p.m. The whole event will be live streamed. We will have international speakers. We invite people from all around the world to join us. The webpage, thegenevaproject.org, will be online soon. And we said it's a very good topic to say WHO unmasked, because we have, meanwhile, so many experts that clearly point out what is going on. And by having the great explanations about the treaties, we can show the people that they, with the real and easily explained information, can go to their regional politicians, to the mayors in the little cities and say, hey, do you know what's going on here? You have to talk to your other politicians in the big state party or furthermore in national parliaments. So we encourage people, as soon as they have the information, to really get the information out to their families. And there is, for example, one page that started from Austria. It's whoiswho.fail. And on the whoiswho.fail, you will find in, I think, even more than 20 languages, a great little questionnaire about what your knowledge is on the WHO so far. And then you'll find the answers. And this is a really easy document, and there's also a flyer that you can print out and that you can bring to your regional politicians. And we know in the live stream people are watching from all around the world. You will find it in Japanese, you will find this paper in Turkish, you will find it in German, and all the other languages. So this is a very good thing to do, because people often say, so what can I do to fight the WHO? Well, you can inform your regional politicians, and we have to do this. And as I have found out myself now lately, that it's good that we do interviews, it's good that we write books, it's good that we are on podcasts, but the next step is somehow in politics. So I will run for the EU elections this year with an independent list, and you saw the logo before, and here in the corner, it's standing, the DNA stands for democratic, neutral, Austria is a neutral country, and authentic. And what really misses in politics so often is the authenticity of the politicians. And we really have to be true to ourselves, speak our minds, and even if we have a political opponent that has a good idea, let's join on this common denominator. Not, it's always divide and conquer. So even if there is another political party that we do not agree on all the points, let's join forces on some points. And this is how politics should be done in the future. And I hope that more and more people around the world rise up and see what's going on and tell their beloved ones. And I can only say, and this is true from my heart, God and the good will prevail. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And do I look at that? So what I want to talk about today is the fact that the WHO is not only trying to achieve global governance through health, but is yes. Oh, thank you, Chris. And is doing it through lies and fakery, and it's odd that they even name public health emergencies of international concern as fakes. We've already heard that complexity is critical for keeping us confused and off balance and being able to understand what's happening to us. There's a lot of secrecy. The health regulation amendments have not been shown to the public for 15 months. Tedros keeps telling stories about what these documents mean and what they don't mean. There have been 5 different names of the pandemic treaty since they started showing drafts to the public. And there is tremendous overreach, both in terms of what the WHO Constitution suggests the organization is about, which is advisory, and what it's trying to become, which is a governing agency. And also there is overreach in terms of what regulations are allowed to encompass at the WHO. So they're going beyond that as well. They're ignoring the law. They generally don't have votes on documents, even though they are required. Here's Tedros. He said a few lies, and I'm just going to give you examples. Yes, he said all countries needed the capacity to detect and share pathogens, but in fact, in the treaty draft, it's not just during pandemics. They want countries to go out and find potential pandemic pathogens and share them all the time, building up a huge library of basically biological warfare agents that the WHO promises to share with nations, universities, research centers, and pharmaceutical companies. And they have also created a pathogen access and benefits system so that countries can get paid off if they find a good biological warfare agent and somebody decides to make a vaccine for it. He also likes to confuse us regarding what's in the treaty and what's in the international health regulations. So he'll say, for instance, the ability to impose lockdowns and vaccine mandates doesn't exist in the treaty, and that's because it exists in the international health regulations. The sovereignty issue is interesting. What the WHO has done is to demand that nations pass laws to carry out the WHO's orders. Now, I call that a ceding of sovereignty, but they're misrepresenting it as, well, your parliament has to agree. So that's how that issue is being spun. We've had a couple of people talk about how doctors have been attacked. Well, now the WHO is getting into that act, if it wasn't already. This photograph is at the WHO headquarters, and the woman in the middle is Joan Simeon from New Zealand, who came to Geneva to sign a memorandum of understanding with the WHO. She leads the organization that it's supposed to be an NGO that teaches and sort of manages medical boards around the world. So it's the, I forget, IAMRA, International Association of Medical Regulatory Authorities. They develop the policies for medical boards everywhere. Their center is located within the building of the U.S. agency, the FSMB, in Euless, Texas. And there they are, making plans so that the world can be cared for by safe and competent doctors. So the WHO is going to try and weed out the rest of us, those of you who think you and the patient are the ones who should decide on what their medical care should be. And this is just another example of how the WHO lies. On the bottom, Tedros says, you're the ones, you nations are the ones writing these documents, and it has nothing to do with us. It's a country-led thing. But above, in the media advisory, you see that the non-state actors are doing a lot of the writing and negotiating, and that's Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and many others. As you know, the WHO gets 85% of its funding from donors rather than dues, and it dances to the tune of its donors. This is a bunch of examples of how the WHO lies and what it requires. It demands that every nation perform surveillance of its citizens' online footprint and censor it if it doesn't go along with the WHO narrative. They don't say they're going to produce 100-day vaccines, but what they do say is every single country needs a legal regimen so that vaccines can be used without licenses, under EUA, basically. That means without much testing, if any. In the United States, you can issue an EUA without injecting it into a single mouse. That's the way the PrEP Act is written. Jeremy Farrar, who is the chief scientist now at the WHO, was moved there from the director of the Wellcome Trust because he was the initiator with Bill Gates of CEPI, the NGO that developed the idea that vaccines could be made in 100 days, manufactured in 30 more days, and rolled out to their whole nation in that time period. That's the plan for the WHO and the G20 and the G7 and the EU and the World Bank and the UN and the US. Just a list of how the WHO can't seem to do anything right. Why would we let it manage the health of the world, as well as control information for the world? And in terms of keeping everybody confused, the WHO is a master. They have created 2 different documents, a new pandemic treaty and massive amendments. 307 were proposed. Amendments were proposed to an existing document called the International Health Regulations. I'm not going to go into the details. They're here on the paper. You don't need to know that. The purpose of these 2 documents and all these details is so that nobody understands what's going on. Okay, these are 7, I think it's 7 things in a nutshell that the 2 documents will do. And by the way, so one document we've seen 7 drafts of, the other document we haven't seen any drafts at all since December or November of 2022. And the WHO doesn't care which one gets adopted in the meeting at the end of May. As long as one of them gets adopted, they will get what they want. So free speech will be gone. They reserve the right to control what medications you will have access to, as well as what vaccines you may have to have. They will have the right to restrict travel, close borders, do contact tracing and quarantines, et cetera. Your medical records will be subject to sharing with the WHO, as well as any swabs that they order you to there's a blank check. There's several blank checks. So this is a framework convention, so they don't tell you the details. They say we're going to be able to make countries accountable. They're going to have to do what we tell them, but we're not going to tell you exactly how that is going to be accomplished, although there will be a compliance committee and an implementation committee and a group within every nation to report back to the WHO on whether the nation is going along with the plan. So we don't know how much it's going to cost. There is going to be a new conference of parties and a new WHO secretariat to manage this new biosecurity agenda that the WHO wants to take on and has begun taking on. And it could cost 10 times the current budget of $3 to $4 billion a year. Just don't know. But when we sign up to the treaty, we'll find out later. Once these committees are established, and then the committees will make their own rules. And interestingly, these committees are going to make their own rules of procedure at their very first meeting, which you know what that means. That means the NGOs have already decided, or Tedros, or the bureaucracy has decided what those rules are going to be, and they'll all have to vote on them at the first meeting. One Health is a complete scam, which is a means of wrapping up the whole world under the jurisdiction of the WHO by saying that animals, plants, humans, and ecosystems, which is everything in the world, are part of One Health, and the WHO gets to manage it. And by the way, we have spent billions and billions of dollars pushing One Health into nations around the world, into their public health agencies, into domestic law in the United States and other places. So One Health is embedded in our nations already, ready for someone to pull the trigger and say, now bats are in this area, so the humans have to move because you might catch something. All right, now I'm going to go over very fast a whole bunch of screenshots of what is in these documents. So this is from the very newest version of the treaty, came out last week, and you can see the scientists will be appointed by the Director General, and we're not going to get rid of gain of function. We're going to supervise it here at the WHO. Unbelievable. These rules already exist, but they will become binding if and when the new IHR amendments. Of course, we haven't seen a version for 15 months, so this may not be what's there anymore, but they won't show us what is there now. And they have avoided this 4-month rule. They're supposed to table their version of amendments 4 months ahead of time so nations have a chance to look at them and decide whether they like them or not. Instead, they won't say when they're going to make them public, but 2 ministers in 2 European countries have told parliamentarians they're likely to find out in April. Okay, they removed human rights from this document. Unbelievable. They then, when people complain, they put them back into one of the drafts of the treaty, but they have taken it out of the last couple of drafts of the treaty. Human rights are removed twice. No mistake. The authority of the WHO will expand from risks to public health to all risks that have the potential to affect public health, which could be diet or climate or many other things. Here's your sharing of potential pandemic pathogens. Here is where they could restrict drugs you're allowed to have when a pandemic comes. No ivermectin next time. Here's censorship is called collaboration and assistance. These are 4 of the old names of the treaty drafts. This is the penultimate name. Actually, they didn't change it in this latest draft. When we started complaining that they keep changing the names, now pandemic agreement has been on the title twice. In the beginning of the treaty, they tell you that you have free and full access to information. By the end, the nation has to control infodemics and combat false, misleading, misinformation, or disinformation. They promise you health coverage. Health coverage, health coverage, health coverage. What does that mean? Insurance. They're promising to sell you insurance. They want you to think it's care. Regulatory strengthening has become regulatory weakening. You have to have laws to implement emergency approvals of drugs and vaccines without a license. And not only that, you have to have laws that take away liability from those products, because you can't roll out a vaccine in 100 days and expect it not to kill people, right? So you've got to take the liability away. 3 paragraphs, 3 times, 3 different ways of saying it. Here's the pathogen access and benefit system. In case you didn't believe me, it's hard to believe that they're going to use that terminology, but there it is. Sharing of biological warfare agents for benefits. Here's the WHO website in plain English. Sharing of biological materials with epidemic or pandemic potential will be done through one or more of the labs designated as a WHO BioHub. You can look it up. I confirmed it's still there this morning. But of course, you cannot study these potential pandemic pathogens without accidents. There's always going to be an animal that bites you. There's always going to be a spill. The United States has, by law, if you're using designated potential pandemic agents in your lab, you have to report to CDC. They need to know about it. Transfers have to be approved by CDC, and they collect 200 reports of lab accidents a year. So that's in the United States alone. Just think when every nation is doing the same thing. And by the way, the WHO wants us to sequence all the potential pandemic pathogens, and they actually demand in black and white that you put the sequences online in a publicly accessible database. Did you know that, Robert? So here's One Health. It's a word salad. There have been 61 published definitions because you can't make this stuff, you cannot explain what One Health is. It doesn't make any sense, but it's a way to gain jurisdiction. And the Lancet's One Health Commission admitted it to galvanize transformations in global governance, whatever that means, economics and knowledge. And the Lancet also ran an article in January a year ago, which, and this was an editorial, so no author was named, taking a fundamentally different approach to the natural world, One Health, in which we are as concerned about the welfare of non-human animals and the environment as we are about humans. You want Tedros to be your doctor? One size fits all. I've summarized the biosecurity agenda here, and I guess I'll just read it to you quickly. Yes, sovereignty is being ceded to the WHO in these documents. Regulatory strengthening is a joke. They remove liability. Health coverage is a joke. Censorship is real. Pandemic pathogens are to be shared. One Health is a Trojan horse. Human rights, dignity, and freedom have been obliterated. And if you're interested in more information, I've started an organization last year called Door to Freedom. There's lots and lots on that website, but we have handouts in 10 languages, and these are 2 that I thought might be of interest. A one-pager that looks at pandemic preparedness. What would you do if you were actually trying to prevent and ameliorate pandemics? What is the WHO doing? You know, and what are the consequences of what they're doing? And the other is 8 bullet points, really, of what the WHO, what is so worrying about what the WHO is doing. And I think that's it. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you. So first, I would like to thank you, Dr. Robert Malone, and his great team for organizing and hosting this International COVID Summer #5, which is another great event in this series and that allows us to share and sharpen our findings from all the different relevant fields of our expertise. And I really feel honored to be invited to briefly present and summarize the reasons why WHO's new pandemic regime is indeed a program for suspending democracy and fundamental rights and for establishing an totalitarianism on a global scale with a long-term effect and with no stop button, obviously to the detriment of the people and for the benefit of a small cartel of certain industries. My name is Philipp Kruse, practicing lawyer in Switzerland, Zurich, since 1998, specialized in tax law and constitutional law with my own law practice in Zurich. And since end 2020, I have led over 25 ordinary court proceedings in Switzerland to stop unconstitutional, harmful, and unnecessary corona mandates against children, students, owners of restaurants and fitness studios. And although I got the help of so many great scientists that helped me funding my evidence, the only thing that I achieved was that at least the Swiss Supreme Court declared the PCR test method as a total useless method and a zero evidence bringing method for determining a disease. At least not. My most important project, though, is a criminal complaint that I filed in summer 2022 against the Swiss Supreme Safety Agency for Medical Products, Swissmedic. I did that because they illegally authorized dangerous, toxic, experimental mRNA-based injections for creating and upholding a scheme of deception about the true nature and the true effects of these products, and thereby destroying the basis for an informed consent. And last but not least, also for not performing the necessary product quality control after release of these mRNA products on the market. And as nothing happened, I've continued to work with my team, and I've submitted an updated, precise version 2 weeks ago to make it impossible to ignore this criminal complaint. And I found out that 80% of the evidence can also be used against a certain globally responsible agency for public health. Now, let's speak about this World Health Organization. I am here to give you the main reasons why to reject and oppose any attempt of the WHO to impose on us this new pandemic regime. And so, first, we must clarify, and it has been already said, of course, by Dr. Meryl Noss, that we are talking about two different legal projects, not just about one pandemic treaty, but by two different projects that were initiated by the WHO and their special session of the World Health Assembly in December 2021. Number one, this new pandemic treaty, which is a completely new international convention, which, according to WHO's own constitution, requires a 2/3 majority to become adopted. And then, in order to become legally binding, it requires the national domestic procedure of ratification according to each country's own constitution. So there's a certain minimal guarantee of a public democratic debate, although we are well aware that the parliaments are being put under quite a strong pressure to deliver their consent to this treaty. But now the real problematic instrument is the second one that also Mary Noss spoke about, and these are the amendments to the international health regulations. They are not a new international treaty. They do exist in their present form since 2005, and they now are in the process to be significantly amended. Now, according to the WHO's constitution, these regulations shall comprise only technical and procedural provisions as to sanitary and quarantine requirements and other procedures. So these international health regulations were meant to be just technical and procedural provisions, which is why the WHO Constitution allows for their adoption at a very low threshold of just a simple majority, and which is why there is a mechanism of, there's an automatism for its coming into force. So that means that any amendments that we are now about to see that they are negotiated will become legally binding 12 months after their adoption. In May, next May this year, it will be the adoption, so 12 months later. That means on 1st of June 2025, they will become legally binding. So far, the theory. And also, the only way for your country for preventing any new amendments of the IHR becoming legally binding is that the government must issue a formal, explicit note of rejection to the Secretary of the WHO with respect to these new amendments, and that must be done within 10 months. Now, what are the critical point here? And number one, overall, we see a never before seen threat to democracy, and I couldn't believe it as a lawyer to see anything like that in writing, and that it is still on the internet. As Meryl Noss has mentioned, the first publication of the first draft, and we have just one draft of the International Health Regulations amendments, dates from December, early December, end of November 2022. So we have that since 15 months, unchanged. And I quickly go through to the right slide. Sorry, I quickly. And this is the first point is actually that we see that WHO shall be authorized to declare a public health emergency literally for any reason that they find fit for. And we are talking here about already a public health emergency of regional concern, of immediate health alert that can give rise to a pandemic under the pretext of a human influenza of a new subtype. This is, I just wanted to show you, there is already a very precise wording in Annex 2 that relates to the main provision of the International Health Regulations covering the conditions for declaring a public health emergency of international concern. And there you see the proposal that already a human influenza caused by a new subtype shall give rise or shall allow the WHO to declare a public health emergency of international concern. Then, as Meryl Noss mentioned, this entire concept of One Health, there the pretext of fighting climate change, of fighting rising levels of CO2, or fighting the ecosystem degradation, loss of biodiversity. So literally any given pretext could allow the WHO to declare a public health emergency of international concern. This is an example, schoolbook example of arbitrariness, the total opposite of the rule of law, which is based on standards, and these standards must be verified. Here, nothing can be verified on the basis of the concept of One Health, and this will be the trigger point by which WHO can authorize itself to a wide range of actions. Now, the second point that is frightening is that the recommendations that we have seen, they exist already. This list of recommendations has been referred to already. It's in Article 18, will change the status from non-binding to binding. And we see in official interviews from representatives of the WHO, also from governments, they deny that. They say, no, they will not become legally binding. We will always have our sovereign choice and right to do it otherwise, as it was recommended. Now, let's prove them wrong. And sorry that I recommendation new legally binding. So we have three provisions where we can explicitly prove it all together. So number one is the definition article, where we see the original wording non-binding crossed out. Then we should take into consideration this proposal of Article 13a, where it says in the second half of the sentence that state parties undertake to follow WHO's recommendations in their international public health responses. Undertake to follow is a legal term and means they promise to follow. This is an international law obligation. And I cannot imagine my country, Switzerland, not performing and not undertake to follow any kind of recommendation once it is out, after they have already followed so carefully all the recommendations in the past. But this is not all. There's even a third provision, Article 42, which is amended and which says that all of these recommendations, whether temporary recommendations or permanent recommendations, they shall be initiated and completed without delay. So, in my understanding, this sounds like an order. These recommendations shall be initiated and completed without delay. This provision is in the internet for 14 months now. And nobody shall tell me that they didn't mean it. If they would not mean it, they would say, we are very sorry. Let's place at least a disclaimer. We didn't mean it to be legally binding because we want to give the member states the choice. No, they mean it. The next point that was mentioned, yes, just for the sake of a good structure and order. So there is already in the so far existing international health regulations a list of potential possible recommendations. This is Article 18 mentioned by my dear colleague Maria Hubner-Mock right before, a medical doctor. So for her that means in practice that this entire list that in the past just had the status of non-binding recommendations will become legally binding, and that will make the work so hard for so brave medical doctors that we have heard so many here today already. In the future, there will be no possibility for deviation from the judgment of WHO and no allowance for a second opinion. So this is it, and you see here the requirement of vaccination or other prophylaxis, and of course it will be WHO to tell us what kind of substance must be used and what not. So I jump over. I will leave this entire presentation to be shared because I want to avoid the impression that we spread conspiracy theories here. I want to really make the evidence clear to everybody where these statements can be found and evidenced that I am making here. And by the way, we must clearly note that even the WHO's own constitution does not provide any legal basis for making recommendations legally binding. So here, with these wordings, WHO is overreaching its own constitution. And now let's look at the last important aspect, and that is infodemic, info control, censorship, manipulation of public opinion. We have here an example, still on the homepage today of WHO, telling the world mRNA COVID-19 vaccines are as safe as other vaccines. This is a blatant lie, unless we say all vaccines are not at all safe and effective. But I'm not a medical doctor. Well, here I just refer to it seems to be so important to WHO, this concept of infodemics, that they placed it in both of these instruments. Here we see the example of the International Health Regulations, Article 44, a new literal H, countering the dissemination of false and unreliable information. They found it so important that they also placed the same logic into the new pandemic treaty, which just came out a new version, but that new version has the same wording as with respect to this Article 18, as I striked it and highlighted it here. And that is to combat false, misleading, misinformation or disinformation, including through effective international collaboration. So what does this mean? Well, we know all that without the free flow of information, without free speech, it is impossible to achieve good science, to achieve fair justice, and to have a working and functioning democracy. It is simply the pillar of democracy, and most of all, it is the pillar for informed consent. So here we see the program, actually the nucleus of the program, to make informed consent impossible and to harm, if not destroy, democracy. And this is the current version of the new pandemic treaty, and it's still the relevant version of the International Health Regulations amendments. Yes, I never thought to see that in my lifetime as a lawyer, that international organizations, that in all the member states actually would seriously work on this kind of very harmful and totalitarian provisions. Well, what else? This is, yes, I would like to point out that this is not a small, minor, little thing to not inform the patient in the circumstances of experimental treatments. Not at all. And as it was rightfully pointed out this morning by Dr. David Martin, it was the finding and the clear conclusion after 2 bloody world wars and the crimes that happened during these wars, that humanity came together and said, never again shall it be possible that people get subject to an experimental treatment without their full information and free consent. And so it was the Nuremberg Codex that was created, and it was also this convention here, this International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 7, that was created to forever prevent this danger from happening. And here we see it that in particular, no one shall be subjected to medical or scientific experimentation without his or her voluntary consent. If now these 2 WHO legal instruments will come into force, then this is a program to make this mandatory international law null and void and destroy informed consent. And this is a crime against humanity, just to be very clear about that. Yeah. And here again, we don't see any legal basis in WHO's own constitution that would allow WHO to possess the global info monopoly, the monopoly on information and information control. Now, as this topic is far too big just for 10 minutes, I just wanted to give you the main important points of my concern. And of course, as you can imagine, there is no mechanism for reassessment and for controlling WHO and to holding them accountable, because so far WHO was considered to provide advisory services. And so there's no system of checks and balances. That means that the word of the Director General of Tedros will become equal the word of God. The WHO will be granted the ultimate global sole and only scientific authority in all matters that WHO claims to be related to pandemic prevention, preparedness, and responses without any remedy nor mechanism for a quick and effective review and correction. Now, with this regime in place, we don't need to know whether or not in which version of these agreements we see a kind of protection of human rights, yes or no. In the International Health Regulations, Article 3, Paragraph 1, in the current version, human rights, human dignity are crossed out. It would not, and my position on that is, it doesn't matter whether they reintroduce the original wording, because with such a regime where you allow one single global authority to define with a legally binding effect what can be said, what can be broadcasted, and ultimately what must be done by the government, it will be impossible for the governments to protect their own citizens against wrong information and against wrong treatment. It will be simply impossible. So, yes, thank you. So now I come to an end. What does this all mean? And this is something, if you so far were overwhelmed by all the details, please listen now. What does it all mean if we see all of these changes in place? Well, if we take this combined together, then what we see is a substantial weakening of all vital structures and all vital pillars of our democracy and of our constitutional orders with a long-term effect. These are not just mere technical changes of minor administrative procedural significance, but to the opposite. These changes amount to a de facto change of your constitution to the detriment of you, the people. These amendments have the effect of weakening the fundamental pillars of your constitutions and your civil liberties. And therefore, the procedure for changing your constitution must be observed, otherwise it will be impossible to introduce these changes. Because in every country there are quite high hurdles and conditions if the constitution and the architecture of power within your constitutional order shall be changed, in particular to the detriment of the people in such a fundamental way. But in addition, personally, and this is my own legal personal opinion, I say it is not even possible to carry out changes of such far-reaching effect and even to incorporate into these rules, whether they are in the International Health Regulations or in your constitution, it is impossible to incorporate in any constitution the concept of a waiver of the principle of informed consent. And we must be very clear about that. If we allow these changes to happen, that would mean that your government cannot protect your right for an informed consent, so it is impossible to have that ever been enacted, whether you do it by way of a constitutional change or not. Yes, so please excuse me for this overtime. I thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Live update. The paper I spoke to you about that had a retraction threat made against it just went through. So our paper, COVID-19 mRNA Vaccines, Lessons Learned from the Registrational Trials and Global Vaccination Campaign, which has the most downloads ever from Curious and the highest SIQ score rating ever, has been retracted formally. So we're gonna give them hell.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying that I'm deeply honored and extremely grateful to be allowed to share the stage with so many high-profile experts, activists, and people passionate about our freedom. And from speaker to speaker, I have grown smaller, because I was asking myself, how could I, as a mere member of a state parliament in Germany, how could I provide added value here? But at least I want to try. I want to congratulate the team of ICS for the, from my point of view, very important decision to rename this event in the first place to International Crisis Summit. Because I think what we've learned today is that we're all facing an international constitutional crisis. And I want to carry it even further. We're not talking about, oops, we're acting unconstitutional. No, we're talking about a coup d'etat in slow motion. And as Philip just stated in his last speech, we're not wearing this button for nothing, and that is part of the coup d'etat. And of course, our adversaries will call that a conspiracy theory. But ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, if you're alleged to be a conspiracy theorist, then the theory is probably not a theory anymore. So what I might be able to add as a certain value here is that we're not only talking about unconstitutional behavior by the governments, but especially for Germany, I believe the case is that they're weaponizing the constitution itself against the democratic opposition. So let's take a look at the situation in Germany. In Germany, the constitution is called the Grundgesetz, and it was founded together with the Federal Republic of Germany in 1949. And in exactly 3 months' time, we'll be celebrating the 75th anniversary. And the Grundgesetz, of course, reflected not only the horrors of war, but also the terror that the international and national socialists had brought about to Europe. And therefore, reflecting the experience of this dictatorship, it is therefore logical and ethical that Article 1 of the German Constitution states human dignity is untouchable. And of course, that especially means protecting the citizens from authoritarian government. That's the whole point. And it's is being detailed in the articles following. And what is happening in Germany now is that all of this is being turned on its head. And the Constitution is being used to protect the government from citizens that dare demand their civil liberties. So how does that go about? In Germany, the domestic secret service is called Verfassungsschutz, which I would roughly translate with Constitution Protection Agency. And these clever guys have come up with a new field of activity, and that is to identify and prosecute the agency-relevant delegitimization of the state. So the Secret Service looks for a new field of action, as he found it, in basically fighting against democratic opposition. So I believe it takes quite a lot of double-think, newspeak, and cognitive dissonance to actually call that an improvement in terms of democracy, but that is what we find in Germany right now. You might have heard of the really, really big demonstrations against right-wing extremism, which will probably apply to most of us here in this room today. And literally millions of people are taking to the streets. And therefore we have to ask, why and how does this work? And now, and I have to add, these demonstrations are abstract against right-wing extremism and very concrete against one political party, and that is the AfD, which Christian Andersen and I belong to. So please fasten your seatbelts. How can that be? The reason is that we, as AfD, supposedly have a wrong opinion on citizenship. That is the justification for setting the Secret Service, the domestic Secret Service, in motion against us. So we have to dig in a little bit deeper there. The concept is that supposedly we want to issue citizenship based on ethnic background. So, for example, if you have a European background, then you are allowed to become German. If you have an African background, then you are not allowed to become German. That is the allegation made against the AFT. I'm sorry. And this is plain nonsense. Plain nonsense. Our party has stated on several occasions that that is not the case. We want that anybody can become German after he is integrated well into society, but of course, not everybody on the planet can become German. So, the point is here, how do they create unconstitutionality out of that? They say that if it were the case that we would be issuing citizenship based on ethnic background, then we would be violating human dignity, because we would not be looking anymore at the individual, but at the ethnic background. So, in theory, it actually works out. But I find it very interesting that James Lindsay this morning pointed out that we'll be looking at something he called critical immigration theory, which I would translate into the next neo-Marxist project coming upon us. And I would imagine that this sort of figure that has been dreamt up in Germany could be very much at the core of that. So maybe you think you're a little bit protected of all of this by simply not having Article 1 as we have it in Germany. But I would like to show you the 7 core principles of conservatism as an example. These are from Congressman Mike Johnson. Many of you will know him. And I believe he's chairman in the House of Representatives for the Republicans just now. Is he? Okay, we all know this job is a little bit volatile at present, so I wasn't sure about that. But there, point 7 is human dignity. And that, of course, has a reason. Simply because the concept of human dignity is undefiable. None of us would oppose to the concept of human dignity. But the problem is when they begin to weaponize and instrumentalize human dignity against other civil liberties. And how does that look like? Anti-discrimination, the prosecution of hate speech, cancel culture. We're all seeing that just now. And who is, of course, the big protector of human dignity? That can only be big government, and that means the big state. So, in effect, we're talking about a process that I like to call the abolition of democracy in the name of democracy. So, what can we all do to act against this idiocy? First of all, inform, inform, inform. It's an information war. We all agree on that. I'm sure about that. I don't have to convince anybody of that. But who is the relevant addressee of this kind of communication? It is, of course, the undecided citizen. There's a part of the citizenship we don't have to convince. They're already on our side. There's another part of the population we can't convince because they're deeply in the other camp. So there's the undecided crowd that we must convince. And we've got strong allies on our side. For example, mathematics, the natural sciences, especially medicine, biology, and maybe most important, common sense. And that means, and that's leading to my next point, that the real decisions about how it is going to turn out in the future, they're not made in courts. They're made at the ballot box. And that's why my next big point I want you to take home is election integrity is of paramount importance. And what I just learned in the last couple of days through discussions about the state of election integrity in the United States, it freaked me out. It's scaring the out of me, honestly. So, and then the last and maybe even important point, protect and fight for the sovereignty of nation states. And this is not about nationalism. This is about democracy and freedom, because the constitutional nation state is the form of human organizations that fulfills the ideals of democracy, the rule of law, and individual freedoms best. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the missions we're facing, and each and every one of us is up to pick up the fight. And therefore, I'd like to ask you, let's unite, and let's make Western democracy great again. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. I want to start with thanking Dr. Robert Malone and Illy and the rest of the team for organizing this event. Do you remember when all the stores were closed, when human interaction was criminalized, when access to elementary parts of public life was conditional on your medical status? Of course you remember. This experience is what unites us here. It was one of the most frightening times of my life, not because of the virus, but because of the way mass fear led to totalitarian reflex, not just in the government, but in many ordinary citizens too. People started fearing and hating each other because governments had told them so. Where fear appears, freedom disappears. And then, all of a sudden, it seemed over and done with. Where you expected you wanted to have lessons learned, nobody wanted to look back. Governments knew that they had done many things wrong. They feared being held accountable, and therefore a political correct consensus emerged. Looking back on the COVID era was a sort of impolite thing to do. Why keep nagging about it? Just move on. But I think we should look back. Governments trampled upon our fundamental rights and got away with it. We have to draw lessons from this moment in time because we have to be vigilant. Freedom is easily taken, but not easily won back. In my Twitter bio, I state that fear is a poor basis for decision-making, but for governments, fear is a great basis for control-taking. So, what could the next fear-induced crisis be? I have a hunch. There is one subject that is relentlessly pushed in the media, in popular culture, and in the education system. Indeed, it's climate. Some liberal newspapers now refer to it as the climate crisis or even global boiling. Children in schools hear so much about it that they become depressed. We should not underestimate it, how much the main assumptions behind the climate crisis narrative have entered the hearts and minds of many people. And these ideas have certainly entered the machinery of government too. Both the United States and the European Union aim for zero carbon emissions by 2050. That means 26 years from now. In order to achieve this target, these governments have to adopt radical plans that will completely change our way of life if they are actually implemented. Don't underestimate this. Our entire prosperity relies on a fossil-based economy. Net zero, to any freedom-loving mind, sounds like a dangerous experiment. But what if you wanted more control over people? Then suddenly it starts to make sense. If carbon emissions have to be eliminated, but everything we do leads to carbon emissions, that means the government is aiming for total control. The Soviet Union The Soviet Union had 5 years economic plans. The European Union has a 25-year climate plan. And this is really what it is, climate communism. The results are already noticeable. Industry is disappearing from Europe because of the closing of coal-fired power plants and nuclear plants. Energy prices have skyrocketed in Europe. The most tragic case is Germany, once Europe's economic powerhouse, now the sick man of Europe. And when Germany is sick, all of Europe will be infected. Businesses are closing down. They cannot afford the high energy prices anymore, and they cannot keep up with all the bureaucratic regulations, climate regulations. But this is just the beginning. In the Netherlands, carbon emissions have only been reduced 22% compared to 1990. The targets are 55% in 2030. That means only 6 years from now, and 90% in 2040. These targets are really impossible to reach, but governments are serious about them, and that means that they will consider radical ways of implementing them. How convenient that the infrastructure already exists. How so? Because of COVID, of course. All across Europe, you needed an app on your phone with a QR code to enter essential parts of society. Originally, this was only meant to ease traveling within the EU. At that time, the Dutch Minister of Health said it should be illegal to use it for other purposes. A few months later, he broke his word. The QR code was suddenly required to enter sport clubs, restaurants, and bars. People without this so-called COVID passport were treated like second-class citizens, outlaws. The gradual introduction of the QR code in all segments of society is a good example of function creep. Once the infrastructure exists, the government will always use it to increase power and decrease freedom. But there are more developments on the way. The European Union is implementing the so-called digital identity wallet. In this wallet, all sorts of personal information will be stored, from your passport to information about your health. Another important development is the introduction of the so-called central bank digital currency, or CBDC. This means money issued by the state, not by commercial banks. The CBDC will likely become part of the digital identity app. Perhaps not immediately, but eventually it will. This means all your information is stored on one app. What would be the next step? How would this be used to decrease freedom? Well, I don't want to be called a conspiracy theorist. I don't know. So I will let Dutch top banker Barbara Basma do the talking. I quote her: "We should divide the remaining carbon emission rights. Every citizen should receive a fixed amount of emission rights. You put it in a carbon wallet, as you can call it," end of quote. So here we have it, a carbon wallet. But there's one thing Basma doesn't say. This idea would require total surveillance of consumption of all human activity. Otherwise, we cannot possibly know whether someone exceeds the carbon credit, the carbon budget. What if the digital identity wallet is the carbon wallet? Then we are moving towards a world in which the government knows everything about you. A world in which the freedoms that we now cherish have evaporated. Then we are moving towards a world in which you are refused gas in line at the gas station when the wallet knows you have already emitted too much carbon this month. Perhaps you have been eating steak or you have been on an airplane. Then we are moving towards the Chinification of the West. And mind you, the digital identity wallet and CBDC are no conspiracy theories. They are already being implemented. The carbon emissions reduction targets are no pipeline dreams. They are already US and EU law also already implemented. So you do the math. A total power grab over all our lives could be in the making. The coming years will be the years of the showdown. Either we drop net zero targets and climate communism altogether, or we will face another panic-induced totalitarian takeover. And this time, it will be permanent. This is the time to stand up for our freedom. This is the time to stand up for our Western way of life. And let me tell you, I'm optimistic. I'm convinced we won't let this happen. From America to Europe, we see that people are already starting to say no to green totalitarianism. From the Netherlands to Croatia, from Latvia to Portugal, we see farmers starting to protest. We see conservatives and patriots win elections throughout the entire West. This year, hopefully, in America too. This will only make the climate communists more desperate, which is why this is why the coming years are so crucial. We have to raise awareness. We have to explain to the people that they have to refuse the identity wallet and the CBDC. Use cash instead. Don't link your personal information to the wallet. And most importantly, don't buy into fear. Live your life and enjoy it to the fullest. They have the fear, we have the love of what is right and good and beautiful. Spread the word, then I'm convinced climate will also be the new COVID. In this regard, it too will pass. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing today? So I'm Christy Hutcherson, and I'm the founder of Women Fighting for America. And I'm going to show you a presentation here. Some of it is going to be graphic, so just to let you know, if there's young children in the room, which I don't think there are, probably is a good time to leave. So America's facing enemies at the gate. Not only do we have enemies at the gate, we have enemies from within. And I'm going to explain exactly how the climate migration, the open border systems are literally destabilizing the United States of America and also the free Western world. So, you have Biden, who everybody knows who can't put a sentence together. He's nothing but a puppet. He's a puppet to China, Russia, Iran, the transnational criminal organizations, and these other entities that are up here. There is a globalist agenda, as a lot of the colleagues prior to me have laid out. There is a one world system that is trying to be implemented. And when people ask me all the time, Christy, who are they? And the best way I can describe it here in America for you to understand is we have a three-tiered justice system, right? We've got three branches of government. The World Economic Forum is basically the White House and the executive branch. And of course, you've got the legislative branch, which will fall under the United Nations. And then of course, we have the judicial, the IMF would be the banking system, and NATO would be our military industrial complex and our military might here in the United States. So we've got this parallel government that has been set up to take over not just America's system, but also the free Western world system. So when you're looking at what's going on our southern, northern borders, west coast and east coast borders, because a lot of people forget that America is actually a 4-border nation. This right here is very concerning. Iran is a proxy utilizing Venezuela. They're utilizing Bolivia. They're utilizing Nicaragua. They're utilizing different countries throughout Latin America, Cuba, to infiltrate both from military perspective and also an army that's going to eventually come through the southern borders and invade the United States of America. And unfortunately, me and my teams, we've already identified numerous different types of terrorist cells that are already set up because of Biden's policies for the last 4 years. China has a major influence with the Panama Canal. And also their Belt and Road Initiative. And it's not just in Latin America and Mexico, but it's all over the world. They are buying influence. They are controlling the flow of goods and services. In the Panama Canal, for example, China owns over 90% of both sides of the Panama Canal, which is a major trade route for goods and services here to the United States of America. Just recently in December and back up into October, we had given information that Venezuela is getting ready to invade Guyana. Why is that a matter? Because Iran is feeding Venezuela with the military equipment and the military might to be able to do this. Guyana has discovered major oil reserves and natural resources. Well, you need oil to conduct wars and to control the machines. This is very, very concerning. And in the Panama Canal up near the Darien Gap, there's this bridge to nowhere. Well, that bridge, we believe, is to help facilitate bringing in, rolling in tanks and other equipment up through Central South America and ultimately through Mexico to the United States. Hezbollah, Venezuela. Our own CIA, FBI, and our national intelligence agencies have known for decades that Iran's growing influence with both Hezbollah, Iran's Revolutionary Guard, and the Quds forces are a very strong influence in our neighbors to our south. Why does this matter? Well, what happened on October 7th, that horrific attack in Israel, is funded by these open border policies. Hezbollah and Hamas sends back billions of dollars through the trade of humans, weapon smuggling, drug smuggling, fentanyl, which, by the way, China is complicit with. We are literally funding our own demise around the world through this terrorist activity. And it's not just happening here in the United States. Anywhere there is an open border and they're smuggling humans and paying money to come into your country, it is emboldening and empowering the terrorist organizations all over the country. Last July, this was a really quick blip. Why does this matter? So this is the part of the growing influence of cyber intelligence and attacking all of our grids and our systems. Iran has 2 flights a day that fly from Tehran. Use that as their conduit to bring in both cyber intelligence, operatives, terrorists, military men, and other information systems and military type. This particular plane, the only reason why we know it existed is because of somebody within the Argentinian government who is opposition to the current president, who is very corrupt. On that plane were these gentlemen right here, and I say that loosely. These are part of the Iran's Revolutionary Guard. On that plane was not auto parts, but it was highly sophisticated cyber intelligence equipment, and 14 of the individuals on that plane were from none other than Venezuela, who all had cyber intelligence background. They landed in Mexico City and then flew from Mexico City to Caracas, and then from Caracas were trying to land in Uruguay. Uruguay turned that plane around and they had to ultimately land in Brazil, where they were seized. This is very concerning to the United States of America, and I'm not understanding why anybody who's sitting right across the river there in the Potomac are not sounding the alarm about the security risk to the United States of America. This is Iran, and he just got done doing a tour, 26 countries, and then literally 8 countries within Latin America where they've made agreements, 20-year agreements with Iran. That picture on the bottom left, That is a warehouse currently right now in Bolivia. Bolivia is being utilized as a storehouse for Iran. Those are Mohajar drones capable of carrying ballistic missiles which can reach the United States of America today. But this administration continues to have open borders. Christopher Wray has sounded the alarm, said all 4 red buttons have been pushed. The numbers that are in the United States right now from terrorist organizations and countries who wish to do harm to the United States of America in reality are completely unknown. And I'm going to talk about the numbers in just a minute because the government's lying to you. Ryan's growing influence in Latin America. This is very concerning as well. The BRICS nations are inviting Iran to come into their fold. Saudi Arabia will have a cozy relationship with Iran, and that will be the de-dollarization of the United States of America, which ultimately will be the collapse of our society. Venezuela is used as a conduit, like I said, for Iran. How are they smuggling in here? For those who have been watching the United States borders for the last couple years, in the last year and a half, you've heard a lot of talk about more Venezuelans coming over. There's a lot of Russians coming over, but I'm going to talk to you about the Venezuelans and also those from Mauritania, which, if you don't know where that is, it's a country in Africa. Both of those countries are known, both to our federal agencies, CIA, et cetera, national security, that they give passports and legal documentation to terrorist nations to take their passports and then give them a Venezuelan passport to say they're Venezuelan citizens. They learn to speak Spanish, and the only reason how you can know that they're not truly from that country, like Venezuela, is the dialect. And you have to be kind of in tune to that. So when we're doing operations at the border, me and my team, we can literally pick out the terrorist nations who are saying that they're Venezuelan citizens seeking asylum to do harm to the country. Terrorist strongholds, the threat is here. This right here is this is the global active terrorist attacks that we know that have been thwarted and also active on our shores in Latin America and in the United States. These have been targeted terrorist known attacks, but they're not telling you this. The FBI and the CIA have been conducting drills. They've been alerting hospital systems all throughout the United States of America doing drills for mass casualty events, nuclear fallout events. And you don't need to take my word for it, you can search this. I work with a lot of law enforcement and sheriffs, Border Patrol agents, U.S. Marshals, and every single one of them in the last year have been coming back from doing training specifically targeting soft targets by known terrorists. Schools, they're going to target the children. And if you think you're in a rural area and you're safe, you're not. They're going to do multi-casualty events to scare you. We have to understand the threat that's on our shores right now. I call it the Operation Trojan Horse. How do you collapse a society? How do you take over a country that pretty much seems impenetrable? Well, you sneak in an army through open borders. You bring in individuals from 170 plus different nations. You bring in diseases that we in America have eradicated. And it literally eats away at our own fabric. I'm going to rush through this, unfortunately, because I only have a few minutes. But we have enemies even within the congressional walls. Why are they still allowed to serve this country? Because they certainly don't serve their constituents, nor do they serve the Constitution of the United States of America. Biden has blood on his hands. The murder, the humanitarian crisis at the border. I've been to the stash houses. I've been in the slaughterhouses. Me and my team have rescued children. The atrocities that we've seen. You know, I think about the international community and the outcry. These are war crimes as far as I'm concerned. end with this. I've worked in Washington, D.C. for over 25 years in the private sector, DOD contractor. The government would contract with us to do a whole lot of stuff. And I walked away from it 4 years ago because I understood freedom and liberty doesn't come for free. We are literally standing right now at a crossroads in history. We need to be global citizens of the world in the sense that we need to lock arms as brothers and sisters to fight against the Marxist communist takeover. There is an agenda, and it's very clear. They've had 50 years to perfect this, and we are working from behind. We have got to lay down our egos, and we have to come together right now in this history, whether it's the next pandemic or whether it's the invasion of all of these different nations going into the free Western world. If we do not unite and put down our differences to come together right now, this time in history, the world as we know it will cease to exist. What are you going to do about it? That's my question. You know, we're doing training all over this great country called Meet for America. We're going to give you the tools that you need to rise up legally with the Constitution to take back the United States of America and ultimately be the beacon of light and hope for the rest of the world. And I hope to God, each and every one of you, don't walk out of this room and just go about your daily life, because those days are gone. It's time to rise. Will you rise with me? Will you rise with everybody in this room and get together to save the United States of America and the rest of the world? God bless you guys, and God bless this great country.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here at the International Crisis Summit. And I do believe crisis is a much better word than COVID now. My name is Randy Hillier, and I want to thank Lily and Rob and Dr. Malone for hosting today. I also want to thank everyone who's here and watching online and who will be watching online for taking part, being alert, being awake, and wanting to learn. And I also want to thank the CPAC as well for giving us this opportunity to be at this very significant political convention here in Washington. Is this the clicker? How do we work it? The green. I think you got the right one now. So, as I said, my name's Randy Hillier. I was elected to the Ontario legislature 4 times and served for 15 years. Ontario is Canada's largest and most populous province. In March of 2020, I became the first, and for a long time, the only elected parliamentarian elected parliamentarian to publicly oppose the declared state of emergency, the lockdowns, the mandatory masks, and later the mandatory jabs. I was charged 25 times for not abiding by the mandates. 20 charges have been withdrawn, but I still have 5 yet to go. But I've also was charged with 9 criminal offenses for being in Ottawa during the Truckers' Freedom Convoy in February 22. I'm a self-represented litigant, and the Crown Attorney is seeking to put me in jail and prison for 3.5 years on those charges for my opposition to the COVID con that all our countries fell for. We're all seeking answers to the questions: what did they hide? How did they make this con happen? You've heard and will hear from very significant number of reputable and credible people in the medical, academic, scientific, and economic fields. But I want to provide one short, first-hand story that reveals what the political leadership in Ontario hid from our view. I believe it was neither unique nor confined to Canada. I think it was very much the same way throughout the Western world and here in the USA, which is the very symbol of Western liberty and a beacon of hope, and where a city upon a hill was built as a covenant with God. But I think we now, with COVID, we must now expose all of our sins and all of our failures for the world to see. So here's my story. It was during the last week of April, or the first week of May in 2020. My opposition to the government's preposterous and outrageous response to COVID was well known to all my legislative colleagues. There were other legislators who shared my concerns and my views, but they kept them private and were never public about them. And although I was no longer in government because I had declared myself to be an independent member of the legislature, this one day I was approached by 4 senior staffers from the Premier's office. And for people here, the Premier would be the equivalent of a U.S. state governor. These 4 individuals came to me and discreetly and away from the public eye wanted to have a chat with me. They had a singular purpose, a singular question they wanted to ask me, because I was the only elected member who was publicly opposed to the COVID mandates. And the question was this: how do we get out of this mess? That's what the Premier's staff asked me at the end of April and the beginning of May. They knew that the virus, its harm and its lethality was greatly exaggerated. They knew that the state of emergency was unnecessary. And they knew that the lockdowns were very, very harmful. They also knew that the 24/7 media hysteria was out of control and had created a fearful, anxiety-ridden mob. They also knew, and this is key, they also knew many of the Premier's closest advisors were lobbyists for pharma, for big tech, for big media, and that they saw the pandemic through a very, very profitable lens. Those were the people who were closest to the Premier, not the elected members or the staffers in the legislature. So my answer to them was very simple. I said, explain to the public that you acted out of an abundance of caution to the abundance of uncertainty. But the facts now prove that the virus is far, far less dangerous than was first expected. That the modeling, those computer modeling, was highly fictitious, fabricated, and exaggerated as well. And that the consequences of the lockdowns were far more dangerous and severe than COVID could ever have been, and ask for the public's understanding and forgiveness for the harms that were done in their name. In simple terms, I asked them to be honest and humble with the Premier and with their caucus. These four people believed that not only would their own political careers end, but the Premier's tenure would be over as well if they proposed my solution to the Premier. So what is the answer to this? What did we hide? In politics, it's very simple as well. We hid the facts and the context. We disguised the stats and the data. We abdicated our responsibilities, and instead of providing leadership, we became followers to the mob that we helped to create. We concealed our motivations, and that many of the politicians were also victims of the con job. We were all victims of the con job. Well, not all. There was a few others that were not victims, but the perpetrators. But we now know, beyond any reasonable doubt, the PCR test was an outright fabrication. The asymptomatic spread, as stupid as it sounded back then, is still stupid today. Canada in 2020 had a total of 15,600 deaths attributed to COVID, with an average age of death at 83.6 years of age, right? Older than the average life expectancy in Canada. And that number was slightly above what is usually attributed to yearly influenza deaths. But we also know this. In 2019, Pfizer, which had made a profit of $6 billion, in 2021, that profit, the first year of the jab, that profit went from $6 billion to $35 billion. Pfizer's market cap in that 1 year as well increased $115 billion. Moderna's market capitalization increased, get this, 937%. Microsoft's value in 1 year, $478 billion on the plus side. Tesla, $600 billion. Amazon, $720 billion. And Apple, over $1 trillion in increased worth in the first year of the pandemic. It was a great year, 2020, if you owned pharma or tech or media. But if you were a mom and pop shop, it was pretty dire. It was pretty dark. It was pretty depressing. Those were the victims of the con. But the COVID con does have a silver lining to it. Because it was so all-encompassing and so grand in its scale and magnitude, so bold of a lie that hardly any had seen such a lie like this before. It helped to open many of us, helped to open the eyes of many people and re-examine and re-evaluate what we think to be true, what we thought to be true, and begin to examine things with a new perspective. And we began to see that many more are seeing that climate change and global warming narrative is just another fraud. It's just another con job. Takes money from the middle class and the poor and enriches the elites. And I would say, well, many people are re-examining the Ukraine and the Gaza wars and conflicts. These wars could have easily been prevented had we wanted to. But the military-industrial complex needs wars to drive profits, just as pharma needs sickness for a healthy bottom line. And we can see the whole transgender movement, the critical race theory, are all just another hoax that destroys the family, empowers the uniparty, and enriches pharma. We've also seen Y2K. Look at the past. This has allowed us to look to the past as well. And all these other fear-based frauds. And every fraud done in the public sector's name comes with a bucket load of fear attached to it. The Y2K, planes were going to drop out of the sky in Y2K. The ozone hole, the population bomb, the coming ice age, peak oil, sustainable development. These were all just Ponzi schemes that instilled fear into the public. And I lived through them all. As a young child, I remember hearing the stories that there was an ice age coming, and I had nightmares at night thinking about this coming bloody ice age, only to wake up as an adult to find out we're in global warming. But there was two things Dr. David Martin said something earlier today, and also Dr. Malone, and I wanted to add in. Dr. David Martin demonstrated the legislative history, and that was important because I know it was astonishing to everybody in the room that there was all this legislative history. If you were all legislators, if you were all congressmen and senators, you would have been just as astonished as well, because politicians don't read legislation. Politicians don't have any education on legislation. They would just be as dumbfounded as all the rest of us. So let me finish off. But also, Dr. Malone mentioned about now beginning to question, who are the good guys? Who are the good guys? And I think we have to take a look. We can see that the political parties and many of the elected representatives in those political parties are nothing more than cutouts. They're just a facade. The political parties, are they not the biggest con that we've ever experienced and the longest con that we've ever experienced? And we've seen through COVID how much involvement has the Department of Homeland Security, CIA, so many other law enforcement that were actively involved in the suppression and the censorship of Americans and Canadians and men and women from around the world. So I'll finish off here. 250 years ago, the people in the American colonies rose up against the tyranny of what they called the intolerable acts or the coercive acts. We've got a whole lot of coercive, intolerable acts coming. Chinese social credit, CBDCs, biodigital convergence, AI. The list is endless. What we did in Ottawa in 2022, we demonstrated that we could fight against those intolerable and coercive acts, and they can be defeated. Because every time we honked the horn in Ottawa, the science changed in Ottawa. Every time we honked the horn in Ottawa, the science changed around the world. We've all, throughout history, have faced evil, but it's always been the righteous and the faithful, once mobilized and motivated, that have always defeated evil and have built a new city upon the hill. I believe that I'm sitting with those new sons and daughters of liberty who will make this new city upon the hill. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good evening. So I have the pleasure of wrapping this up. And I would like to thank all of you who are still here. And of course, it would be very kind of you not to go to sleep just yet. Give me like 15 minutes. I'll try to do my best to not put you to sleep. So yeah, here we are. But it's been a very interesting day, and I would like to thank Robert Malone for organizing that. But most of all, obviously, I would like to thank the people, because without the people, any of us who spoke here today, and none of us, we wouldn't be anything. We, in fact, would be nothing. So my kudos go out to, obviously, the Canadian truckers up front, because they really put a sign out in the world, didn't they? Give it up to them. The Canadian truckers are the heroes of the world. And of course, it is all the people around the globe that took to the street and that protested their governments and all the COVID restrictions, and that stood up and told them, no, sir, we will not be putting up with this. So these are the people we need behind us, and that's why I would like to thank them. Thank you, and please keep doing that. By all means, keep doing it. So what I was supposed to, or what I'm going to speak about today is, you may have noticed, there is, in fact, a global attack on our democracies. And it's happening in every freaking single country around the globe, especially in the Western democracies. What I would like to point out to you is what the role is of the EU institutions in this kind of game plan. You may not be that familiar with the EU institutions. Well, let me tell you. So I'm a member of EU Parliament. By the way, calling it a parliament is actually an insult to every single democratically elected parliament around the world, because the EU Parliament is not a parliament. It is a democracy illusion. It's a facade. And I like to call it the biggest nut asylum in the entire freaking world, because that's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. But the point is this: the way the EU institutions work together, the way they are constructed, the way they interact, let me tell you, it has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with democracy. They're not only undemocratic, they're downright anti-democratic. And I'm trying to kind of illustrate that to you by going through the various institutions. So first of all, obviously you have the EU Commission. This is like the government of the EU. The EU Commission is not elected, by the way. It is appointed. And whenever a new country, member state comes to the EU, they just create another spot for a commissioner. So it had nothing to do with whatever we need or what there might be sensible. No, we simply need another commissioner whenever another country joins EU. Then, of course, you have the president of the EU Commission, and you might know it is Ursula von der Leyen. Yeah, that's what I call her, sorry. But, I mean, you know, we as Germans, and my colleague was up here earlier, we already knew she was bad news, you know? We've experienced her in Germany. Yeah, this lady is bad news. And at this point, I'm telling you, Ursula von der Leyen is corrupt to the core. She always has been, and she always will be. And that's the lady running the EU. Just imagine. But anyway, she was not elected. In fact, what they did was they came out with, you know, the bigger parties. It's the Social Democrats and the Christian Democrats in the EU. They kind of put up the number one. And for the Christian Democrats, it was actually someone else. They had picked someone else to become the president of the EU Commission. And the voters cast their votes thinking, okay, if we vote for the Christian Democrats, then we get this guy as the EU, the president of the EU. Well, guess what? Once the votes was over, they decided, nah, we're not gonna go with this guy. We're gonna put up, like I said, Ursula von der Leyen. They're frauds, and it's not even funny anymore. So much for the EU Commission. Oh, by the way, EU Commission also, they're the only ones that can initiate laws. So the EU Parliament, we cannot even, you know, propose laws or, you know, get them to pass any laws. We can't do any of that. It's all done by the EU Commission. The EU Parliament, it's not democratically elected. In fact, it's a gross violation of the rule, one man, one vote. Because what we're looking at is Germany, we are pretty much set at 96 seats, meaning that every single German MEP in the EU Parliament needs to have more than 852,000 votes to get one seat. Well, when you look at Malta, for example, their representatives only need 64,000 votes to get a seat. Whatever happened to the one man, one vote rule, right? Forget that. But it gets even more crazy when you look at the so-called council. Now, the council, that is the body in the EU institutions that actually passes the laws. So, Christy Hutchison was talking about the three-tier government level division of power is what is called. So you have the executive, you have the legislation, and you have the judiciary. So yeah, if EU Commission is the executive, and we have the legislation, which is the council, they pass the law on EU level, but guess what? The so-called council is comprised of the members of the national executive. There is no division of power in EU. Forget about all of that. So what that means is actually, let's say the German government wanted to pass a law and they actually failed in the democratically elected Bundestag, the national parliament in Germany, so they can't pass this law. Usually the story would be at an end right there, but it's not. They just travel to Brussels and they pass the law they failed with in the Bundestag, pass it there, and guess what? Then Germany has to implement that law that was passed on EU level, and they have to put it into law, and it will be binding for Germany. So talking about division of power, forget all about that. And it gets even worse. Now we're talking about unanimous votes. Usually the decisions in the council were taken by unanimous vote. They're not going to do that anymore either. It's now majority votes. And, you know, their argument is, well, yeah, decisions in a democracy are taken by majority vote. Well, who would contradict that? And who would speak out against that? What they're not telling the citizens in all of the member states is it will actually lead to the fact that countries will rule over countries. And it works like this. take the law that the government wasn't able to pass in the Bundestag, they take it to Brussels, and it's being passed there. Now, even if the German representative in that body votes against that law, they will simply overrule him. And it'll come back as a law to Germany nonetheless. So where does that leave the German people at? They have no repercussions. The minister that went to Brussels and voted no, they can't hold him accountable because they did what they wanted him to do. He voted no. And the other secretaries of the other member states, they can't hold them accountable because guess what? They never voted for them. They never elected them. That is what I'm talking about, the abolition of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, and it's the abolition of every freaking single democratic principle that we should hold dear. This is the EU. That's the European Union for you. It's not only undemocratic, like I said, it's downright anti-democratic. But why is that so important? Why would I be speaking to you about this? We are here in the United States. What do you care? Well, it's very simple. As I said in the beginning, this is happening in every single Western democracy. What is happening in the EU? You know, we have these various nations in EU. We have different cultures, different histories. Each and every single European people is its own kind. And it's very hard to get into that. And it's very hard to convince the European peoples to just give up their national states and give up their national sovereignty. So they came up with this brilliant plan. Well, let's just, create kind of like a EU, a European Union. Because, yeah, there were so many wars in the past, and we kind of want to overcome that. That was their way in. What they're actually doing, they are abolishing national states, they're abolishing national sovereignty, and they're leveling it all. That's what the EU does. And the EU, in that sense, is only a stepping stone to guess what? To a global governance. That is actually what we're talking about. So the EU as a stepping stone to overcome all of the European nations, all of the European peoples, to kind of tear them down, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the same thing, actually, when we're talking about the WHO. That it's just another body, another thing to overwrite the rule of the people, for the people, and by the people. So what I'm trying to get you to understand, we are all sitting in the same boat. This is happening across the globe. It is happening everywhere. And now I understand. We are in the United States, and Americans kind of tend to only think from the West Coast to the East Coast. But the world is so much bigger. And if we do not pull together on this, then we will lose this fight. It's as simple as that. Because truth be told, like I said, it's happening in every single Western democracy. If it was only one or two countries going rogue, yes, then we would have, the hope. Eventually, another country is going to step in and put a stop to this. Guess who's coming this time? No one. There isn't going to be anyone coming to bail us out. So it's up to the people. It's up to all the peoples around the world. We need to get this. We need to understand this. And we need to freaking fight this. And I was talking to Jason Christoph earlier, and he said something very interesting. There he is. He said something very interesting. He said, you can't farm lions, or you had it up on a slide, you can't farm lions, only lambs. Well, guess what? I'm a Leo. Yeah, I am. I actually am. So, you know what, the thing is this. It's absolutely right. And I can tell you, there have been so many people in my life that have tried to tame me and shut me up and do whatever. I mean, my parents, my teachers, and all of them, to no avail. There is just no freaking point. I will fight for freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, and I will do so for as long as it takes until we have accomplished just that. And what I need you to do, and what I need everyone around the globe to do, please get your fingers off your freaking keyboards and get your freaking butts off the couch. Because what we need boots on the ground. Join a local group, take to the streets, fight this already. Because if you don't, then they will win. And I'm determined not to let them win. And I would invite all of you to do just the same. So, as I said before, if you sleep in a democracy, you will have a very, very rude awakening in a democracy. So please, all of you, get your act together, take to the street, and please hold your freaking governments, who do not mean well, by the way, hold them accountable, and actually run them out of freaking office, because they have no business being there. And that's what we all should do. And I would invite all of you, join this fight, be on the side of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, because that's all that matters. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm going to have to do something to control my blood pressure now after those last three talks. We're finished today. Thank you for those of you that have remained with us and participated. Thank you so much to the speakers. Thank you for the passion and energy that the Alliance for Deutschland has brought to us, as well as Rob Bruce and so many others. I really appreciated this final session. Thank you for Meryl's brilliant analysis of the whole WHO situation and the insights and hard work that you put into it. And I look forward to all of you joining us on Sunday. I think we're starting off with a convocation here in the Gaylord, but in a different conference room. Do we have the name of that conference room? East Coast Conference Room. So it's a little bit smaller, which is a good thing. We didn't have the turnout we were expecting. Eastern Shore. Okay, yeah, so that's a reference to Maryland. So the Eastern Shore Conference Room, Sunday, we convene at Lily at 9? At 9 with an invocation. Ron Johnson will be speaking that day. And then on Monday, decoupled but related, that's for legal reasons, there will be hearings in the Senate with some of you participating. Lily reminds me that for a variety of reasons, from 9 till noon on Sunday, it's going to be a closed door session. Ergo, we don't want the press there. And then we open it up to everybody at 1 o'clock. So that's to allow all of us to speak even more freely than we have spoken today. I'm not sure what that would mean. So thank you so much for coming and participating actively. And I look forward to seeing you Sunday and hopefully some of you on Monday at the Senate. What do I have to remind them? I'm being coached further. What do I need to remind them of? Oh, yeah. Okay, Jill's just pushing the internet angle. All of this has been live streamed. And you should be able to find links for that at the ICS website. So that's right down here at the bottom of this banner here, internationalcovidsummit.com. And for those of you active on social media, we ask that you please repost that on whatever channels you use and try to get these key speeches out for the good of us all. Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow. And you know, tomorrow we're going to have Javier Milei here in addition to Mr. Donald Trump. And there's even a couple of physicians that are going to be speaking, so I hear, tomorrow here at CPAC. So don't forget about that either. Bye-bye.